Welcome all to the second day of First International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research ICTEMR 2021 Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, Thailand in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication IFERP. I'm sure you had a great day yesterday with us and hope to see the same enthusiasm from all our presenters and attendees today. Next, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. First of all, I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chai Uramankul from Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoin from Palisuksa Buddhagosa Campus, Nakhon Pathom, MCU. Next, I welcome Dr. Lampong Klomkul, the Acting Director for Research Information and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Center, MCU. And I would like to welcome all our eminent keynote speakers. Firstly, Professor Dr. Abbas Al-Bakri, Chancellor from University of Information Technology and Communications, Iraq. Professor Peter McCaffrey, Consultant in Higher Education from London and also the Interim Deputy Vice Chancellor from Royal Agricultural University, Cirencester. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Kamlesh Misra, Vice Chancellor from Rishihod University, Haryana, India. And I would like to welcome our session chairs. Firstly, Dr. Dayadi Lakshmaya, Professor from Department of ECE, Sri Indu Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, India. Next, I would like to welcome R. Srivel, Associate Professor from Department of ECE, Aurora Scientific Technological Research Academy, Hyderabad, India. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. D. Lakshmi, Educational Research Officer, Vishnu Educational Development and Innovation Center, Telangana, India. And next, I would like to welcome Dr. V. Shashirekha, Professor from Department of Management, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, India. Following the keynote speech, we will have our presenters with their research work to share with us. I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chai Uramankul, the Director for Language Center of MCU Buddhapanya, Sri Tavaravadi Buddhist College, and lecturer from Graduate Program in Buddhist Studies, Buddhapanya, Sri Tavaravadi Buddhist College, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He was graduated in Advanced Dhamma Education, Pali Education Grade 6, Bachelor Degree, Major in English and Master of Arts in Buddhist Studies from International Program IMAP, MUC Wat Mahatat Class and PhD from Assumption University, Bangkok, Thailand in 2014. He was invited more than 12 times as visiting English instructor and coach to various campuses of MCU around Thailand and chaired the oral defense of MA students at Mahidol University, Salaya campus. His works on teaching materials were Basic English for the Professional Conversation, Buddhism and Social Work, Intermediate English for the Professional Conversation, and English using Advanced English, Buddhism and Sustainable Development, English for Political Scientist, Business English, English for Working in Digital Era, Business English, English for Marketing in Digital Era, and his best research was the Buddha's integration for elder service of local administration organization in Nakhon Pathom province, and the synthesis of indicators of active aging enhancement according to Buddhist integration for the retired elderly in 2018. His international performances were the presentations of his articles in Vietnam twice in 2018 and in India once in 2019. He directed English certificate projects, English talk training for AEC in 2014, English front row, Thai speaks English for the better Thai, business English, English for working in digital era, business English, English for marketing in digital era in 2019, English talk at Talk My Way in 2019 to 2020, and online English Talk My Way at Worldwide Talk in 2020.
Good morning, Rector of Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, Director of Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, or EITS. Organizers, teams, staffs of ICTEMR 21, the first international conference of technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skill in the 21st century research, which is scheduled to take place on 27 to 28 of March 2021. Keynote speakers from UK, India, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and from Thailand. Other guests, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chaiwaraman on behalf of organizer of the first International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research. I would like to say thanks to everyone who attended our conference, and I'm glad to meet you all for the great occasion. In this conference, one of the goals of ICTEMR 2021 is to give specialists a world-class stage to distribute research discovery by using innovative means of lecturing and presenting. This one-of-a-kind lecture output will be of tremendous benefit to students participating in the event. Scientists will also be invited to distinguish significant research subjects in identifying regions in the field of educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. I hope this conference will make you reflect yourself with state-of-the-art and provide opportunity to discuss various educational issues and challenges, including other sciences with multidisciplinary aspects. Everyone will be afforded the incredible to interact with leading experts from their respective field, taking the opportunity to draw everyone commonly in a panel and to bestow their plans in different countries. Welcome to Thailand and welcome to the first International Conference, ICTEMR 2021. All of you will greatly enjoy with memorable experiences. Please also accept my sincere thanks. And finally, on behalf of Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi and organizer team, may I open the first international conference ICTEMR 2021. We wish you pleasant stay and safe. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen from Pali Suksa Buddhagosa Campus, Nakhon Pathum, MCU, Thailand. Venerable Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen is a full-time associated with the Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Pali Suksa Buddhagosa Campus, Thailand. Venerable Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen added a doctorate in Buddhist Studies, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He is interested in conducting research and publishes articles at international journals, which are Making the Living Standard of Communities in Thai Society, Effectiveness of Depression Reduction Program for the Chronic Disease Patients through Buddhist Integration of Caring for Chronic Diseases in Thai Society, and Consequences of Depression Reduction Program for the Chronic Disease Patients through Dharma Practices, etc. Venerable Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen has more than 170 peer-reviewed papers in journals, conferences and symposiums, winning, for instance, Emerald Best Paper Award. Venerable Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen has delivered many keynotes to many universities in different countries, and he has supervised closer to 100 postgraduate theses and served as external examiner to PhD thesis. His publications in Scopus Q2 to Q4, Thai Tier 1, etc. Venerable Dr. Prahlad Somchai Damnoen is Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Multidisciplinary in Humanities and Social Sciences, Journals of Arts Management, and International Journal of Multidisciplinary in Cultures and Religious Studies.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all guests in the conference. On behalf of ICTEMR 2021, I am honored and diligent to welcome you to the first international conference on technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skill in the 21st century research, ICTEMR 2021 at Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research of Suvarnabhumi EITS with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication IFERP, Chennai, India. Any conference is intended for discussing rarely and emerging issue of a particular educational domain and disseminating the awareness among authors, researchers, and scholars. We have been witnessing the dramatic improvement in the field of educational and multidisciplinary technology and application. I hope ICTEMR 2021 will become slowly the most important international event and bring out largest trend in multidisciplinary and educational innovation. In order to provide an outstanding research level for presentation at the conference, we have invited distinguished experts to participate in the program. We will have plenary session by keynote speakers during today of conference, including the awards presentation during the closing session on the last day of the conference. I hope ICTEMR 2021 will make you to reflect yourself with state of the art and provide opportunity to discuss various educational issues and challenges, including author science with multidisciplinary aspects. With best regards. Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Lampong Klomkul, the Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Center and lecturer from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Dr. Klomkul was graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Research Methodology, Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and awarded by the National Research Council of Thailand the Best Dissertation of Year 2013 at Good Level in Education Field and received Graduate Scholar Award from the 19th International Conference on Learning. The Institute of Education, University of London, UK in the year August 14 and 16, 2012. She also received a Golden Jubilee Scholarship to study in Canada for 2 years in bachelor degree from 1997 to 1999. She is interested in conducting research in education and Asian studies and is the author and co-author or editor of more than 20 articles and books. She was invited to be the guest speaker and to organize international conferences. She has also completed research projects in various research designs, such as structural equation model, ethnographic Delphi future research, and mixed methods research.
Dear delegates and colleagues, on behalf of ICTEMR 2021, as the conference coordinator, it is a great pleasure and honor to extend my warm invitation to all esteemed delegates to the first International Conference on Technology Innovatives, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research. On 27 to 28 March 2021, at Institute Innovation, Technology, Educational and Research, Eastern Institutes of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, ERTS, with Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, IFERP, Chennai, India. The theme of ICTEMR 2021 is the Conference on Technologies, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. We underpin the needs for participation in the forums for collaborative research and cooperation among individuals, from a wide range of the educational and technical backgrounds. According to the situations of the COVID-19 pandemic, the ICTEMR 2021 conference had decided to use online and video conferencing that will surely provide the wonderful platform for you to refresh your knowledge base and explore the innovations in education and multidisciplinary. The conference will strive to offer plenty of networking opportunities, providing you with the opportunity to meet and interact with educators, researchers, and scholars via online. We also look forward to our participations in oral presentation to share your educational research and multidisciplinary knowledge. I strongly believe that the international meet will provide fantastic opportunities for global networking and fostering research collaboration within the worldwide innovation and educational and also multidisciplinary fraternities. I hope you will join us for a symphony of outstanding conference. Thank you for your kind attention and contribute a great piece of your research work in our conference and for further publication in international index journals. So thank you very much for your attention and wish to see you again for our next international conference. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Professor Dr. Abbas Al-Bakri, the Chancellor from University of Information Technology and Communications, Iraq. Abbas Al-Bakri graduated from Computer Science Department, University of Technology, Baghdad in 1989. He worked as a Deputy Dean of the Information Technology College and from August 2013 to September and became Dean of the Faculty of Computer Science and Mathematics in the University of Kufa. Later from 2014 till now, Chancellor of the University of IT and Communications in Baghdad, Chair of the NT-ICT Annual Conference Baghdad. He is also the Editor-in-Chief of IJCI Iraqi Journal for Computers and Informatics, Editor-in-Chief topic Intelligent Computing in the International Journal of Network Computing and Advanced Information Management, and editor in the journals JCIT, AISS, JINT, IJACT, IJIIP, and also the program chair of the ICCM and ICNT international conferences. In 2012, he was chosen one among 23 scientists in the international activity in South Korea and published a book called Scholar's Biography Book. He was awarded the Scientific Excellence Award with 35 Iraqi scientists in 2013. In 2018, awarded Best Application in KOICA International Competition.
Hi everyone. I'm Professor Abbas Al-Bakri from Iraq, from University of Information Technology and Communication. My speech is the impact of artificial intelligence in the fourth industrial revolution. The agenda of this presentation, artificial intelligence, the AI journey, four main effects on business, the impact of on people, national and international security, what will AI look like in the future, where we are with artificial intelligence manufacturing, and exasympathetic qualities driving positive change. What is the future of work? The main message of this speech that as for IR is artificial intelligence. Here we can find a new definition for the artificial intelligence, which is the fundamental change in our daily work routine. They will live and interact with others and all going to represented by the 4IR. Artificial intelligence has been described as the 4IR, it will transform our jobs and lives over the next 10 years. For the AI journey, here we can consider for the data, the type of data, the different format of data. So we can find some privacy for the data. Of course, some data may be difficult in my by unstructured, and so that the next step is to fuse together this data in order to allow analytic tools to find better insight. So we can say that this journey, identifying, understanding the pattern, and train our data with the smart analytic techniques. The impact of business industry, we think that the 4IR confluence of different technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented and virtual reality, in order to find a new motivation in Internet of Things and to innovate product, service, and industries. We can conclude that according to a study by UK government estimated that artificial intelligence alone could up to 630 billion pound to the country's economy by 2035. This what can be find that has proposed that UK war center of the developing artificial intelligence business, the business executive and managers are understanding that the change is going to impact every sector of the world. The main four affects business. We can suggest the main four affected business, which is customer expectations, product enhancement, collaborations, innovation, and organization as an example of AI-based identity verification services, which is important aspects for the identity verification services, that the technology is making verification industry more resilient, and per our report, it is expected to grow up about $12.8 billion by 2024. In the other word, that the business success relies customer experience database AI power services. Due to this, emerged the global platform and technology-based business model, organizational forms, talents, and cultures will have to be revised. The impact on people. As we know, artificial intelligence is already making its way into our daily life. However, it will give a vertical for every individual in the near future. AI innovations are finally fulfilling the promise that the technology will make our lives much easier and happier. So that when moving to the technology-driven society will define that affected many individual life. The revolution in biotechnology and artificial intelligence are pushing back the threshold of human life and capabilities, which will surely impel us to rethink our moral and ethical boundaries. What are the opportunities for the data sharing? Data sharing is the important issue here, how we can save the data, which can be shared in different sites and different agencies. So there are a huge opportunity around the sharing of fusion of the data, and particularly for different agencies such as local government, health policies. But this comes with how we can find the challenge around the privacy. So the next step is how can we predict new things from the already there. The predict is the future when we share when we talking about where the crime is likely happen or the risk of individuals around policies direct limited resources as efficiently as possible, so that we can say that machine learning algorithm can be employed in a variety of ways to automate facial recognition, pinpoint crime hotspots, and identity which people are more likely to reoffend. For the national and international security, the security is important things we can consider here, so that the fourth IR expected that the impact national and international security by affecting the nature of conflict and increased the probability. So modern security concerned with more hybrid nature. Here we can find a new terminology for the security, exactly with using artificial intelligence with 4IR. The distinct between the war and peace, violence and non-violence. So we can find the cyber warfare is becoming so far so sorted by pluri. For instance, cyber crime, a new terminology, and the cyber attack are a new term of society and in the society as a security concern. The government will equally to may more have invest in digital security infrastructure, because control lines are on the security gateway for the intruder. What will artificial intelligence look like in the future? It is an important question for us. About 100 industry participants share their responses. Most response agree that the machinery will have artificial intelligence in the future. But there is no overall agreement whether artificial intelligence will be used in most machinery or just for high-end machinery. So that we can find that the ARC advisory group, which is a research center in Europe, which initiate the conclusion from that artificial intelligence applications will start with more high-end machinery and then gradually migrate toward simpler machinery as a packaging machine, so that we can find for the next questions what we are with artificial intelligence in manufacturing. To answer this question, we can find the same center, group center, group of research, group of advisory report can be make a forum in the virtual forum in industry forum in Europe, and we can find from this diagram that the blue line in the left-hand side, we can see at the top of the blue line that's the 40% can be used for maintenance and applications in AI machinery for the market and application, which can be a very recognition for this aspect. And we can find that the bubble green lines represented the case studies used for this forum. For the ICSA surpassing inequalities, the inequalities already can be founded because the very important of motivation that the artificial intelligence in the different layers. So according to the World Economic Forum Executive Chairman Colossus, in addition to being a key economic concern, equality represents the greatest social concern associated with the 4IR, such that we can find one source estimate that by 2025, global annual income for the AI software market alone will be worth $180.6 billion. Of course, if early adopters of AR business are based on less developed countries, global inequalities may actually decline. The positive things, the positive change, how we can drive the positive change. As we know, United Nations has 17th goal for the sustainable goal. In this issue, there is a chance to solve 3 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, award without poverty, increase good health and well-being, and the creation of sustainable cities and communities. This is a very important goals, which can be represented by the 70% of the sustainable goals can be solved in this issue. So that a smart product will be everywhere, smart clothing, watch, and the phones, smart building, and smart cities. One smart product that is expected vastly improve people's life will be smart cities. The industry slated with worth at $2.57 trillion by 2025. So that the smart cities rely on the Internet of Things to collect data, which can then be used to provide insight, the better managing assets, resources, and services. With 2/3 of the world population expected to live in urban areas by 2015, 2050, which is the time that many 2/30 of the world population is expected to live in urban. This is because the smart cities become essential to allocation the necessary resources of population. There will also that we resize the mega cities, mega districts, which will be key center of investment, leading to the idea of city as a customer. What is the future of the work? It is a very important conclusion for us. We know that every work, it must be use the idea and the algorithms and something related to the artificial intelligence topics. So we can say that the optimist speak that the optimists speak that artificial intelligence creating millions of jobs. Optimists speak that artificial intelligence creating millions of more jobs than will eliminate it, or eliminating just a small fraction of current jobs in the world's wealthiest countries. And some pessimists that on the other hand, that predict the computerization puts almost half of current U.S. employees at risk. This is they fear from their jobs. Other half warrant to the similar impact in Europe. So even the human and medical profession is said to be a large scale to be obsolete. So this is a very important message. What we can see for the in future of the jobs, technology evolution is leading to a vast investment and vast advancement in the automation. This can be declared as with every passing day, the manual process are becoming automated and will continue in the future as well. It is one of the major reasons why people fear from their job. This is the most message for the future work. On the other hand, according to McKinsey, around 375 million workers may have to change their job occupation through 2030 because market labor demand is rapidly changing. Despite these challenges, with ability to come up with the novel practices can provide us with the new opportunity. The second message is the fourth industrial revolution is believed to provide us with the new window of opportunity to learn and discuss. Thank you very much for listening.
Next, I invite Professor Peter McCaffrey, consultant in higher education from London and interim deputy vice chancellor from Royal Agricultural University, Cirencester. Professor has over 35 years leadership, management, teaching and research experience, including 17 years reporting at board level across a range of institutions from further education colleges to USA Ivy League University, involving successive business turnarounds. Professor Peter McCaffrey is a former UK Vice Chancellor and Winston Churchill Fellow with extensive experience across a variety of institutions, from further education college to USA Ivy League University. A broadcaster on the Trump presidency, a UK National Leadership Fellow in higher education and pioneer of online university management development. He also provides consultancy services to higher education institutions within the UK and beyond. He is also a trustee and governor of Holland Park School Academy in West London, a state secondary trailblazer that regularly outperforms its fee-paying independent school neighbors. He was awarded a National Leadership Fellowship by the Leadership Foundation for Higher Education. He pioneered a wider management mentoring program at London South Bank University for the university's Black and minority ethnic managers in partnership with the public and private sector, and led the Equality and Diversity team, whose work was showcased by the Higher Education Founding Council in their Sustaining Excellence in Review.
An unprecedented peacetime lockdown to tackle the coronavirus pandemic has upended many of our assumptions about the future. Uncertainty over student recruitment has left many universities fearing for their survival. To be an effective university leader, you must master the 4 No's. Know your environment, know your university, know your department, and know yourself. Revisit your university strategic plan and risk register. Are they fit for purpose? What do the financial key performance indicators tell you about your university's liquidity, its burden of debt, and its short-term and long-term financial health? What is the culture of your university and your department? Is it collegial, entrepreneurial, corporate, bureaucratic? Drawing a culture map is one of the most powerful tools with which to engage your colleagues. It will help you to identify where you are now, where do you want to go, and how you're going to get there. Consider your department or service or faculty. Go back to first principles. What would be missed if your department didn't exist? What does your department really contribute to the university and the greater good? Do not assume everyone knows or that it is self-evident. One of the most difficult and last things we ever learn is our impact on those around us. Are you aware of the deep-rooted ways in which you prefer to work, your negotiating style in handling conflict, or what others think of you? There are well-known psychometric instruments which can help you find out. How open are you in your dealings with colleagues? If not, why not? How do you read situations, view issues? Through a structural frame, a political one, a symbolic frame, or people frame? Many limit their options and decision-making by relying on just one cognitive frame. Test your cognitive preference to ensure you don't. Are you using all your political resources? Make an inventory and extend your network of influence. Research tells us that many confuse being busy with being productive. Maintain your focus, marshal your energy, and you will be a purposeful action taker in meeting the challenges ahead.
Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Kamlesh Mishra, the Vice Chancellor from Rishihud University, Sonipat, Haryana, India. Dr. Kamlesh Mishra completed his PhD in economics from Northeastern University, Boston, and taught there as a lecturer until 1990. From 1991 to 1994, he served as an economist at the University Center Social and Urban Research, University of Pittsburgh, USA. After 14 years of stay in the United States, Professor Mishra returned to India in mid-1994 to fulfill his burning desire to bring about changes in the Indian higher education system. In 1996, he took up the position of founding Vice Chancellor of Oro University, Surat. He then went on to become the Vice Chancellor of Ansal University, Gurgaon. He currently holds the position of Vice Chancellor of Rishihud University, Haryana. Dr. Mishra is a well-known strategist and innovative leader in conceiving, organizing, and managing educational and research organizations. He combines in him qualities of vision, building, organizing, motivating, and leading teams to perform at their peak level. He is regarded as a thoughtful leader and speaker on the formulation and implementation of corporate strategies, knowledge, and innovation management.
Let me first welcome all of you to this first ICTEMR Conference 2021. Let me thank the organizers for having me today and to speak to you on areas of technology, innovation, and research. I'm really pleased to be with you, and I hope that over the next 2 days, you are going to have some great thoughts that are going to emerge from this conference, and that all of you will have a lot of takeaways that are going to be there for you to think, debate, and also to action many of those things which are going to be important in this sphere of higher education. Last 1 year has been a very, very difficult time for higher education. Especially we were forced into a situation where we had to adopt certain technologies that previously we did not think, as face-to-face interaction with students and among faculty members became almost impossible. The question that has always been asked is that given this experience, are we as higher education institutions going to move into an area of adopting new innovative technologies that will make learning and teaching a different experience altogether compared to what we have experienced in the past? It is my firm belief that no matter how innovative technologies become and how we begin to use them in the higher education sphere, I'm very, very confident that it will be almost impossible to do away with the face-to-face teaching and learning process that we have always been used to. Although most people believe that we will move on to online learning and it will become one of the biggest changes that will drive higher education system, I personally believe that once this pandemic is over, we will be back to what we were doing originally. However, we would still continue to evolve new technologies, implement new technologies, innovate new processes, and accommodate them into our existing face-to-face models that we have already had. This will be a sort of preparation for any eventuality in the future that we may face of this kind of pandemic. In terms of technology, innovation, and research, I think one of the things that we all need to think about and think again in a very serious way is what kind of technology, what kind of innovation, or what kind of research is going to be essential as we move forward into the new age that we are entering into. I think a lot of our research that has been done in universities should now focus on ones that create social impact, ones that can change the way society is going to reorganize itself. Now, most people believe that a lot of research that is being done is put to a commercial use. However, we need to focus more on research that is going to be not only commercially viable, but also it creates a very, very big social impact, and there is a transformation that takes place in the society. Such technology and innovation that will help in the process of creating these kind of research environments in education institutions will be the ones that will be sought after. As we move forward from this stage on, and hopefully over the next 1 year, we should be able to get out of this kind of situation that we have been. But this experience that we have had in the last year or so should bring us some new thinking in higher education systems, both in terms of teaching, learning, and in terms of research that is being conducted at different institutions all across the world. There are a couple of things that I would like to emphasize as we move forward. First, I think one of the things that we have realized in this pandemic is that there is very little that is required to really live a decent life, live a good life. Educational institutions must promote this idea among younger generations that we need to get out of the mode of greed as a corporate culture. And we have been seeing and witnessing for the last decade that a lot of corporate failures that have taken place have been because of tremendous amount of greed that has got into the system. That's one of the most important things that we need to inculcate in our young minds. Second, we also need to realize that the world is a very, very small place now. And interdependencies are going to be crucial as we move forward. Educational institutions across the world will have to collaborate and cooperate with each other in terms of how we deal with students. I think it's important for all institutions to get together and provide the kind of experience that students need to have, not only in their respective countries, but also what is happening outside the borders of our own country. It is thus important that educational institutions need to start collaborating. And one of the ways of collaborating is having these kind of conferences and seminars which bring ideas from all across the globe on a single platform where people can exchange ideas and they can move on with new areas of research that may emerge from the discussions that are held during these kind of conferences and seminars. The third aspect we should keep in mind is that in order for us to promote research, we will need faculty members across the globe to begin to collaborate. It's going to be a new world altogether, and it's a borderless world. And therefore, it is important that research collaborations happen between institutions across the world. And that is going to help us identify new areas that will emerge in the field of adaptation of technology, innovation, and how it can be used to enhance the whole process through which higher education is imparted all across the world. We are today faced with a lot of questions that probably we do not have all the answers at this point in time. It is therefore important that these kind of conferences are the meeting grounds where ideas are generated and further research can be executed based on those ideas. I personally feel that this conference will bring such ideas together, and I hope that more people will come forward and collaborate in these type of conferences and seminars. I wish you all the best for this conference, and I hope all those who are participating, either presenting papers or sharing their research or just sheer participants, You will have a great time together, learning together, and I hope that we will come out with some good results that will benefit the academic community. Thank you so much and have a great day. Enjoy yourself and great learning. Thank you.
Next, I welcome all the participants for the technical session. I invite Saeed Hamid Al-Rawahi to discuss on the conceptual framework for the resources management attributes and aircraft maintenance efficiency in the aviation industries in Oman.
Hi everybody, this is Saeed Al-Rawahi from the Sultanate of Oman. I am a PhD student in Malaysian university called Salanjol University in Sha'aran. Today, for the coming 15 minutes, inshallah, I'm going to present, a paper. This paper titled as the conceptual framework for the resource management activities and aircraft maintenance facility in the aviation industry of the Sultanate of Oman. My presentation outlines, as mentioned in the slide in front of you, we'll have some introduction, then we'll go for background of the study, literature review, and also conceptual framework, methodology of the study, and then we'll conclude our slides. Background of the study: as aircraft made to fly, since it's a flying machine, it has to be maintained actually from time to time and in accordance with the manufacturer manuals and also some directives from the aviation authorities as international authorities. For example, we have such as BACA, EASA and FAA to achieve 100% safety, because there is no tolerance in aircraft maintenance, or there is no tolerance in aircraft safety, has to be 100%. Of course, this sort of maintenance can be divided into two types of maintenance. We divide into minor maintenance and major maintenance. What's the difference between the minor maintenance and the major maintenance? Minor maintenance is the maintenance which is carried out within the operators themselves and using their own facilities, and does not involve special servicing equipment, facilities, or any inspections and special workforces. So this can be managed locally. Where the major ones, actually it needs extensive facilities, it needs a lot of spare parts and also special equipment for doing some checks and some maintenance, and also it needs some detailed inspections. So it's a bit higher than the minor one. During the aircraft major maintenance, if this aircraft is being set for a major maintenance, so it will go for downtime. It be sit in a workshop or in a hangar to do this sort of maintenance. And this sort of maintenance can be effected by the following: aircraft maintenance facilities, spare parts, organizational factors, financial applications, human factors, and planning and control. However, there are a number of causes for the undesired extended aircraft downtime due to ineffective maintenance practices. So, to reduce or to minimize the extended aircraft downtime can be done by improving the maintenance efficiency. So it's mandatory to find out what are the causes which contribute to the aircraft to remain under the hangar or under maintenance longer than estimated downtime or time duration. In fact, there is a number of studies conducted, and all of those papers being published or studies being done in the field of aircraft maintenance management and aircraft maintenance resources management, covering aircraft maintenance facilities and also covering the aircraft spare parts, profitability, human factors, planning and control, manpower, and organizational factors. So all those factors been already discussed and covered by so many papers and by so many studies. So from there, it shows that there is an evident, actually a number of variables contributing to the aircraft readiness and maintenance efficiency. Of course, we are going to speak about so many theories being chosen to use in this study. Actually, it's underpinning of theories. Applications of aircraft maintenance vary, as you know, from one country to another due to there is some things, which is affect like culture, legal systems, and historical developments. Also, the aircraft maintenance have their different operators or operating parties, clients, stakeholders, operators, and governmental legal structures. So all of these sort of factors can affect, to be honest. To recognize the different dimensions of wider environmental influencing factors of aircraft maintenance, this study has been chosen some theories, as I've already mentioned, such as agency theory, resource dependency theory, and the resource-based theory. So those are the three types of theories being chosen actually for this study. We'll start from the agency theory. This theory directed by the ubiquitous agency relationship, where the party, in fact in this there is two parties, if we can say, the principal, delegated workers to another, and the agent. This is, as mentioned there, mentioned by James. This theory concerned, in fact, with resolving two problems. It's the goals of the principals and the agent. If the goals of the principals and the agents are not the same, so it's sorting this issue. Also, it's difficult or expensive for the principal to verify the agent's work. The problem within this theory that the principal and the agent, they may prefer different actions because of the different risk performance. So this is the theory as diagram. You can see in there the agent, the principal, and the counter can be set, and we'll see outcomes and go back to both of them. If we move to the other theory, resource dependency theory, organization operates under an environmental of complexity. This is for sure. Sometimes there is a lot of complexity in while you are working, associated with wider interdependencies. Is directly related to the quality and effectiveness of directors who make up the board capital. Also, directors must be equipped with skills, knowledge, experts to build an effective external relationship and secure adequate resource to address the interest of multiple stakeholders and wider environmental impact. The increased level of professionalism and dependence of senior management, this theory extended and include the chief executive officer and his senior management. And in there, in fact, we'll show you, this is the dependency theory, as can see in there between two organizations. There is an organization A and organization B, and you can see the organizational effectiveness can be affected by the constraints and also organizational environment. So all those of things can be affected, and the outcomes of the organization. If we move to the third one, which is the resource-based view. This resource-based view states that the resource of the bundles of resources and company processes are the basis for achieving competitive. So this is aiming of achieving the competitive advantage. The strategic management field as a framework for explaining the conditions under which a frame may gain a strained competitive. And this is, as the diagram shows there, is the firms to innovate can be affected by different factors as mentioned: financial resources, technical resources, or intangible resources. If we go for financial resources and like internet, external funds, internal and external funds, sorry, and also there's IT systems, goes into the technical resources, engineering equipment, intangible resources like human and knowledge skills. All of these can be affected by all. We're still in the research theory, which we are speaking about the resource-based theory. One of the objectives of the resource theory is to explain how organizations manage to maintain and dominate a position in competitive environment. So this helps to see where to place itself in a competitive environment. The resource and organization processes have an influence on its performance, and organization compete against one another for a resource. Now we'll talk about the conceptual framework. Actually, this framework was formed based on reviewing several related and core literatures regarding this issue, and this framework formed to meet the study objectives and the question. So the main objectives of the proposed framework is to focus on the moderating impacts of effective planning and control on the relationship of between the relationship of the resource management authorities and aircraft maintenance in the aviation industry of the Sultanate of Oman. If we go back to there, if you can see, this is the framework of my study. Actually, we have individual factors or independent variables or dependent variables. The independent variables listed in there as aircraft maintenance facilities, management of spares, organizational factors, financial allocation, human factors, where our DV is the aircraft maintenance and the moderating factor will be the planning and control. The methodology, as we were talking before, as a study aims to investigate existing variables literature for determining of relevant factors that have causes and effect on the ensuring of aircraft maintenance efficiency in the aviation industry in Oman. Therefore, the study uses variables resources of existing literature based on the four main keywords. Actually, the first one, aircraft maintenance efficiency. Second one, aircraft maintenance and resource management activities, or effective planning and aircraft maintenance, and internal control and aircraft maintenance. As an explored to cover from Google Scholar, Request and Scopus and other online resources. So to conclude what we've said, as it was the aim to investigate existing variables literature for determining of relevant factors that have causes and effects on the ensuring of aircraft maintenance efficiencies in the aviation industry in Oman, the study revealed from analyzing of the review findings that there are different gaps in existing literature, and the current research come up with some of the points that should be tackled in the next step of the research. The following study also identified the effective usage of aircraft maintenance resources for minimizing the downtime of the aircraft being on the ground for longer time should be considered as one of the critical works in the aviation industry in Oman. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for being attention with me, and if you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer. Thank you very much and have a good time.
Next, I invite Neeraj Ruangsan to discuss about the Buddhist doctrines for human capital development in Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Neeraj Ruangsan. I'm here on behalf of my
Research Fellow, which is Assistant Professor Dr. Vitaya Thongdi, Assistant Professor Dr. Nitesanan Nari, and Dr. Somkwon Nansitan. The topic of my presentation today is Buddhist Doctrine for Human Capital Development in Thailand. So, as you probably know, in Thailand, the development of human capital become an important key indicator for the national development because it is one of the keys to build the national competitiveness. Also, Buddhism has played an important part in developing Thai society. Today, there are many studies related to the application of Buddhist teaching to develop the manners of personnel in Thailand. However, these studies have only focused on the behavioral development. A few of them focuses on the application of Buddhist teaching to promote the human capital to increase the national competitiveness. Due to this academic gap, I and my research fellow are interested to study the way to use the Buddhist teaching to promote the human capital, and we like to use the principle called 5 precepts, which is to refrain from taking life, taking what is not given, misuse of the senses or sexual misconduct, and wrong speech, and reckless intoxicants. So the questions of our research is how the 5 precepts is used in human capital development to contribute the national competitiveness. So let's have a look at the research objectives. This research aims to explore how 5 precepts is used to develop human capital in Thailand. In so doing, the first objective of this research is to investigate Thai policy on human capital development and study the ways that 5 precepts support the human capital development in Thailand. This research was a qualitative research carried out by the following procedures. First, the researchers studied the concept of Thai policy, current conditions, problems, needs, and other sources related to using 5 precepts to develop human capital in Thailand. At this stage, the documentary research is mainly used. Second, we organized the focus group discussions of the 6 experts to discuss about the ways to use 5 precepts in developing human capital in Thailand. Let's have a look at the findings of this research. In general, the idea of human capital development is to create human with competence benefits the organization or the country, and this gives the organization a competitive advantage and drives the organization to its goals. If any organization has talented people with potential, it makes the organization stronger than its competitors and achieve organization goals. This means the overall competitiveness and progress of a country can be achieved when there is a quality human capital in the public, private, and governmental enterprises. However, in Thailand, Thai people are not expected to have such competence only, but also to be disciplined and ethical according to the national strategy. In order to achieve such goal, many moral trainings has been organized in the educational institutions and the government and private organizations with the aim to train Thai people to be ethical. It does not exaggerate to say that Thai government wants its citizens to be a perfect human with competency and morality. To answer the question, how does 5 precepts support the development of human capital? 5 precepts is used to control the physical and verbal actions of the practitioner. It can be used as the behavioral guidelines restricting the human actions in the wholesome ways. It can be said that smart person with high human capital is not always a good person. Having a lot of people with high human capital but without morality or ethics can cause more damage to the organizations. It is the same way that having the master thief or outlaw at work. In conclusion, in pursuit of the goals of the national development, a secure nation, contented people, continued economic growth, an equal society, and sustainable natural resources, Buddhist doctrine can be used to promote the development of human capital. 5 precepts is suitable for the physical and verbal development, but for the mental or intellectual development, it requires other doctrines such as meditation or bhavana 4 to support. However, human capital development should not be limited to using the Buddhist doctrine only. Other religions' teaching can be applied. Ladies and gentlemen, this is come to the end of my presentation. I hope my presentation covered all the points. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Varadit Tanapatra, who will be discussing on the development model for digital transformation of hotel in Thailand.
Introduction. Digital transformation are having widespread impact of all sectors in both social and industrial aspects. Digital transformation has been considered as a fundamental factor in the transformation that leads to the creation of added value to the organization. Digital transformation is not just about providing and implementing technology for its intended purpose, but it is also an important means of solving other management problems. Digital transformation is currently being raised as a complex issue that affects many areas of the company. Digital technology can also lead to fundamental change in business, product model, production process, and organization structure. There are many options and factors to consider, such as information technology that comes with the technological innovation and including organization management process. The process of successful digital transformation is there is a need for approach and balancing the security of corporate resources with capacity building and human resource development. The main problem with digital transformation is different in the use of digital technology. Some businesses are transformed by adopting digital technology more and less. The nature of transformation that is driven and built on the basics of in-house digital technology determine the transformation of the enterprise to big data analytics, cloud, mobile platform, and social media. The current business environment is faced with radical change in the business landscape, resulting from the creation of innovation and digital opportunities. Not only does digital technology affect the way we run a business, but it also affects business models that exist in many industries. As a result, businesses are still faced with the challenge of these transformations. From the problem mentioned above, it is brought to research this time, especially the hotel group that has adopted digital transformation widely nowadays, either at the individual level or at the business level. Two research objectives. The research aimed to 1. Study elements of the digital transformation development model of hotel business in Thailand, and 2. To develop a digital transformation business model hotels in Thailand. 3. Research methodology, population and sample. The format of this research. It is a quantitative research by applying the theoretical framework based on principal idea of theories to reach discovery on important issues. The researcher collected data by using questionnaires with 9,489 hotels business in Thailand in 2020 to determine the sample size that was suitable for the analysis of structural equation model SEM statistical technology data. The sample size of 20 people per one variable in this research. The researcher had 13 observable variables in the model, so the suitable sample size was 260 people, and the data was collected by the mailing questionnaire and meeting at the workplace. In order to get the proportion of the questionnaire in response to for this research, the researcher used multi-step sampling method. Research tool. The tool used for data collection was questionnaire, which can be divided into 6 parts. 1. General information of respondent. 2. Organization management. 3. Information technology. 4. Innovation. 5. Digital transformation. And 6. Business performance, which creation of research tool. The researcher has studied related concept, theory, and the literature. A past examination for the fidelity and the validity of the content by testing validity. The component accuracy of the whole questionnaire was equal 0.95, which is considered with criteria and test to find the confidence value. The confidence value of the whole questionnaire was equal 0.989. Statistics used in data analysis. The researcher has determined the statistics that are appropriate and consistent with the statistical data to answer the research objective. Statistics used in data analysis consist of 4 parts as follows. Part 1. Descriptive analysis. Statistics were percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Part 2. Analysis of the relation between variables by analyzing the person's product moment correlation coefficients. Part 3. Statistical analysis of the stability of the talent variable and the mean of the variance that was extracted. Part 4. Statistical analysis of structural equation models. The researcher used it for analysis of structural equation models. 4. Research results. Research summary. The researcher can conclude as follows. 1. General information of respondents. Most of the respondents were female. 66.42% of the age between 40 and 49 years, or 36.17% have 11 and 15 years of work experience. 37.69% has a current position as a manager, accounted for 20.48% respectively. 2. Data of mean value of organization management variable. Information technology, digital innovation, transformation, and business performance, all variables had a high level of overall option. 3. The results of checking the conformity of the research model in the empirical data. Get the analysis result. The harmonization index of the model was found to be consistent with the empirical data, with the 6 index had met to acceptance criteria. 4. The results of the part analysis show that the organization management, information technology, and innovation has direct influence of digital transformation. The influence size were 0.36, 0.4, and 0.25 respectively, and digital transformation has a positive direct influence on the business performance, with direct influence size of the 0.32. Information technology and innovation had a positive indirect influence on the business performance through digital transformation, with indirect influence size of 0.22, 0.32, and 0.28 respectively. The last conclusion, according to the study, is what found that that mean data of organization management variables, information technology, digital innovation, transformation, and business performance overall is a high level. The results of the verification of the conformity of the research model to the empirical data, the overall model's harmonization index was found to be consistent with the empirical data, and the result of the path analysis show that the organization management, information technology, and innovation have a positive direct influence of digital transformation, and digital transformation have a positive direct influence on business performance, and organization management, information technology, and innovation has a positive indirect influence on the business performance. Thank you.
Next, I invite Sangwon Jankon to discuss on the effect of integration in a dance instruction model for undergraduate students in general education at Rajamangala University of Technology.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sangwon Jankon. I am a doctoral student from Faculty of Physical Education, Srinakharinviro University, Thailand. I work alongside with my two co-authors, Assistant Professor Dr. Sathin Pachanban and Dr. Panu Kusonwong from Faculty of Physical Education, Srinakharinviro University, Thailand. Today, I would like to talk about my research. The topic is the effect of integration in a dance instruction model of undergraduate students in general education at Rajamongkol University of Technology. Background and problem. Key to the development and growth to any nation and increasing competitive and uncertain global economy is education and training for its workforce. Physical education is a field of education which is essential for students in terms of physical, mental, emotional, social, and intellectual development to physical activity or sports. Students of physical education self-develop in many aspects. Activity help students to learn and acquire knowledge in the same time. My experience. Students cannot perform well in dance classes. Therefore, I as a researcher invent a dance instruction model called 1-2-3 CPM model. Research objective. The objective of this research were 1. To experiment on undergraduate students in general education at Rajamongkol University of Technology. 2. Assess the effectiveness of the integrated dance instruction model. Research methodology. The sample groups in this research consisted of undergraduate students at Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi, who enrolled in their lesson in general education during the first semester of the academic year 2019. The purposive sampling was applied toward two groups of 30 students. The research instruments used in this research were an integrated dance model, another model of dance instruction dance skill assessment, and satisfaction assessment form. The data was analyzed by one sample t-test t-test dependent, and the analysis of variance, one-way and COA. Result of the study is the integrated then instruction model or other model. After the course, the student skills have been improved. However, the students who study the integrated then instruction model have better skills than those who study with others. This table shows the comparison between the integrated then instructor model and another model, which have a statistically significance of 0.05 level. The students who study with the same or different instructors, there is no difference in their results. The student satisfaction of the integrated then instruction model was higher than others. Also, the student course preference was the integrated then instruction model. Here is the 1-2-T CPM model that I developed. C. Constant for content. 2P. Principle and purpose. 3M. Method of instruction, media and facility, and measurement and evaluation. Conclusion. In summary, the student satisfaction toward the integrated then instruction model is higher than any other than model. In addition, results of this research can be developed for further study and appropriate to students in order for them to achieve academically. And this research can be adapted in context to each institution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Judatip Junied, who will be presenting the potential development for business of hot spring to support health tourism and high-value services based on community resources for community involvement tourism management in Mysore district, Tak Province.
The potential development for business of hot spring to support health tourism and high-value services based on community resources for community involvement tourism management in Mysore district, Tak Province. Other name Dr. Judatip Junied. Co-author name Dr. Angsumarin Jamnong Chop, Associate Professor Dr. Alin Ngamniyom, and Dr. Nathapat Manirod. For the biography of Dr. Judatip Junied, she is a lecturer for Faculty of Environmental, Culture and Ecotourism, Sri Nakarin Vilod University. She graduated in Doctor of Philosophy program in Tourism Management, University of Phayao, Thailand. She got the Tourism Award in 2019 by Tourism Authority of Thailand at excellent level, with the category of tourism science in the field of learning and doing. Introduction. Health and wellness tourism is a tourism that aims to learn about lifestyle, leisure and time allocation from tourism to activities related to health promotion, therapy and rehabilitation, such as the meditation, spa, aromatherapy, water therapy, the mineral bath, exercise training, natural excursion to refresh the body. Overall, it is a tourism for physical and mental relaxation therapy, as well as taking care of the physical and mental health to maintain physical health. Therefore, health and wellness tourism is a form of tourism that runs in conjunction with the health care of tourists. The research possesses integrated knowledge from various sites, such as science, to examine the water quality and the mineral content useful for the development of health tourism, and the need for good management. Therefore, the research team would like to present the result of the research to find out how to develop the commercial potential of the hot spring source to support health tourism and high value added service based on a community-based resource such as a community-based tourism management in Mae Sot District, Tak Province. Moreover, it would be a good opportunity if Mae Sot City would be able to transform itself into a full and integrated medical center for human medical and business medicine. Research objective. First, to study and analyze the potential of community-based health tourism management in hot spring of Mae Sot District, Tak Province. Second, to study the mineral poverty and analyze water quality in hot spring source, Mae Sot District, Tak Province. And the last, to recommend the community-based hot spring management to be a high-value health tourism attraction of Mae Sot District, Tak Province. Literature review. It comprises of 5 concepts. First, concept and theory of the tourism and element of tourism. Second, concept of health tourism. Third, concept of integration and participation. Fourth, concept of travel decisions. And the last one, concept and setting of the quality standard for hot spring health tourism attraction. Research methods. This study is mixed research. The key informants, the researcher used a specific sampling method to obtain the real information from the opinion of the representative in all sectors, both at the executive level and at the local operational level, who are involved in health tourism in hot spring in Mae Sot District, Tak Province. It could be classified into 4 groups with the 25 key informants selected. The instrument construction and tool quality inspection. The data collection tools consist of the in-depth interview and semi-structured interview, guideline for framing interview, question derived from the study of document, concept, theory, and the research related to health tourism, and examination of the qualitative standard of hot spring health tourism attraction. For the research result, it can be classified into 4 parts according to the SWOT analysis, starting from the strength. The community activity participate in the preservation of the natural resources in the area. A variety of herbs in Mae Sot District can be proceeded into the health product. Tak Province is a geological route with a high-quality national hot spring. The service community has high service mind and hospitality. And Mae Sot District has rich nature and suitable for development as the destination spa of the West. Moreover, the location of the area can attract the high potential health tourists from the neighboring country to participate in the health and wellness spa tourism activity. For the weakness, the community member involved in the health tourism business still lack of the expertise in design activity to suit with the tourist group. And also they have the problem in the communication in Burmese, Chinese, and English for service provider. There is still lack of the systematic research and innovation in order to support the trend of healthcare service and in line with the changing technologies. Opportunities. The trend of health tourism is gaining popularity with the tourists around the world. The modern people are willing to invest more in healthcare. The spa business and Thai massage are promoted in the National Development Plan. And also the government sector support tourism in the secondary of the Tak Province as a charming city province. However, there are also the threat or the obstacle such as the globalization, the access route in inconvenient, and there is no public transportation. The value of the occupation is the community, where young groups are popular to find work outside the area. Moreover, the mineral found in Mae Gasa hot spring in Mae Sot District comprise of the calcium, which can be helped to strengthen bone and teeth, improve the skin balance condition, prevent dryness. for sodium can maintain the water balance system in the body, help in transmitting the scent. Zinc help to shape new skin cells. Copper helps to nourish the collagen fibers. And potassium can help to maintain the pH balance of the body. The guidelines for developing the commercial capability of the hot spring to support high value-added health tourism and services based on the community-based resources can be achieved through participatory community-based tourism management in Mae Sot District, Tak Province, according to the theory of 5A and the AAC process as the following figures. There are 5A comprised of attractions, accessibilities, accommodation, amenities, and activities. The research proposal. First, water resources management. The main issue at government agency in the area and community is the administration of hot spring to be developed as the model in the Western region. A management should be made to take advantage of the overflowing geyser by increasing the service for bathing and hot spring bath for tourists. Second, law enforcement. The government should issue regulation to study earth science information such as survey of the underground geyser system, geyser quality, the quality of the geyser and environment of all hot spring sources in Thailand. The last but not least, strategic plan. Developing to achieve planning and direction for the development of all hot spring distribution in Tak Province to enable the proper use of tourism to its full potential and to maintain its uniqueness and to identity of each area. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Kirkith Chairatna to discuss on the promotion of local culinary tourism in Rayong.
Good morning, sir. Now I will present you about my research, namely the promotion of local culinary tourism in Rayong. My name is Kirkith Chairatna, Doctor of Philosophy candidate, Program in Tourism and Hotel Management, College of Management, Bangkok, University of Rayong. The research aims to promote local culinary tourism in Rayong, study behavior and satisfaction of Thai tourism towards local culinary tourism in Rayong, and develop the guideline for promoting local culinary tourism in Rayong. The questionnaire were used to collect data from 400 Thai tourists visit Rayong, and appropriate sample size was determined confidence level at 95% and collect the data by convenience sampling. The data was analyzed by descriptive statistics to analyze the potentials of local culinary tourism in Rayong. This objective to study the satisfaction of Thai tourists with local food in Rayong. Area scope, Rayong province. Scope of data source, Thai tourism traveler to Rayong province. Content scope is a study of the satisfaction of Thai tourists with local food in Rayong province. Period scope on December 2019 to June 2020. Research method. This study was qualitative research. The source of information is from Thai tourists traveling in Rayong. The data collected to use 400 questionnaires. The method of data collect is to collect information as convenient. Data analysis method use descriptive statistics. The researcher found that tourist saturation with unique characteristics, unique taste, food freshness, reasonable price, value of local food items, food decoration, the dress code, and the promptness of local food recommendation of the service staff were highly satisfied with the tourists. However, there was still gap for bringing more latent ability to develop their potential. For example, in the area of public relations and marketing, lower government agents, a local restaurant operator should cooperate in organizing tourism route to local food in the province, mapping to show restaurants to tourists and provide basic information to tourists, including event, festival, local food, and local food sale of each area in the Picasso street to promote the food for tourists to see, recognize, and have the opportunity to taste. This will showcase the local culinary culture of the young people, including holding food contests, exhibition, and selling local food products in order to stimulate future development of local food products. Suggestion. The first, it should publicize to be related person, entrepreneur, and restaurant to know the guideline for working together in order to provide information to tourists in the same direction. The second, tourism should be promoted to food to tourists through various media, such as radio, advertising, brochure, magazine, and social media of all types to list of food of tourists, which will affect the perception of tourists to traveling. The third, local food occupation by public relations, education, value building, eating local food, and creating local pride in terms of the value of local food and the nutrition. Now, value should be encouraged and supported. The fourth, development of creative and unique local food by using local food wisdom to create identity and differentiation of the product through development idea and integrate with the potential of local ingredients to be able to be developed local food to be more unique. Quality and distinctive should be encouraged. Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Dr. Pakamas Chairatana, who will be discussing on the promotion of cultural community-based tourism of Chiang Khan District, Liao Province.
Good morning, sir. Now I will present you about my research, namely the promotion of cultural community-based tourism of Chiang Khan District, Liao Province. My name is Dr. Pakamas Chairatana. I am lecturer at College of Management, Bangkok University of Phayao. The purpose of the research were the first of study the potential of cultural community-based tourism attraction of Chiang Khanh district, Le province, and the second to study the guideline for the tourism promotion in Chiang Khanh district, Le province. Research methodology was qualitative. The people relating to tourism management in Chiang Khanh district, Le province, were determined at the sample group. The in-depth interview were used to collect the data from two relating people from government sector, private sector, community sector, and technical officer. Research tool consisted of the in-depth and semi-structured interview about the potential of tourism attraction in the community of Chiang Khanh district and marketing mix. The result showed that cultural community-based tourism of Chiang Khanh district, Le province, was presented to the unique local lifestyle. There are distinctly unique religion, local culture, and handicraft in Chiang Khanh community. The beauty of architecture of the temple is outstanding and significant in history. The culture tourism is very and unique in each community. There are unique and outstanding food, language, custom, and way of life. There are also various kind of distinct one tambon, one product in each area. The walking street is one of the most important tourist attraction at Chiang Khanh. Municipality, the tourists visiting Chiang Khanh never miss religion of tourism. Many delisting temple, the famous of Buddhist art like Anonymous Buddha statues, Chiang Khanh Skywalk at Phukok Miếu. A new tourist destination is development to attract more tourists. Therefore, the tourist attraction in each Chiang Khanh community are distinctly unique and outstanding. The most important thing is strong cooperation from all sectors or Chiang Khanh community to develop tourists to be sustainable tourist attraction. The first, to study of potential of community culture tourism site in Chiang Khanh district, Le province. The second, to study the guideline for tourism promotion in Chiang Khanh district, Le province. The research framework of stakeholders in community-based cultural tourism management in Chiang Khanh district, Le province, in terms of tourism component potential. From this study, it was found that there are some interesting points for future study of the result as follows. The first, there should be a study on branding to create a clear identity in the tourist attraction of Chiang Kham district in order to create brand recognition for tourists. The second, there should be study on the factor related to tourist management in order to promote tourist attraction in terms of capacity to accommodate tourists during festival or tradition, because it is a time when tourists are concentrated very well, which may adversely affect the tourist result of the area. Thank you.
Next, I invite Priya Chanok Ketsuwan to discuss on the sustainability of arts and culture, a comparative case study of cultural village, Chiang Kham District, Phai Province, Thailand, and Luang Prabang World Heritage City, Laos.
สวัสดีค่ะ Today I would like to present my research work in the topic of sustainability of art and culture, a comparative case study of cultural village Chiang Kham District, Phai Province, Thailand, and Luang Prabang World Heritage City, Laos. Second, then I would like to introduce myself and my co-worker. First, my name is Priya Chanok Ketsuwan from School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao. Second, Mr. Twi Seriwat, Department of Art and Design, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University and Phayao. And the last is Mr. Santi Siri Kashapan, Department of Music and Dance, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao. For the abstract, Phayao University has operated the project One Faculty, One Model since fiscal year 2012 by assign the Faculty of Architecture and Fine Arts responsible for Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province, operating under three missions: research, academic service of society, and the preservation of art and culture by saving researchers to take responsibility for the project continuously for each fiscal year until 2019, totally 8 years. The first year that the faculty had adjusted the research model to integrate science, in which 5 disciplines are architecture, interior design, art and design, performing art, and Western music, to do a project together. For research in Thai Cultural Village, Phayao Province, Thailand, comparing with Thai Cultural Village in a country that is culturally close to the culture is Thai Village in Nayang Thai Village, Nam Bak, Luang Prabang Province, Laos. By studying the context of the change in arts and culture among the Thai ethnic groups, to analyze for good development practice, integrate science research project on the changing of the world and cultural and achieve cooperate networks. For the purpose, first, to study the relationship between Thai Lü culture in Phayao province and Thai Lü in Luang Prabang province, Laos, in the art and culture that will lead to the development of design and creation. Second, to manage research projects in the form of integration of science with all disciplines involved. It is expected that there will be a way to produce creative works, design, or academic article from 5 disciplines and international activities. About the Thai Lü group, first I want to explain about Thai Lü in Thailand. The Thai Lü ethnic group from 12 Panna immigrant to Thailand after being colonized by Burma, Tonggu dynasty, 1558 for more than 200 years. Kawila, the army leader at that time, together with the support of Siamese armies, successfully rebelled against the Burmese in north of Thailand during the Burmese and Siamese War. After the victory, he brought a great number of the war captives back from 12 Panna, including Thai Khern, Thai Yai, Thai Lü ethnicity to the north of Thailand area, which formerly called Lana. Thai Lü war captive divided settled in area of Phra, Nan, Phayao, Chiang Rai, and outer city along the route from 12 Panna, China, into Laos, Vietnam, and Burma. In Phayao, Thailand, the first Thai Lü settlement was in Chiang Muon district, then spread to Pong district, Chiang Kham district, and Pusang district in order. Thai Lü ethnic groups in Chiang Kham district still prioritize their ethnic history by naming their village is named Yuan and Mang village in Chiang Kham district, Phayao, Thailand. After 2 districts in organized 12 Panna, including Yuan and Mang district, they also inherit their culture, way of life, and still use Thai Lü language among themselves until the present. About Thai Lü in Laos. Thai Lü ethnic group in Ban Nayang Thai call themselves Lü or Lü Kalom. Without the word Thai, they evacuated from China due to threat of war and natural disaster in the early of Lan Chang Kingdom. Their first settlement was by the river in Vieng Phu-kha, Luang Nam Tra province in Laos, resulting from frequent villages and tribute collection from both China and Burmese. They retreated to Pak Bang, southern Laos, and settled there for a long period. Then this area became overpopulated, which result in the shortage of food and agricultural land. The king of Luang Prabang at that time led Lu people to find more substantial land. So they moved to Chiang Hon Hong Sa, เมืองเงิน Nam U River, Nam Bak River, Nam La River, and some have settled in Ban Nayang Tai until today. According the dwelling house of หรือกะล่อม บ้านนายางใต้ เมืองน้ำบาก หลวงพระบาง ลาว Identify creative tourists for sustainability. The travel experience thought, sensing, receiving, and absorbing local culture leads to the awareness of cultural heritage values, and it appears to be the beginning of cultural of sustainability because its publicity and interpersonality reveal from the first hand. Experience result in continuously returning visit. This finding is parallel with the National Economic and Social Development Plan, which prioritize tourist accessibility, consuming, and corridor feeding at the grassroots community level. To develop sustainability cultural tourism, it depends on people, ethnic groups who belong to that culture to operate and drive to work to proceed. The root of research are offering guidance and future inspiration based on their culture. This research is focused on the study of on-site collected data from Thai Lu village in Chiang Kham district, Phayao province, Thailand, and Thai Lu village in Ban Nayang Tai, Luang Prabang, Laos. The study subject is a process of both community cultural inheritance, whether they are related or differentiated, and how. The collected data will be analyzed given the circumstance that they have moved from 12 ปันนา for century and have kept development until become country. Profitable cultural tourist attraction. Research plan to use art and design knowledge to facilitate Thai Lu produce product development to become more substantial, profitable, and also represent their identity. About the research methodology for research process, step 1, collecting, visiting, and interview. With the research method, study about document about Thai Lu, study state area at Thai Lu in Chiang Kham district, Phayao, Thailand, and Thai Lu in Nam Bak village in Luang Prabang, Lao. Step to data analyze, design work, and guideline. For research method, data to art and design, sketch idea, possibility of idea analysis, and integrated with teaching and learning. Step 3, discussion and develop. Research idea present, knowledge management and discussion activity between research from Thailand and Laos, feedback analyze and improve work guideline. The result, it is found that 5 key factors of Thai Lu culture existent after immigration. First, in the first settlement, they were secluded by forbidding cross-ethnic marriage, so there were not cultural diverse. Second, inclusive community format with everyone are relative live nearby the health, live nearby and help each other in agriculture. Third, communicate in Lu language until the present. Fourth, keep inheriting them belief, tradition, and culture to next generation. Fifth, ritual and religion activities connect them as the main method to socialize. These 5 factors are considered as the foundation of cultural sustainability. About the recommendation, first, strengthening competitiveness in the service business research support. For the research idea of sustainability of art and culture, from the field of art and musician, they say to developing guidelines for teaching and learning of Lu vocalism in an academic format with note will be able to develop young musicians and build a reputation for community and country. Second, about the tourist development policy, expand production and marketing based above, promote personal potential. About the idea of sustainable of art and culture, about performing art in the hospitality category is a global medium that can be developed to show the identity of the community, developing ways to inherit the performing art and drive identity and additional income to the community. Third, about tourist development policy, to develop environment factor or attract investment environmentally friendly. About research idea of sustainable of art and culture, to develop of production approach, home decoration products, and guideline for space allocation in the Thailand building for local material. For fourth of tourism development policy, restore and develop the quality of tourist attraction to meet market needs. About the research idea, we think about demand and using urban public space in Luang Prabang concept of space management. It is important to development of capacity and sustainability in community tourist site. Fifth, about tourist development policy to balance and sustainability, the ability of sufficient result. About research idea, artisan wisdom is an original innovation in the ethnic architecture development of innovation approaches to building material made from natural materials. Local income will be able to increase and create an identity for the community. The last one for tourist development policy. 6. Strengthening community enterprise, small enterprise. About the research idea for all sustainable of art and community. Community enterprise is a group that drives the economy by giving importance of cultural products. Thus, the process of creating works of art and souvenir of Thailand identity will be able to increase an income. Conclusion. Long-term strategy planning is essential to integrated field research project to be able to include all the dimension of research topic, whether there are economic, sociology, and culture. The plan should continue to future research surrounding subject including produce, service, communities, way of life, and interaction of local to identity, cultures, identity. So at last, I have to say thank you for the organizing of the conference and thank you for give us for a chance to start to present our research with the international space. Very thank you. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Our next presenter is Natapat Manirochana, who will be discussing on the effects of service quality and service marketing mix on behavioral intentions, consumers' perspective using short-term accommodation service for tourism of Thailand.
Good morning. How are you doing? I am doing great. It's a pleasure to have you with us in the presentation research article today. Its topic: relationship between service qualities, service marketing mix, and behavioral intentions, customer perspective on short-term accommodation service for tourism in Thailand. This research have 3 participants. First, I am. My name is Natapat Manirod. Second, Juthatip Jan Iat. And third, Angsumarin Jamnong Chop. We are from Srinakarin Virod University, Thailand. Let's start first. Abstract. This study aims to examine the degree of perceived service qualities, service marketing mix, and behavioral intentions of tourists in Thailand. Study the relationship between service qualities and service marketing mix on behavioral intentions of tourists using Thailand short-term accommodation service. Results. The study showed that the overall service qualities and behavioral intentions were rated as high, with overall marketing mix rated at the highest levels. Correlation. Service qualities is found to be moderately and positively correlated with behavioral intentions. Moderate and positive correlation is found between service marketing mix and behavioral intentions. All variables are statistically significant at the 0.01 levels. We have already listened at the abstract. Now we are moving on to the next point. Research method. This study is a quantitative research using questionnaire as a research tool. Questionnaire was used as the research tool by divided into 3 parts, including perceived service qualities, service marketing mix, and behavioral intentions of the customers using Thailand short-term accommodation service for tourism. Questionnaire used the 5-point Likert scale is employed, ranking from minimum to maximum, with minimum being strongly disagree equal 1, and maximum being strongly agree equal 5. Overall reliability is 0.85. Research population is customer of short-term accommodation service for tourism in Thailand. The authors use Cochrane formula for infinite population to calculate the sample size that estimate 385 samples, with reliability set at 95% and error at 5%. The others collected data from customer of short-term accommodation service for tourism in Thailand in 4 provinces with the highest number of customers: Phuket, Chonburi, Chiang Mai, and Bangkok. The total number of samples is 1,540. Of all the questionnaire distributes 1,127 were returned. I would like to draw your attention to the discussions. Overall mean score of service qualities, service marketing mix, and behavioral intention are at the high levels. This may be because Thai people are good natures and good hosts. Thailand has great diversities of nature's resource, art, traditional, and culture across regions, which give rise to many different unique identities. Sharing house or other types of accommodation does not require much cost when compared to hotels. Therefore, cheaper price can be offered. Convenience, assurance, understanding and caring, products, novelties, process, and accessibility factors are moderately correlated with customer behavioral intentions. This may be due to convenience of reservation and payment through the online platform, accessibility, safety of short-term accommodations, and accommodating hosts. However, tangible and equities, service supplies, unique and local identities, and price factors are correlated with behavioral intentions at low degree. This is possible because certain accommodation may lack facilities required by customer to ensure their comfort. Some tourists may assume that short-term accommodation can provide mainly household facilities and opposed to clothes at hotels. I would like to recap. Finally, I would like to recap on the main point that have covered today. Factor affecting to using Thailand short-term accommodation service are accommodation, comfort, care, and solution of problems, novelties, specific local characteristics, service process, environmentally sustainable. Finally, I would like to end the presentation research article right now. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Duangte Brapondi, who will be discussing on create a 3D map from the old town of Logburi province on mobile.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Duangte Brapondi and Yanapatla Panisiyakun. We are a lecturer from major in multimedia technology, faculty information technology, Thepsati Ratchapat University. We wish a master degree in information technology from the faculty of information technology, Langsit University, Thailand. Interested in researching innovation, information technology, three-dimensional model, product development, and public relations on the online system. Today, we will present research is create a three-dimensional map from
is creating a three-dimensional model for tourist attraction in the old town, Logburi province, which has data source from the Logburi Old Town Tourism Information Book, divided by 8 according to the area of the various places. So, by creating three-dimensional model, With this research method, with the objective of this one to to build a archaeological site that is the main point in on dimensional according to the era, and to create a tourist map of the old city in logburi province in three-dimensional model. 3. To assess the satisfaction of user of the old town tourism map in logburi province. And 4. To transfer technology to interested party or interested agency, which begin by bringing information from book and analyze concept. For use in event planning, it consists of collecting data in multi-angle horizontal real-time shooting for creating historic site in a three-dimensional model. To import into two-dimensional tourist map model, target group are interested party and active tourists. Research finding that the overall satisfaction level at a high level. The overall average score is 4.29. The standard deviation is 0.678, and when analyzed in each aspect, it is found it is found it is found that the highest score is at the technical level, with an average score of 4.73, the standard deviation of 0.458, with the highest level of satisfaction. Methodology, I have 5 steps. First, study and collect information, includes picture. 2. Analyze various problems and needs. 3. Plan and design with storyboard and scene design and shooting script. 4. Develop three-dimensional model using image as prototype. 5. Transfer technology to interested party or interested agency. This is this slide. For this slide on the left is a storyboard and scene design for in planning, and right all work developed after design. For this slide is video just a part of this research. You can scan QR code for play video. For example, in conclusion, the objective of the research was to develop three-dimensional model and ancient site in robbery and presenting tourist attraction archaeological site in three-dimensional model in video format. The information within the video provide a low overview of the historical site to help make it easier to make decisions before traveling to that place or the historical site. The analysis result obtained from the evaluation of the satisfaction with media from the general public or interested people are divided into 5 parts. 1. Content. 2. Technical. 3. Sound. 4. Picture. 5. Overall benefits. There are statistical process of each work piece and can be summarized as follows. The overall content had a mean of 4.4 and standard deviation 1.056. 2. The overall technical has mean of 4.73 and the standard deviation 0.458. and 3. The overall style has mean of 4.3 and the standard deviation of 0.644. The overall picture has mean of 4.7 and the standard deviation of 0.777. And 5. The overall benefit have mean of 3.73 and the standard deviation of 0.458. They are the total average was 4.29 and the standard deviation was 0.68. From the satisfaction assessment and observing the behavior of the target audience by the researcher with viewing the result, it was level that after viewing to the three-dimensional with good result, it can effectively and appropriate grab the attention of the target audience and acknowledge.
Research on the topic of create three-dimensional model for the city tourist attraction globally with not success. If not getting help from many trips such as Professor Vilaiwan Champilun, the author of the Ancient Site Tourist Site Guide Lopburi Province and a consultant for this research project as well as teacher of multimedia technology, advisor technique for creating three-dimensional model, image, color, sound in various forms. And thank you to the National Research Council of Thailand Board for providing the opportunity to implement the project. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Sirichai Percharek to discuss on people's participation in knowledge management of Lao Krang Cultural Community, Ban Kut Chok Sub-District, Nong Mang Mong District, Chainat Province.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Srichai Pelak. Is a researcher of Textile University. Today, I am present research name is People Participation in Knowledge Management of Lao Krang Cultural Community Ban Kut Chok, Sub-District Nong Mang Mong District, Chainat Province. The research was qualitative research with the objective of 1. To study the participation of people in the knowledge management of Lao Krang Cultural Community Ban Kut Chok and Kut Chok Sub-District Nong Mang Mong, Chainat Province. 2. To study the supporting factor of factors that influence public participation in knowledge management of Lao Krang Ban Kut Chok Community Kut Chok Sub-District Nong Mang Mong. Leader scholar in the amount of 30 some people and conduct specific initiative. 1. Participation of people in knowledge management of the Lao Krang Ban Kut Chok Community Kut Chok Sub-District Nong Mang Mong, Chainat Province is present what moderate level. 2. Factor in raising of the participation of people in knowledge management of the Lao Krang Ban Kut Chok Community. 1. The supporting factor acting of participation of people, government agency, and the private sector has played a role in promoting participation of people in many areas, such as study visit package. The goal to restore cultural good of the community and rework Lao Krang Ban Kut Chok in Nong Mang Mong. 2. The problem with public participation was the majority of people was focused of high income and career abandoning and the homeland. The rest of the people in the community was the elite. If in the future the condition of Lao Krang culture in Ban Kut Chok, Nong Mang Mong District, Chainat Province continue to be this way, this good tradition of the community will lost over time. How is the people participation in the knowledge management of Lao Krang Ban Kut Chok, Nong Mang Mong District, Chainat? In the concept category of research tool, the tool that the research used for the research starter interview in beyond the study of literature, conceptual framework, theory, and literature by diving of the question to the an open-end question for inter-interview to express their option. The question where division in the 7 in use. 1. Identification of knowledge. 2. Building and seeking knowledge. 3. Organization knowledge into a system. 4. Knowledge processing and filling. 5. Knowledge access. 6. Sharing and exchanging of knowledge. 7. Learning. Creation of research tool. In the research used in the interview form a tool for data collection by performing of follow step 1. Study of the culture framework theory research and relate research document and to be in the synchronized guideline for creating an interview. The interview was the draft and in accordance which the research object set out. 2. Took a generate interview questionnaire for the application to check for accuracy, consistency, and suitability in the consent path and lang use revise the research where for the reliability of the questionnaire and future improvement. Data analyze based in the above method. The research and analyze the data by learning to collect the data according to the quality research. The data follow the above step in document research and field data collection. Summary of study research result. Part 1. The result of the analysis of research data of recent increase generate education level, occupation, income, and price of resident in area. The generate information of the found that majority of male account for 79.7%, age 51, and over 55% of the barrier degree. 50 to 7% income. 5,000 to 10,000 of measure of the generate and the rate of living in area, or 49%. Part 2. The analysis of the people participation data in the knowledge management of Lao Khang community of Ban Kut Chok, Nong Kut Chok. Show the module in aspect that follow identity knowledge through the create and pursuit of knowledge. 3. Organization knowledge into a system. 3. Knowledge processing and filling. 5. Access to knowledge and knowledge management. Sharing and exchanging knowledge. 7. Learning. Part 3. Factor of enforcing the public participation in the management of knowledge of Lao Khang culture community and Ban Kut Chok Nong Amo province, China province as follows. 1. Supporting faculty, advising public participation, government and private sector has played a role in the supporting the promotion of public participation in many areas, such study visit, but speak with the goal of listing of the culture and good tradition of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok Nong Amo province through the Bali. Affecting public participation are the major problem. For example, the major of the people are focused on high income and stable. Most of them go to work in the Abadan East city, farm and hometown. Most is the people left community where it in the future the combination of Lao Khang culture community of Ban Kut Chok, Statistics, Nong Mamong province, China province. The research object item 1. What the study the participation of the people in the knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok, Nong Among District, China province as presented. For the people or the participants in the knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok. The research object item 2 was to study of the factor in the people participation in knowledge management of the Lao Khang community of Ban Kut Chok, Nong Among. 1. The government and the private sector has played a role in promoting public participation in the knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok is Nong Among province, but supporting the budget for reviving Lao Khang culture community of Ban Kut Chok, Nong Among. 2. Problem and obstacles. Effectively, the participation of the people that are important problem are the living problem. Most people did not must attend to the knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok, Nong Kut Chok, Nong Among District, China province. The focus only on the making career with high income and stability. Most of them went to work in city. Suggestion 1. People and participation in the knowledge management of Lao Khang community of Ban Kut Chok, Statistics, Nong Among District, China province will become successfully is the leader of community, and community organization must have splitting, understand to the situation of the community and encourage people in the community to join solving with us problem will having and correlation with the community story. 2. Should listen and knowledge and correlation and use local knowledge to boost on the knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok, Nong Among, China province. 3. We are new generation community leader team to learn along with the old leader for this research. Author to joining develop the participation of the people and knowledge management of Lao Khang Ban Kut Chok, Nong Among, China province. With author community system for sustainable development. Yes, I'm finished presentation. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Kachi Noj Chowanapracha to discuss on the development of learning achievement in English for marketing subject by using project work, BE Hometown Products Fair.
Hello everyone. May I introduce myself? My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Kajinu Chawanaprisha from Business English Program, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Suvarnabhumi University, Bangkok, Thailand. And today I would like to present my research study entitled Development of Learning Achievement in English for Marketing subject by using project work BE Hometown Products Fair. First, let me tell you about the introduction of this research study. According to the National Education Act 1999 and amendments in 2002 and 2010, in Chapter 4, Section 24, it specifies the details of learning management for school to arrange the contents and activities to be related with learners' interest and potential. It encourages students to practice skills, thinking process, management, situation confrontation, and knowledge application in order to solve problems. Therefore, activities should be designed for students to learn from real experience. Learning from doing will help them to be able to do and think, love reading, and continue their lifelong learning. Furthermore, in National Education Plan between 2017 and 2032, there are 6 education strategic plans. The third education strategic plan defines that building capacity for all ages people and creating a learning society. Therefore, one objective of this education strategic plan is to support schools in all levels to arrange any activities or learning process with good quality and standardized. Consequently, learning and teaching in higher education focuses on the subject that encourage students to apply it in their future career authentically. Because higher education is the last stage of their education before getting a job in their field or related field. Effective learning and teaching should concentrate on the relevance of the content in the classroom and how to apply it in the real situation, which is similar to their future careers. Therefore, the researcher realized that the classroom activity which appropriate and relevant to the National Education Act and National Education Plan is teaching through project-based learning. However, there were many problems arising in teaching ESP subjects in Business English program. For example, only some students participated in the classroom activities and seldom expressed their ideas or opinions about the subjects. In other words, most of the students remained passive. Most importantly, the quiz or midterm scores were not satisfactory, with the students not even achieving 50% of the total scores. Therefore, it is significant to find a way to solve these problems and investigate students' learning achievement and their satisfaction using project work BE Hometown Products Fair in English for Marketing course. Then, let's move on to the research objectives. The objectives of this research article were to study the learning achievement of the second-year business English students, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Suvarnabhumi University, in English for Marketing subject, after using project work BE Hometown Products Fair to have an average score at 70% or more, and 2. To study the students' satisfaction toward the learning through project work, BE Hometown Products Fair in English for Marketing subject. After that, I would like to talk about the research methods. The methodology of this study is action research, based on the definition provided by Chemist and McTaggart. who described a cycle of activities as follows: planning, acting, observing, and reflecting. For the research instruments, the research tools used in this action research was project work in the form of selling product in BE Hometown Products Fair. This project work encouraged students to work in groups, discuss what to sell, how to produce the product, set the price, write the promotional plan, design the packaging, have their own brand name, decorate the stores, keep track of profit and loss account, etc. The students had to apply the knowledge from English for marketing subject into this project work. Now for the result. Results of the study indicated that there were 54 out of 71 students passed the progress test at the average score of 74.21, which was higher than the setting criteria, as it shown in the table in this slide. Another result of the study can be found that, in overall, students were satisfied with the project work BE Hometown Products Fair. The Next, for the discussion, the students discovered while doing activities and project work in the class that they will improve their skills in applying knowledge in marketing more than English skills. The most important thing need to be considered was the evaluation of the project work. The teacher should make an assessment throughout the project work by dividing into small parts of the project work. This way will reduce student stress and the anxiety of the grade of this subject. Now, let's move on to the recommendations. First, recommendations for practices. Students should be assigned small tasks in this project work which focus on English skills more than marketing knowledge, such as writing product description, designing promotion, brochure, etc. And another one is using project work in the classroom, especially in the English for specific purposes subject. It is suitable because students gain more knowledge and are able to apply their knowledge in the real task. Now, for the recommendations for further research, there are 2 points. First, the samples tested in this study were only a small group in one subject. For the next research, it should be done with different groups of students from different subjects to create new knowledge to further research. And second one is for the future research, conducting the second cycle of action research based on the reflection from the first cycle should be done. In the second cycle of the action research, it should adjust many points in all 4 stages of this action research. Lastly, for the conclusion, the findings show that students achieve learning progress and satisfied with this project work BE Hometown Products Fair. However, they satisfied with gaining knowledge in marketing more than English skills. It also found both positive and negative results of applying project work in the English for Marketing course in an attempt to facilitate learning in an authentic situation. There were some methods that were useful for the students' learning, and it could be applied that again when teaching this subject in the future. So now it's come to the end of my presentation. I would like to express my appreciation to this organization for arranging this conference. And thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Goodbye.
Next, I invite Suvarna Wudhiro Narit to discuss on the participation model of aging as an active citizen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Suvarna Wuthidonalit, Doctor of Philosophy, student, Social Work Fair Management, Faculty of Social Work and Social Welfare, หัวเฉียวเฉลิมพระเกียรติ University, Thailand. I would like to present my research, the participant model of active aging as an active citizen. At the first, I would like to introduce my team. Dr. Luchanat Yuhango is the Dean of Faculty of Social Work and Social Welfare, หัวเฉียวเฉลิมพระเกียรติ University, Thailand, and Dr. Kittiwan Salai is a lecturer from Faculty of School Work and Social Welfare too. Thai population as the age social in 2021 it is expected to reach 28% in 2091 will become super age society. The people engaged to old age and would be referring to the dependent, the active. Theory believes that the elderly was active lifestyle and they are more satisfied in life. The researcher was interested the developing a participant model of aging as an active citizen collected by focus group discuss and best practice of aging participant relation. The results show the participant model consists of policy for joining elderly. 2. The responsible person and 3. Notify to the elderly understand policy. First, the process was caring the elderly decision and activity joy and the last 2 their benefits as increased ADL health social network. Objective. First, to transcribe the lesson of participants of active aging. Second, to develop knowledge about the participant of active aging. And third, the develop participant model of active aging. Method. 1. Study of document secretary information and research by students. Document data on the participant of the active aging. And 2. Transcribe the lesson obtained from good practice in enhancing participant of active aging. Sample. Select province with high social participant and respect elderly group. 3 groups. Collect data by focus group. The group discussion consists of 7 to 10 executive practitioners and active aging. The result is defined organization has policy and plan who organization various activity. 2. There was a person responsible for the activity of the aging elderly. There was publicity found as the elderly leader in the community. And 4. There was a systematic operation. 5. The elderly decision to get involved. And 6. The citizen gets benefit. Discussion. According to research, it was found that the participant pattern of active aging must start from the organization has policy and plan for conducting activity, having a person responsible for promoting the activity. 3. The agency must provide the elderly on the opportunity and pattern they want to participate as well as the benefit that the elderly and community will receive. 4. The elderly decision to participate in activity. 5. Elderly was involved in the activity in a different steps according to availability of each person. 6. The elderly will play a constructive role in order to return to effect activity. Recommendation: General Sankey relates organization should use research results as guideline for organization activity that enhance to participants of the elderly that will recover. At the last, I would like to acknowledge to pay homage Dr. Pakhu Piyawan Pipat, who kindly facilitated the data collection, and thank you to Boswap, Sankang, and Bungam, the Sub-District Administrative Division for kindly facilitate the data collection. And the last, to thank you Professor Dr. Nuchanat Yahun and Dr. Kitiwan Salai for giving advice and encouragement in this study. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Jutatep Junieth, who will be presenting the guidelines for creative ecotourism management of Bangpo Community, Pattani Province, Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll be presenting a research on guidelines for creative ecotourism management of Bangpo Community, Pattani Province, Thailand. Author name Dr. Jutatip Chaniet. Co-author name Associate Professor Dr. Arin Ngamniyom and Dr. Natapat Manirod.
For the biography of Dr. Jutatip Chaniet, she is a lecturer for Faculty of Environmental, Culture and Ecotourism, Srinakarin Vilod University. She graduated in Doctor of Philosophy program in Tourism Management, University of Phayao, Thailand.
Introduction. The government focused on the tourism industry that it has stimulated and built confidence and attracted new investments from foreign investors who made Thailand as a key regional base to enter to the market in the ASEAN Economic Community with more than 620 million consumers. Travelers would travel in 2020 and the most popular destination remains in Asia, so it demonstrated the potential of tourist destinations in the ASEAN region according to the statistics of the number of tourists shown. Countries with tourism potential set tourism development plans as a national agenda to make a master plan for the setting tourism directions with the goal of attracting tourists to their own country. Pattani Province is one of the 5 southernmost provinces located on the eastern seaboard of the southernmost, and it is adjacent to the South China Sea. The service is also provided by a good host according to the motto of Pattani Province that has been around for a long time, saying it as the beautiful city of 3 cultures with excellent halal center and people embrace faith and natural beauty, Pattani, the happy southern region. One of the communities with tourism resources as well as the uniqueness of Pattani's strong and complete community lifestyle is Bangpo Village, a 100% indigenous Muslim community located right next to the beach. There are mangrove forests along the entire length of Ban Bangpo area that is suitable for many occupations and appropriate for managing natural tourism and ecotourism. There is a mangrove forest tourist attraction that has a complete ecosystem that it is able to develop a variety of important tourism activities. Research objectives. The objectives of this research article were 1. To study and analyze the potential of ecotourism resources of Bangpo Community, Pattani Province. 2. To study the needs of stakeholders to the creative ecotourism management of Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province. 3. To study behavior and the needs of the Thai ecotourists towards the ecotourism management model. And 4. To develop products and creative ecotourism activities of the Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province. Research methods. This mixed methods research applied the concept of ecotourism, creative tourism, development of tourism resources, participatory development, and tourism decisions as the research framework. The research area was Bangpoo District, Pattani Province. The sample group consisted of 385 Thai ecotourists who were selected by the convenience sampling method. The key informants were 50 local stakeholders who were selected by the propulsive sampling and snowball sampling methods. An in-depth interview and participant observation were used to collect the data. There were 5 types of research instruments, which are 1. Questionnaires, 2. The resource checklist by using SWOT analysis, 3. Diversity index survey, and 4. Researcher interview form. The quantitative data were analyzed by basic statistics such as percentage, means, standard deviation, and inferential statistics such as t-test, one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA, and chi-square test. The qualitative data were analyzed with the content analysis and descriptive writing methods. Research results. Results of the study and analysis of the potential of ecotourism resources of the Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province. 1. For the results of natural resource analysis, the top 5 plants, birds, and fish potential suitable for promoting ecotourism of Bangpoo Community, Pattani Provinces are as follows. For plants and trees such as Acanthus abrictetus Vol. And Avicennia marina Vir. For birds such as egret and cormorant. And for fish such as mullets, eeltail catfishes, and bass. Results. SWOT analysis results of ecotourism management of Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province. For the strengths, 1. The community has a complete mangrove forest ecosystem. For weaknesses, 1. History, stories, and interpretations of some attractions are not the same. Lack of unity. For opportunities, 1. The number of tourists from ecotourism has been increasing. 2. The government encourages community to create community-based tourism. And lastly, for threats, 1. Lack of budget for infrastructure development. The results of a study of behavior and needs of Thai ecotourists on the ecotourism management model of the total 385 persons. The relationship finding between the age of the tourist sample and the tourism behavior, tourism activity elements, and travel needs of Thai ecotourists to analyze the behavior of ecotourists in each age group by age grouping by Gen B, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z, was found that the relationship between sample age and attractiveness elements had the ability to access tourist attractions, accommodations, and tourist activities with no statistical difference. But the relationship between the age of the sample group and the factors of having ATMs, restaurants, souvenir shops, tourism, sufficient to accommodate tourists, the average opinion of each age group are significantly different. So it is consistent that Gen A consumers have more convenient travel behavior than Gen B, and they want to spend time after a tiring day of work by start spending money in their relaxing time. Guidelines for the creative ecotourism management of Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province, based on the results of the analysis of the potential resources of creative ecotourism of Bangpoo Community, Pattani Province. It is a creative ecotourism destination. Therefore, the researcher has recommendations for the development of 7 areas, which are as follows.
Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Associate Professor Dr. Yupati Panaraj to discuss on the development of analytical thinking ability on mathematics by using learning and enjoying model with mind mapping for pre-service teacher in mathematics program.
Hello, my name is Yupati Panaraj. I belong to Faculty of Education, Kamphaengphet Ratchapat University. Today, I'm going to present about development of analytical thinking ability on mathematics by using learning and enjoying model with mind mapping for pre-service teacher in mathematics program. Education in the 21st century must prepare people to be knowledge workers and to be able to learn. The key skills are learning and innovation, information, media and technology skills. Life and career skills should be developed from kindergarten to university and throughout life. In tertiary education management, it should be learning and interdisciplinary by enhancing knowledge together, building all life skills and vocational skills, including learning by practice along with the practice of analytical thinking, problem solving, and creative, and also the practice of communication skill and collaboration skill, especially collaboration skill, teamwork, and leadership are one of the key skills for students to work. My research object. First, to study of analytical thinking ability on mathematics after using learning and enjoying model with mind mapping for pre-service teacher in mathematics program. And to compare the analytical thinking ability on mathematics after using learning and enjoying model with mind mapping for pre-service teacher in mathematics program with criteria. And then to study collaboration, teamwork, and leadership after using the learning model. The research hypothesis. Pre-service teacher in mathematics program had analytical thinking ability on mathematics after using the model higher than 70% of the criteria. The sample were 29 pre-service teachers in mathematics program in the first semester of academic year 2018, obtained by cluster random sampling. And the instrument. First, the process of learning and enjoying model with mind mapping is the learning activity that focuses on the group process of organizing knowledge system and link knowledge of ideas and then convey them on paper using line, color, or image as link, and learning on content using the learning base. And then have a competitive activity between group and knowledge monitoring to help students gain a better understanding. The learning process including 6 steps were organizing a team, educate and research, and then presentation, group learning, competition, and appreciation. And then the analytical thinking ability on mathematics test. It was 45 items with 3 parts as follows: analysis of element, analysis of relationship, and analysis of organization principle. And the questionnaire about collaboration, teamwork, and leadership. This is to show the quality of the test and questionnaire. Data collection. First, organize learning by learning and enjoying model with mind mapping with 6 steps, which was conducted for 2 rounds for the mathematics content in elementary and secondary education level. And then the PISA with teacher in mathematics did the analytical thinking on mathematics test and the questionnaire about collaboration, teamwork, and leadership. After that, they exchange learning and discuss the learning process and apply it to the management of learning with the student in the future. Data analysis to study of analytical thinking ability on mathematics and collaboration, teamwork, and leadership after using the learning model analyzed by percentage, mean, and standard deviation. And to compare of analytical thinking ability on mathematics after using learning model with the criteria analyzed by t-test one group, we found that PISA with teacher had analytical thinking ability on mathematics overall for 74.46%. And when we see the factor of analytical thinking, we found that the highest percent is analysis of element, and then analysis of relationship, and analysis of organization principles, respectively. And they had analytical thinking ability on mathematics was significantly higher than the criteria of 70% at 0.05 level. It's higher. And for the collaboration, teamwork, and leadership, they had overall in high level. When we see the items, everyone willing accept the result of their works is high at average. And then every member is the key to achieve the goal. And students believe that group members can be achieve their goal, and they took part in the decision respectively. Thank you.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Dr. Dayadi Lakshmaya, professor from Department of ECE, Sri Indu Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, India.
Good evening. First International Conference on Technology, Innovation, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2021. Evaluation of overall presentation. So, I am the examiner. My name is Dr. Lakshmaya, Professor of ECE Department, Sri Indu Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. See, first one, Syed Ahmad Al-Bahawai. We got marks, 11 marks. Fourth, first one, uniqueness, subject, knowledge. Third one, presentation. Total marks, 4, 3, 4. Total 11 marks. Next, nearest, Rohangan Johnson, 4, 4, 4, 12 marks. Erudite, Tahana Patra, 3, 4, 4, 11 marks. Sangwarn Jakorn, 5, 4, 3, 12 marks. Jutitip Junaid, 4, 5, 3, 12 marks. Cricket Chairatna, 4, 4, 4, 12 marks. Prakamas Chairatna, 5, 4, 3, 12 marks. Priyakanka Ketuswan, 4, 3, 5, 12 marks. Natapat Mani Rochna, 5, 5, 4, 14 marks. This is the second prize. Dungatrip Rubodni, 3, 4, 5, 12 marks. Dr. Sri Chai Pitacharak, 4, 5, 5, 14 marks. Second prize. Assistant Professor Dr. Kacharji Kachanuji Chaopanapa Pricha, 4, 5, 5, 14 marks. Second prize. Suvarna Suvanna, Udhi, Rohinarit, 4, 12 marks. Dr. Jutatip, Junaid, 5, 15 marks first prize. Associate Professor Dr. Yapedi, Panarach, 5, 14 marks, second prize. This is the evaluation. My name is Dr. Lakshmaya. Thank you, madam. Thank you, conference. All the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Suwaji Kantamas, who will be discussing on the factors affecting effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand.
Hello everyone. I would like to present my research. My research is factors affecting effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi. Biography. My name is Suwaji Kantamas. Is an educator, internal quality assurance for Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi. Co-author Mr. Monchati Kemuni is a lecturer from Department of Western Languages, and Ms. Vanaya Surepa is a librarian from Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi. Introduction. There are 4 missions for higher education institutions, namely teaching, research, public service, and arts and cultural conservation. These missions are the key to develop the country both in the short term and in the long term. Because the missions are affected by internal and external factors, these missions need to be proceeded under the PDCA cycle to maintain the education at the standard level. However, many higher education institutions have problems in the operations in the quality assurance. For example, lack of monitoring, lack of understanding the system and mechanisms of quality assurance, lack of participation, lack of continuous improvement, and so on. Furthermore, there were some limitations of personnel, areas, budget, and procedures. For these reasons, RMUTT intends to raise ongoing effectiveness in the educational quality by implementing the educational quality assurance in routine work. The researchers were interested to study the factor affecting the effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMUTT, so that the research results could be used for future development and for guidelines for staff relating to the quality assurance. Research objectives. 1. To study the level of factors affecting the effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMUTT, and to propose the development guidelines for the effective operation of the internal quality assurance for RMUTT. Research methods. This survey research was conducted on 400 RMUTT personnel comprising the university administrators, instructors, and faculty staff. The sample size was calculated by using Taro-Yamane formula with 95% confidence level, and the samples were randomized by multi-stage sampling as follows. Stage 1. The samples segmented by the faculty were selected by quota sampling. Then the ratio of samples in each faculty was calculated as shown in table 1. Stage 2. The samples of each faculty were randomized by convenience sampling. The research instrument was a file rating scale questionnaire with IOC 100 and alpha 0.977 with open-ended questionnaire. The data were analyzed by descriptive statistics, namely percentage, mean standard deviation, Pearson's product moment correlation coefficient, and multiple regression, and the qualitative data from open-ended questionnaire were analyzed by content analysis based on related theory and experience. Results. The research results showed that factors affecting the overall effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMUTT was at a high level, considering its apex. The organizational leader was at the highest rank, followed by organizational culture, while the ICT was at the lowest rank, as shown in Table 2. Moreover, the overall effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMTT was at a high level, forecasting each component of the operation. It found that the action state was at the highest rank, followed by the plan state and the check state, while the do state was at the lowest rank, as shown in Table 3. The hypothesis testing on factors affecting the effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMTT with correlation coefficient and multiple regression could be summarized as follows on 6 factors: organizational leader, organizational culture, management, personal resources, and ICT were highly related to the effectiveness of the operation in internal quality assurance for RMTT. The results from testing the hypothesis indicated the statistical significance level of 0.05 with the positive relationship as shown in Table 4. The correlation and predictability of factors affecting the effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMUTT were used to predict the effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance for RMUT at the statistical significance level of 0.05. In addition, the regression coefficient of those factors was 0.811. Management, organizational culture, and ICT as shown in Table 5. Recommendations. There were 30 respondents answering the open-ended questions, and the answers analyzed by context analysis found that the high recommendations were getting related personnel on the same page, taking everyone full responsibility to fulfill criteria and indicators, and getting everyone to understand the assessment process. Moreover, the university personnel should be continuously trained on internal quality assurance as shown in Table 6. Conclusion. The internal quality assurance is a part of the operation in educational administration that should be continuously carried out. The educational institutions should develop the quality assurance system consistent with the development of the institutions with PDCA cycle, integrating statistic plans with the explicit indicators, operating and collecting data by plan, comparing the assessment results to plans, and systematically improving the assessment results. In order to achieve the goals, there should be the effective system and mechanism reinforcing the operation. According to research results, the factors affecting the operation in educational internal quality assurance were the management, the organizational culture, and ICT. So, the working environment with faculties should be provided. The quality assurance system should be developed and can be accessed by every level of the organization, namely personnel, departments, faculties, and universities. The personnel should realize the importance of the internal quality assurance as well as fully participate and cooperate in the internal quality assurance. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Bonchan Faswan, who will be discussing on the multi-directional analysis, causal relationship influencing the effectiveness of support personnel, Ramkhamhaeng University.
My name is Dr. Piyasudi Jayapani.
I'm Dr. Nat Thalasu.
Today we're going to present R&D research, namely multi-directional analysis, causal relationship influencing the effectiveness of support personnel, Ramkhamhaeng University. Background and significance of the problem. According to review of related theoretical concepts and researches, it explains about some factors having relationships and an effect of effectiveness of organization. However, there is no study on factors having relationship and effect of effectiveness of supporting personnel at Ramkhamhaeng University. Also, there is no construction of a causal relationship of factors affecting the effectiveness of the supporting personnel. Therefore, it is essential that there is the development to gain a model of causal relationship of effectiveness. In this respect, the researchers have constructed a model of causal relationship between emotional intelligence, communication, creative thinking, visual leader condition, organization culture commitment to the organization, and the effectiveness of supporting personnel. When the model is verified, it will be used as a guideline for sustainable development of the supporting personnel at Ramkhamhaeng University. Objective of the study: analyze the causal relationship pathway having an effect of effectiveness of supporting personnel at Ramkhamhaeng University.
Research methodology. The sample group consists of 300 supporting personnel at Ramkhamhaeng University. The researchers gained 30 causal variables having influence on the supporting personnel at the sample group size was 10 times of the variable. A set of questionnaire was used of data collection and analyzed by using frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation. Besides, part analysis was conducted by using the AMOS program. Result of the study. Result of the study revealed that the conceptual framework of causal factor relationship having influence of effectiveness of the supporting personnel comprise two variables having direct influence: nature of work and quality of work life, and 7 variables having both direct and indirect influence: 1. Safe and health promotion environment, 2. An individual capability development, 3. Social integration, 4. Stature of the organization, 5. Relationship with society, 6. Neatness of the work, 7. Reflection from work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Aruni Charo Insup, who will be presenting the diversity of local wisdom, art and cultural in Yangon, Republic of the Union of Myanmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me introduce myself as Aruni Charansap and my colleague Nimruthai Jangsuan, Kilsonoi and Dalbeda. Lecture from Testing Rajpath University, Thailand. I am doing research on the topic, the diversity of local wisdom, art and culture in Yangon, Republic of the Union of Myanmar. The main objective of this research was to analyze the local wisdom, art and culture of Yangon, the Union of Myanmar. The tools of research applied in this study include the field survey and interview, film production, and the validity and reliability of data were confirmed by time and causation. The results are presented in two parts. First part was multimedia production. The multimedia in the diversity of local wisdom, arts and culture in Yangon, Republic of the Union of Myanmar, was developed in 57 episodes. The length of each episode approximately 3 minutes. The appropriate duration to get audience attention. The content is divided in 7 categories as follows. First, Myanmar, the land of life, fire and river. Second, Myanmar, traditional performing arts. Third, Yangon, the city of history. Fourth, Myanmar, local wisdom of art and craft. 5. Myanmar, religion, belief, sanctity, and monastery. 6. Biodiversity and botanical tourism in Yangon. And last was Myanmar traditional foods and cuisine. Second part was the evolution of multimedia production. In evaluating the multimedia production, questionnaire with 5-scale rating was applied to investigate 6 major issues using a qualitative technique. The series of multimedia production evaluated 5 experts who were experts in multimedia production and tourism. The results of evaluation of multimedia production was shown at the highest satisfaction in all aspects. According to the research results, there were 7 categories with 57 episodes of a series in the diversity of local wisdom, arts and culture in Yangon, Republic of the Union of Myanmar. The production was required to design and manage carefully in all necessary aspects, such as documentary, financial, budget, personal production, equipment and location, and all of the production were necessary to require permission and verify the correctness of content. The results of evaluation by experts in series of multimedia in all 6 major issues included: first, clear and understandable content; second, creative to stimulate learning; third, the video relevant to the information of movie skills; fourth, the video enhancing presentation information; 5. The sound enhancing the presentation information; 6. The effectiveness and usefulness to pass on knowledge to audiences were in the highest ranking position in all aspects. Consequently, this series of multimedia is appropriate as a source of knowledge and material of learning. In conclusion, the local wisdom was a part of cultural local knowledge that formed to a process of learning which can be interpreted as a set of knowledge, value, and norm of particular form of adaptation and life experience of social. The knowledge can be integrated with modern education to understand local society and living sustainably. The 57 episode of multimedia in diversity and local wisdom of art and culture in Yangon, the Republic Union of Myanmar, were developed and the multimedia was attractive with useful and understandable content sound, also appropriate to utilize as a learning result. Last, I would like to thank the organizer of the conference for giving this opportunity to present my research, and thank you for your attention to listen to my presentation.
Next, I invite Associate Professor Dr. Duangjai Bongkusol to discuss on the prevalence of parasitic pathogens from Macaca fascicularis feces in Logburi, Old Town, Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present my research work in the topic of prevalent of parasitic pathogen from Macaca fascicularis species in Logburi, Old Town, Thailand. First of all, I would like to introduce myself and my co-workers. My name is Dongchai Punkusol. I work at Department of Biology, Faculty of Science and Technology, Thep Sri Ratchapat University, Thailand. Another one is Mr. Phonchai Santhitiseri. He is a lecturer from Department of Large Animal and Wildlife Clinical Science, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Kasetsart University, Thailand. Logburi is a province in the central part of Thailand. Monkey in the Logburi Old Town result in high income from tourism continuously. There was a very close interface between people and monkey in the Logburi Old Town. So there are several problems in the community, in particular with sanitation problem. The understanding the driver of parasitism was crucial to assess the impact of parasites and diseases on wildlife species inhabiting closely to humans. For the research objective, we investigate fecal parasite prevalence of urban free-ranking macaque in Logburi Old Town, Thailand. In this study, fecal samples were collected monthly from 7 groups of monkeys during October 2018 to July 2019. Sampling sites in the Old Town were shown in this figure, including 7 groups of monkeys. Fecal samples were kept at 4 degrees Celsius before parasitological determination within 2 days. For parasitological determination, fecal samples were weighed and emulsified with sodium chloride solution. The mixture was passed through sieve to remove coarse debris. The filtrate was correct in a test tube until reached the brim of the tube and kept undisturbed for 15 minutes. A clean cover slip was gently touched on the tip of the test tube. Then the cover slip was placed on the slide for observation and identification of parasitic ova under microscopy. For the result, based on egg morphology, Strongyloides, Ascaris, Trichuris, Diprotodontius and unknown Strongyloides were observed. This graph shows number of monkey-infected parasites at different months and different groups. Results in this table show parasitic prevalence by different groups of macaque in 10-month period. The overall prevalence of Strongyloides was 17.2%, followed by Trichuris 7.2%, Ascaris 6.2%, Diprotodontius 4.2%, and unknown Strongyloides 2%. In Manola market groups show the significantly highest prevalence among monkey groups. This graph shows prevalence pattern of parasites in all groups at different months. The patterns were not clearly observed regarding seasonality. From our findings in this study, it can be concluded that prevalence of parasite pathogens in the macaque community living in logburi Old Town had a slightly high in May and July. There was evident difference of parasite among monkey groups. There was no clear pattern of parasite prevalence were observed regarding seasonality. For the suggestion, this data can be further used as a guideline for the macaque healthcare and controlling of human macaque disease transmission in locally owned town. Management strategy for these macaque should focus on regular parasite assessment as well as consistent deworming procedure and sanitary practice. Last, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for giving this opportunity to present my research. And thank you for kind attention to listen to my presentation. Thank you.
Next, I invite Uam Tuaj to discuss on the service quality affecting to customer satisfaction in toward the artificial football turf.
Good morning. My name is Om Toa. So today I'm so proud to present in the title of Service Quality Affecting to Customer Satisfaction Towards the Artificial. So I got another two author, Dr. Nalatip Naokamwong and Miss Nantipak Pengpasit from Faculty of Business Administration, Bangkok Thomley University. And the paper ID is ICTEMR 809541. Here is our biography. This is the abstract, divided in three parts: the purpose, methodology, and the result. Introduction. The artificial football turf is becoming more popular among those footballers who like to play very often. There are lots of benefits for playing in artificial things. It can save your knee, save your ankle, not to get injured easily. And those one of the main reasons why people love to exercise on the artificial football turf. Anyway, in order to know the satisfaction, the best theory to adjust is a service quality to know the real certification of the customer. That's why this is the reason why the researchers would love to study customer satisfaction through service theory and satisfaction theory through the football club named Talent Sport Club by Shanatit. The objective of the research was to study the service quality affecting the customer satisfaction toward the artificial football turf. The methods of the study, we actually used the quantitative design with the questionnaire, and we collected the data with 260 people, those who used the artificial football turf at Talent Sport Club by J. Tanatip, and then by dividing the sample size with the program core, G power, and the method for dividing the sampling, we used non-probability sampling with the incidental methods. And the survey considered of the main factors of perceiving the customer satisfaction towards the artificial toward turf from the quality service and satisfaction theory, which can be comprised in the title in the questionnaire. We got 50 items. Here is the result of the research. As you can see right here, table 1 show that the overall of the service quality was very high, and when we consider in each aspect, found that the highest was the less expensive. The second highest was insurance, the liability, the tangible, and the empathy, respectively. Here table 2 is show the overall of the customer satisfaction was very high. In each aspect, we found that the height was the equitable service. The second highest was the timely service, the ample service, the continuous service, and the progressive service respectively. So the last table shows the result of the correlation analysis between the service quality and the satisfaction from the customer. In football turf, which can conclude that the correlation found that the independent variable of the service quality has a value between 0.821 to 0.901, which is correlated in the high level. It can be interpreted that the good service quality towards the customer satisfaction and will be the leading of repeated use. The conclusion, from the research finding, it can conclude that the overall result, both from the aspect of service quality and the satisfaction were high, and the outcome of the correlation analysis show that the service quality variables reflected a high correlation with the customer satisfaction. Thank you for paying attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Non Napratansuk, who will be discussing on an analysis on fragile people of local government strategic between Malaysia and Thailand in time of COVID-19 pandemic.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Non Napratansuk. I'm from School of Administrative Study, Major University. Today, I'm so happy to join your conference. And also that I would like to present my paper. Today, my paper is about an analysis on fragile people of a local government strategic between Malaysia and Thailand in time of COVID-19 pandemic. My team and I are really gathering the data and then analyze it. So the aim of the articles for this project is to analyze and compare all the fragile people of a local government strategies between Malay and Thailand in time of COVID-19 pandemic. So let's take a look at the fragile context. What does that mean? It started to quite a very big hit through the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Most of these countries are insufficiently prepared to cope with the spread of the pandemic crisis and its consequence during the multiple dimensions of the fragile people. So, amid all this disaster and crisis, it's revealed the present day of socio-economic inequalities. The impact of the crisis is greater, and the poorest and the poverty people increasingly more targeted on the fragile and struggling affect context. This day, the fragile people had to be the most prone group to be tormented by the pandemic COVID-19. Now, we can take a look at the concept of the local government. What does that mean? I give you two people. One is a Sandy. It is referred to a local government as a small part of the political system in a nation state or the federal system that is governed by the law and has considerable control of a local affair, including the powers to raise tax or labor. And the other scholar explained that the local government as a unit system specific by the border, regions, legitimacy, in identity, institutional structures, functions, and power specific in general and specific positions, financial and other important autonomies. For the concept of the fragile people, so it's quite very vary throughout the multiple dimension angle. However, it can concern about frustration and violence among the people and also capability for them to change norm and value. In addition to aid, development are all exacerbate in condition struggle and fragility. The fragility is an alternative indistinct concept deriving from the notion of the fragile state with a constrainability and or political with to provide simple service to the population. So to take a look to find out the answer, so this is our methodology for this study. It is a qualitative study approach by the collection of the data is based on the secondary data, which is the researchers will be collected the related important literally works from the local and international perspective to overseeing the functionality of the related local government agency in handling the pandemic crisis. While the collection of the data findings such as statistics, officials report and case study from the relevant local governments administrations report that had been recently published via the newspaper and mainstream media, social media, and some of the official document report from the respective local government that has been involved with some from the internet sources that much greatly contribute to the development of this respect study. In the context of Malay, the study is primarily based on Kuala Lumpur City Hall. For Thailand, the case took on the provincial level, Chiang Mai Provincial Administrative Organizations, and Chiang Khuyuk Sub-District. After that, the content analysis is used for analyze and interpret on both cases. So let's take a look at the results of the case of the study on Malay. Malay case study is took place in Kuala Lumpur City Hall, KLCH. The case study showed that they took a quick action to all the homeless Kuala Lumpur by providing the temporary placement for them and their daily needs. Also, they provided 100 strategic locations, which consist of 2,053 of stalls that can be fit in all the locations and DBKL offered to the Kuala Lumpur citizens, especially for young generations, to start venturing their own food business. About the locations, they already categorized all of it into the four main parts, which hawker center and private hawker centers. Moreover, they provide trade lots at a big shop complex for youth who just want to start their own business. On the other hand, let's take a look at the cases study in Thailand. The Thailand case took place in Chiang Khuyuk sub-district in a Tambon level and Chiang Mai Provincial Administrative Organization in provincial level. However, it seemed to lack of the authority to take an abrupt action to support the fragile people. The main reason was that Thai government had declared a nation state of emergencies. However, both of them they try to provide free food, free mask, and lunch boxes for their community and fragile people. Indeed, the private sector and volunteers were the key to support the fragile people rather than the local government. That they were looking food donations and rice fund. So if we compare it, we can find out the result of this article. So as you can see that Malaysia's local government has more independent and design different business and social strategies to help the fragile people. Consists of community care initiative, homeless people assistance and business scheme opportunity for petty traders and hawkers rather than Thai governments. The local government did not have a fully autonomous and authorities and independent from Thai government. So we compared it already, and finally we can say that Malaysia is more independent rather than Thailand. So finally, for this paper and article, we think the contribution of this article are to enlighten the role and function of the local government as a fundamental institutions to assist and support the local fragile and vulnerable people in facing the pandemic crisis of COVID-19. However, because of short time and we have a limit of time, so thank you very much for your listening and join us. So if you have any questions, please feel free to write email to me, and we're happy to answer you. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Fatanan Fifitanawong to discuss on the development of strategies to promote the learning and innovation skills of students in schools under the secondary educational service area.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Patanan Pipitanawong. I am a graduate student from Chiang Mai University, Thailand. Today I am very pleased to present about development of strategies to promote the learning and innovation skills of students in schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. Biography. I am a doctoral candidate from Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai University, Thailand. My co-author is Dr. Subanporn Vieng, Assistant Professor Dr. Yongyut Jabuntong, and Assistant Professor Dr. Munapat Manokan. Abstract. I interested in this research because of educational development is an immense factor which leads to personal development and achieve of body of knowledge. Thais need to learn new technology and be innovators who create and develop innovations. The 12 National Economy and Social Development Plan of Thailand, which focuses on the philosophy of sufficiency economy, sustainable development, and people-centered development are concentrated. The national strategies 21 years encourage Thai people to create and develop technology and innovation for the country. Hoy and Miskell say 3 factors leading to the potential of creative organization. Focus for innovation are people, knowledge, and skills of human resource. The education needs to be adapted to suit the learning of the 21st century. According to the analysis results of sample countries, consisting of China, Vietnam, Japan, Korea, Germany, and Finland, a person of quality is used as a guideline to develop countries. Silas says Germany and Finland culture of learning is the main educational culture. Therefore, one quality policy is innovative development for competitive potential. And TDRI says learning and innovative skills, the necessary skills for the modern world. Research objectives. First, to study the components and indicators of students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Areas Office. Second, to study the current condition and factors contributing to the promotion of students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. And third, to create and review strategies that promote students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. Research methodology. This study was a qualitative research carried out by the following procedures. Step 1. Study the components and indicators of students' learning and innovation skills. Step 2. Study the current condition and factors contributing to the promotion of students' learning and innovation skills. And step 3, create and review strategies promoting students' learning and innovation skills. Step 1, synthesize the documentary articles, journals, and research and components and indicators verification by interviewing 11 experts. Step 2, collect the data from online questionnaires of 357 school administrators and teachers from the Secondary Educational Service Area Office, Thailand, randomized by a table of Cressy and Morgan. Step 3, analyzed inner factors, 7 vacancies, and outer factors packed into the TAR matrix table. Furthermore, the workshop was arranged by 11 experts to create and verify strategies, and 9 experts used the connoisseurship method to examine strategies. Data analysis. Step 1, statistical analysis was calculated for percentage. Step 2, online questionnaires proved by 5 experts using the index of item objective congruence IOC were applied, and statistical data was analyzed by using mean and standard deviation. Step 3, create and verify strategies. A workshop was arranged and 5 points rating scale questionnaires along with connoisseurship were used to survey the suitability and implementation. Mean and standard deviation were calculated. Research results, components and indicators contributing to the promotion of learning and innovation skills of students for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office consisted of 1. Creativity and innovation, 2. Critical thinking and solving problems, and 3. Communication and cooperation. Creativity and innovation consisted of 1. Creativity and innovation, 2. Creatively work with co-workers, and 3. Creatively innovation operation. Critical thinking and solving problems consisted of 1. Promoting students to be able to think critically, 2. Promoting students to have effective lessons, 3. Systematic thinking, and 4. Effective making decisions and solving problems. Communication and cooperation consisted of 1. Excellent organizing the ideas and point of view, 2. Effective listening, 3. Effective communication during work, and 4. Share responsibility. The overview of current conditions promoting students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office was at a high level. The overview of inner factors contributing to the promotion of students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. Inner factors, strategy, structure, style, system, staff, skill, share value were at a high level. The overview of outer factors contributing to the promotion of students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office. Policies, economy, social, and technology were at a high level. Strategies promoting learning and innovation skills of students for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office consisted of Strategy 1. Staff development, Strategy 2. Modern media, technology, and innovation development, Strategy 3. Management system development, and Strategy 4. Network development. There were 5 minor strategies in Strategy 1, 4 minor strategies in Strategy 2, 4 minor strategies in Strategy 3, and 1 minor strategy in Strategy 4. Conclusion: development of strategies to promote students' learning and innovation skills for schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office requires 4 master strategies, 14 minor strategies, 21 objectives, 28 indicators, and 31 guidelines. Secondary school teachers should apply the components contributing to the promotion of students' learning and innovation skills which are found in the study to develop students to content learning and innovation skills and be consistent with the content of schools. Furthermore, the affiliated agencies of secondary schools should encourage school administrators to support learning and innovation skills of secondary students by promoting, supporting, and resource management, and study the recommendation of secondary school policies to accelerate the development of learning and innovation skills to be systematic and truly developed. These are appendix of research. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Mali Kitty Kumpanath, who will be discussing on a conceptualized model of digital transformation for sport organization in Thailand.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my research work on sport and digital transformation area. And the title is A Conceptualized Model of Digital Transformation for Sport Organization in Thailand. And me is the author and the researcher of this work, Dr. Mali Kitty Kumpanath. I am an alumni of DBA International School of Management from the University of South Australia. I currently work as a lecturer in sport management field in universities in Bangkok. Previously, I worked as a senior manager in nutrition area of FMCG food company Nestle Thailand. I also include an abstract in the presentation, and please allow me to go in details slide by slide as the following. The background. The digital transformation is radically influencing and affecting some business disruption.
Together with the volatile market condition, it encouraged an organization to remodel the business and the operation. It has emphasized most industry challenges and including but not limited to sport industries. Many industries have adopted some form of digital transformation, while the other remain struggle to establish as there is little guidance to determine the course of action. The statement of the problem. The lack of guidance in Thailand's sport organization accentuates how they respond to digital challenges and carry out their operation when considering or undertaking digital transformation. Research objective. The objective of this research is to explore an insight from experts and develop a conceptualized model of digital transformation for sport organization in Thailand. The scope and limitation of this research is to inductively build a framework from the quality data and experiences from experts, and this research limits to sport fields only and not plan to generalize the data. Research design and methodology. The question of this research is, what dimension the sport organization should consider when implementing digital transformation? And the research work is designed to, firstly, review relative literature on digital transformation. And the other one is digital maturity concept, which is used as a theoretical framework of this research. Secondly, the study proposed the model and refined the model from the findings, which derive from expert insight and perspective. The methodology of this research used qualitative methods with an in-depth interview to 28 experts in sport and digital areas. The data interpretation is done with content analysis. Research result. According to the inductive work, the digital transformation model of Thailand sport organization is finally generated. 6 dimensions have been suggested, which are strategy, agility in views of organization and culture, operation, including sport sponsor and sport agencies, people in the organization, technology, and the last one is sport fan and the consumer. In each 6 components, research found detailed elements to be focused and prioritized. For instance, strategy. Management should ensure that organization goals and the digital goals are aligned, and the management should communicate the plan and endorse the execution. Agility. Research suggests that organizations should embrace a leaner and flatter organization. For culture, the firm should cultivate agility, openness, and candor as a behavioral culture. For operation, organizations should identify what and how of the current operation in order to see the gaps and try to simplify and make it more efficient and less complicated. For people in the organization, research suggests that it should focus on employee digital skill with training and development, and also consider on the talent management. On technology part, the firm should adopt technology and utilize it to manage the data for a real-time and faster services. And the last one is consumer and sport fans. The firm should apply the digital platform and also marketing communication to engage with sport fans. In nowadays, event contents and individual consumer response will be a trend to be included. Conclusion. It is favorable to understand how digital transformation should be established to capitalize the opportunities and also minimize the disruption. This research provides a conceptual foundation and defines elements to develop a digital transformation model for sport organization in Thailand. The presented model illustrates the 6 dimensions for sport organizations to be considered when undergoing digital transformation. Those are strategy, agility in views of organization and culture, operation including sport sponsor and sport agency, people in the organization, technology, and consumer or sport fans. This research finding might be viewed as the foundation and the roadmap to guide sport organization in Thailand for digital transformation application. Discussion. This research contributes pragmatic insights to support a sport organization via digital transformation conceptual model that propose 6 dimensions. The model can be an imperative basis for a research initiative in digital transformation in Thailand sport field. Practitioner can modify or adapt the suggested framework and use as a guidance for their digital transformation progress. The presented research has a limitation, as it is not designed to verify the framework quantitatively. The model may serve as a basis for future research. The future research can escalate to conduct a formative measurement to review the transformation effort and their maturity. Another area could be to analyze and define its implementation or explore a causal effect between corporate performance and digital maturity. I also add the reference to my last slide, and this brings me to an end of my presentation. And I'd like to thank you everyone for your attention. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Patcharing Jungprawat, who will be discussing on the factors affecting health tourism promotion for the elderly in Nakhon Nayok province, Thailand.
Hello everyone and welcome. It's my pleasure to present you the research paper Factors Affecting Health Tourism Promotion for the Elderly in Nakhon Nayok, Thailand. My name is Patcharin Jungprawat and my co-researcher Mathura Suansi, Somkit Suansi and Monchati Ketmuni. We are from the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyapuri, Thailand. Here is the research abstract. Here we go point by point as follows. Let's start from the research background. Thailand is becoming an aging society in 2002. There was an increase of the population aged 60 years and over by 10%. By 2021, Thailand will be the super age society. Moreover, the medical development helps the elderly to live longer and better. Thus, they will become the great potential target group in health tourism market. Nakhon Nayok province is located in the central part of Thailand. Not far from Bangkok, there are lots of tourism resources, both natural and man-made. In terms of health tourism, such as Thai massage and spa, alternative medicine with healing herbs is growing. However, the tourism service cannot catch up with the changes. The research objectives are to study health tourism behavior of the elderly tourists and to analyze factors affecting health tourism promotion for the elderly in Nakhon Nayok province, Thailand. The methodologies apply quantitative approach using questionnaire survey. The simple were 400 elderly tourists visiting health tourism attraction in Nakhon Nayok. The size of sampling was calculated by the quotient with 95% confidence level and 4.05. Uncertainly, the questionnaire were randomly distributed at the attraction. The questionnaire was divided into 4 parts: demographic information, elderly tourist behavior, the needs for tourist attraction development, and open-ended questions. The collected data were analyzed by means and standard deviation. In addition, the hypotheses were tested by correlation coefficients and multiple regression. As here the finding, the demographic information, the results show that the respondents were 263 male or 65% and 150 male or 35%. The most respondents were 157 elderly aged between 60 and 69 years old. The education of most respondents were in primary level 206 elderly or 51.50%, and the salary of most respondents 271 elderly was less than 10,000 baht per month. Part 2 of the questionnaire asked the respondents about their behavior consists of 3 sections: the knowledge of health tourism at the average of 4.ph, the skills of searching information and participate in tourism activity is at the average of 3.83. And lastly, the attitude toward tourism is at the highest average of 4.47. Next, the patterns for the tourist activity. The elderly visiting Nakhon Nayok province, Thailand, had the needs of health tourism at the high level at the average of 3.79. Wellness tourism and medical tourism were both at high level. The research results of health tourism promotion for the elderly were at a high level in all aspects at the average of 3.93. There were 8 aspects to be considered for the health tourism promotion: attractiveness, accessibility, facility, tour itinerary planning, tour activity, travel related service, community participation, and public relations. The attractiveness was the highest, followed by public relations. Next, the hypotheses were tested of the significant correlation efficient between the health tourism behavior of the elderly and the health tourism promotion. The findings show that knowledge of health tourism and the health tourism promotion were as low correlation. Skill for tourism were as very low correlation, and attitude toward tourism were at medium correlation. Also, the results indicated that the health tourism behavior of the elderly and the health tourism promotion were positively correlated at the statistically significant difference of 0.01. Then, the hypothesis testing was also applied by multiple regression with enter method. The relationship between the health tourism behavior of the elderly and the health tourism promotion were statistically significant at the difference of 0.01. The predictor variables were knowledge of health tourism, skill of tourism, and attitude toward tourism. The predictive power was 29.80. The recommendation was as follows. Number 1. Design the itinerary to meet the elderly needs. For example, agro-tourism, healthy foods and drink, traditional methods, and herbal stream. 2. Provide good transportation and guidelines for tourists. 3. Provide enough accommodation and facilities, especially for the elderly. Also, security and utility to support the future activities. 4. Service-wise and skillful officer who can organize a trip. 5. Needs information available on social media. Next, conclusion. Getting insight of the health tourism behavior of the elderly can be exploited to improve the statistic plans in order to meet the elderly needs. The result from the analysis of knowledge of the health tourism and attitude toward tourism of the elderly show that they needed tourism for new experience and learning new things, include natural beauty, culture, lifestyle, and learning participation such as knowledge exchange of health, reading of self-care, and transferring knowledge to the other. Consequently, the elderly would feel relaxed, relieved, and improve their health. Moreover, Nakhon Nayok is aimed at tourism, so it has a lot of of outstanding tourist attraction is also easily accessible with enough healthcare service. This factor can attract and satisfy the elderly tourists, so this result would be beneficial for health tourism entrepreneurs to adopt and adapt the strategic plans for customer focused management of health tourism. And that is for today. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Varapon Konsalawith to discuss on the efficiency and kinetic rate of nanoscale and microscale of zero-valent iron and zinc oxide particles for chromium, cadmium, and lead removal from Paktong Chai silk dyeing effluent, Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of my presentation today about efficiency and kinetic rate of nanoscale and microscale of zero-valent iron and zinc oxide particles for chromium, cadmium, and lead removal from Paktong Chai silk dyeing effluent, Thailand. And Varapon Konsalawith from Faculty of Science and Technology, นครราชสีมาราชภัฏ University, Thailand. Firstly, I would like to talk a bit about a textile dyeing industry. In textile dyeing industry, chemical and drying color reagents are used to qualitative changing of fabric in drying process of stable color. Water is used as intermediate in the process, become wastewater. This wastewater is low quality and high heavy metal. There are two types of nano and microparticles were used in this research. First one is zero-valent iron. It is increasingly used to remove chemicals and contaminants from soil, water, and air. It can be easily produced and effectively react with contaminants. It is environmental friendly material. Second one is zinc oxide. It's used as catalyst and photocatalyst to treat contaminant environment. Also, it's environmental friendly material. So, nano and microscale of zero-valent iron and zinc oxide should be concerned and studied for quality improvement of the effluent from the silk dyeing process. The objective of this research to study the removal efficiency and kinetic removal rate of lead, chromium, and cadmium in Paktong Chai silk drying effluent discharge by using nano and microscale of nano zero-valent iron and zinc oxide particles. For research methodology, the effluent discharge from silk drying process was directly collected from the textile drying factory in Paktong Chai district, นครราชสีมา Province, Thailand. The study of possibility and efficiency for nano and microparticle of zero-valent iron and zinc oxide. In determination of optimum concentration was operated in volumetric force at 25 degrees Celsius in incubator shaker. Various concentrations of four particles at 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100. Incubate for 60 minutes in the shaker. Amount of lead, chromium, and cadmium measured by atomic absorption spectrophotometer. For determination of optimum time and kinetic removal rate, various time at 1 to 5 hours and at 10 to 60 minutes. Kinetic removal rate determined by the first order reaction rate equation as equation 1 and 2. And for results of the research, when we compare optimum dose of 4 particles for lead chromium cadmium removal, we found that removal efficiencies of nano zero valent ions higher efficiency than nano zinc oxide, zero valent ion, and zinc oxide respectively. And for optimum dose is 60 mg per liter. Efficiency in cadmium removal higher than chromium and lead. The results of the removal efficiency incubation time with an hour interval. For removal efficiencies of nano zero valent is highest. The optimum time of nanoparticle is 3 hours and optimum time of microparticle is 5 hours. The removal efficiency at incubation time with 10 minutes interval. For optimum time is 60 minutes. The results of the kinetic removal rate. For the kinetic removal rate of nano zero valent ion higher than nano zinc oxide, zero valent ion, and zinc oxide respectively, and for kinetic removal rate of cadmium removal higher than chromium and lead. Conclusions of this research: 2 nanoparticles demonstrate higher efficiency than 2 microparticles. 3 heavy metals in terms of the removal efficiency demonstrated the similar pattern. The optimum dose was found at 60 mg per liter. The highest efficiency and kinetic rate were found with nano zero valent ions. Acknowledgement. This research has been supported by NRIU Research Grant and NRCT. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Dr. Non Napratansuk, who will be discussing on a comparative good governance experiences on local government scope with COVID-19, a case studies between Indonesia and Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Non Napratansuk. I'm from School of Administrative Study, Major University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. I'm so happy to join you this conference. And today I would like to present my paper, which is talking about good governance between Indonesia and Thailand. So my paper and my team is talking about a comparative good governance experiences on a local government's COVID-19 case study between Indonesia and Thailand. And the aim of this paper is talking about to analyze and compare good governance experiences on local government COVID-19 between Indonesia and Thailand. So first, as you can see that the widespread of COVID-19 is a various country quickly lead the WHO World Health Organization to enforce this coronavirus as a pandemic on March 1820. So the situation obviously requires all states to prepare the best strategies for dealing with this pandemic. If you take a look in Southeast Asia itself, it's a variety of different policies taken by the government. For instance, Thailand and Indonesia, which will be the focus on a local government case in this study, and it's take a different approach in dealing with the COVID-19. However, we will focus on good governance. So to get the answer of this study, the methodology of this study is qualitative study method. The study was selected to different cities in two different countries of Southeast Asia, which is Indonesia, and the place is Telka city. Is in central Java. Was selected due to its achievement as the one and the only city in Java Islands. For the other one is Thailand. The case took at the provincial level, and Chiang Mai Provincial Administrative Organization, and also Chang Phượng sub-district in Tambun level. So in this context, the strategies of local government in Thailand and Indonesia are coping with COVID-19 will be assessed by the good governance indicators. These studies apply 6 indicator development from the World Bank, which is participation, fairness, accountability, transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness. For the data gathering, this paper collected them from various sources in news channels, for example, in English, Indonesia, and Thai languages. This paper will select relevant news which are suitable with good governance indicator. Thus, in the analysis, the paper does not include all news. After that, the content analysis used for analyze and interpret on both cases. So let's take a look at the case of the study in Indonesia, Telka city. For the results that we take a look at, we can see that the good governance, the first one is participation. We can see that the existence of the strict prohibitions against going back home, and the provision of the rapid test and spraying of mass disinfectants. The local government respond to this problem by implement the large scale for social restriction earlier to prevent many travelers from outside like Jakarta, and consider that Telka city has an influence on the surrounding area. And also for the fairness, in the city of the Telka and several area was locked down or quarantine policies. Then the government implement on a different scale and are applied to our communities. For the communities who want to enter the Telka city, must strictly be checked for their health by regard officers in their road. Therefore, to ensure that no discrimination has occurred in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic during the implementation of a PSBB, the Telka city government held mass rapid tests for the people for the Telka city. On accountability, the mayor of Telka took the initiative to implement the local lockdown policy. To implement it, the lockdown policy, the local government of Telka only opened one emergency route to facilitate access to logistic and medical equipment that will be distributed in the Telka city. Also, residents who work outside the city and want to get access to the city must meet several requirements set by the local government and must be examined by the COVID-19 task force. On transparency, the local city would receive a social assistance in the form of necessities and cash to ensure the transparency of the data on recipients of a social assistance. The municipal government of the Telka coordinates with the 27 urban villages in Telka city to provide data access to social support the community. So on efficiency, the local government of Telka, together with the health office was held and random mass rapid tests in the community, especially in a shopping center. The Telka city government also remind the public not to travel to take COVID-19 red zone. These strategies were taken to ensure that the easing of the PSBB by the municipal government of Telka would not cause new problems. On effectivity, the local government of Telka believes that despite massive socialization and education related to the COVID-19, the government role to communicate directly with the people will significantly help the Telka city to break the chain of the COVID-19. So let's take a look in the Thailand case. On the participation, we can see that the villagers in Changpyeok sub-district, especially in Tambon, that lower level from provincial, have come together to make a mask to give out of the free to the other members of the community. This mask will be handed out to the people who need them in the Changpyeok community. Moreover, on the provincial level, Chiang Mai Provincial Administrative Organization have gathering to distribute to the people, provide food that shall give out lunch boxes to the public for 15 days. On fairness, since the central government in Thailand declared the emergency decree, it completely turned local government unfairness to mitigate the pandemic for their local community. The limited of the power and budgeting to help and support the local community in pandemic time were late and shortage. On accountability, we can see that the local government start to be close the small road and then set up a checkpoint which was integrate the local government officers and villagers, health volunteers to monitor and prevent outsiders into the community. This credit must honor to Thailand village health volunteers. The village health volunteer network was set up in 1977 after the Thai Ministry of Health partnered with the Japanese government to develop a primary health care system in all regions nationwide. On transparency, the provincial level and sub-district level provide set up center for public information to report, distribution, and update news, and also demonstrated their activities and expenditure in COVID-19 pandemic, especially in public sites on their websites. Also on efficiency, the governor of Chiang Mai, along with the various authorities, visit 3 checkpoints on the 3 major roads into Chiang Mai, as well as sub-district level. The village healthcare will cooperate to block the local road. Moreover, volunteers at each checkpoint are taking the body temperature and travel histories of the people entering, as well as handling out the surgical mask, face shield, and hand wash gel. On effectivity, village health volunteers preparedness and solid operations, as well as their close collaborations with the district health promotion, hospitality, and local office. So after we compare it between Indonesia and Thailand, for the conclusion that the finding of this paper is Indonesia case could argue that the effective openness and transparency of the government in coping with COVID-19 are the key to improve the people economy in Telka city. Also, the administrators government of Telka should be responsible to evaluate in effective method in prevent to the spread of COVID-19 and switch to more effective and efficiency ways. In the meantime, in Thailand case, sorry, local government could not cope with COVID-19 pandemic, but cooperate with the Thai village health volunteer and local government were the best operation to stop the COVID-19 outbreak. Moreover, the most foremost hinder in both Thailand and Indonesia were the central government that centralized authority. In Indonesia, the central policy was the obstacle to allow the local government act, while in Thailand, the emergency decree was the main hinder for the local government management. But finally, both local government in Thailand and Indonesia were struggling and tried to cope with COVID-19 in the right way of the good governance track, even though they had a limited authority and willing to support their community. Unfortunately, because we have a limit of time and uh, have short presentation, and thank you very much for your listening and to take a look and enjoy with me today. So thank you very much. And if you have any problem, any questions, I'm happy to answer you. Please email to me according to this my email address. I hope you enjoy and get something for this my presentation. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Satapon Saing Sufo to discuss on the applied information technology in community economy, a case study of the financial institution of the community, Chiang Mai Province.
Good morning. I'm studying research on applied information technology in the community economy, a case study of the financial institution of the community Chiang Mai Province by Satapon Sengpo and Somkit Kautip, School of Administrative Study, Major University, Thailand. Research objectives. 1. To study the operational process of the community financial institution. 2. To study the condition of using information technology in the community financial institutions. 3. Develop guidelines for the application of information technology in the domain of the community financial institution. The aim of the research was to 1. Study the operational process of the community financial institution. 2. Study the condition of using information technology in the community financial institution. 3. Develop guidelines for the application of information technology in the development of the community financial institution. The research was carried out by using a joint combination of quantitative samples, which include 240 members of the community financial institution and qualitative sample, which include 30 people from the administrative and staff of the community institution. In terms of data collection, the research collected their data with questionnaire, interview, and observation, and group discussion. The data were analyzed to find the frequency, percentage, text synthesis, and content analysis. The result of the research showed that 1. The result of data analysis on the operational process of the community financial institution was divided into 4 parts, such as 1. Saving deposit, 2. Loan and lending, 3. Management of compensation and benefit, 4. Management of the community financial institution, 2. The condition of using information technology in the community financial institution. Both hardware and software were being supported by bank in charge, but still not enough in terms of usage. Some staff still lack additional knowledge and skill for information technology. Key development line for the application of information technology for the development of community financial institution. This was summary into the issue. 1. In terms of hardware, they should be effective, efficient, and sustainable for work. They should also be sufficient for work. 2. In terms of software, they should be up-to-date developed software respond to all segments of work levels. 3. In terms of personnel, the staff should be encouraged and developed, again more continuous knowledge and ready for work. Second, the findings from this research should be utilized in 3 levels as follows. 1. Government policy. The government should develop the community financial institution system and develop the community economy systematically. All them to be strong towards self-management. 2. Budget. The community financial institution should allocate enough budget for processing, maintenance, and of information technology and also development of personnel. 3. There should be a plan for the continuous development of the personnel knowledge in information technology. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Chetsada Proma, who will be discussing on the study on efficiency and development of anti-anthracnose disease products for chili peppers with natural substances, Nakhon Ratchasima Province, Thailand.
Study on efficiency and development of anti-anthracnose disease product for chili pepper with natural product substance, Nakhon Ratchasima Province, Thailand. เจษฎาพรหมมา สุทัศน์ สายทอง ทานทิพย์รัตนะ and วราพร โกษารวิทย์ เจษฎาพรหมมา is PhD study take up environmental management technology at the Graduate School of Nakhon Ratchasima Ratchapat University. He has master degree in public and private management for National Institute for Development Association (NIDA) and a master degree biotechnical technology from Khon University. He is a currently in chairman of the board at Aquatic Chemical Company Limited, a water treatment company specializing in chemical products used in water treatment system and associated industry. Abstract. The study on efficiency and development of anthracnose disease product on chili pepper employee completely randomized design to study the efficiency of substance used to prevent anthracnose disease. There are 3 treatments used in this study. 1. Control. 2. Natural product formula 1. Biofermented water number 1. 3. Natural product formula 2. Biofermented water 2. 4. Chemical product. Microcept chemical. Research operated by spray treatment product on the chili pepper every 7 days. After 24 hours, Colectotrichum spp is sprayed infect the anthracnose in 3 weeks. The study indicated that national formula 1 and 2 proved the efficiency of preventing the disease in chili pepper significantly, 95%. National product 1 was highest in anthracnose disease prevention, followed by Microcept chemical, national product formula 2 and control respectively. Description. Anthracnose outbreak occur during the rain season or on a long period of rain, which facilitated the growth of fungi. Anthracnose is commonly found during chili pepper growing and can cause significant damage of farmers, resulting in reduced product. More farmers use chemicals that are also expensive to prevent anthracnose disease. Furthermore, these chemicals are dangerous to environment due to their toxic residue. Material and method. Natural product formula 1. Biofermentation water A. Beetroot, nutshell, and banana tea. Natural product formula 2. Biofermentation water B. Channel, apple, scale, and banana tree. Chemical product Microcept. The anthracnose pathogen Colectotrichum spp. First step. Attack note, paroxysm for 7 days. Next step, 3 treatment, 1 control, 2 biofermentation water A, 3 biofermentation water B, 3 microsep. Count the number of chili paper that do not have attack note 3 times on 7, 14, and 21st day after spray. We choose the effective of national product and chemical product through private attack note disease I show by graph. Benefits of the national and chemical product. The green is chemical, yellow national product formula 1, and violet national product formula 2. Conclusion, chemical product, Microsoft 432 baht per rice, 71.11% efficiency. Natural product formula 1, 8.64 baht per rice, 73.87% efficiency. And natural product formula 2, 8.68 baht per rice, 58.41% efficiency.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Vinith Farcharuin, who will be discussing on the dynamics of public participants in the integrated management of natural resource and environment, a case study of Banpa Saknyam, Luang Leo Subdistrict, Doi Sakit District, Chiang Mai Province.
Good morning. My name is Vinith Farcharuin from Metro University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. My topic, dynamics of public participation in the integrated management of the nature, resource, and as environment. A case study of the Banpa Saknyam Luang Leo Subdistrict, Doi Sakit, Chiang Mai Province. Attitude to study politics and government, culture, and economy basis of qualitative development of the public sector to maintain nature, resource, and environment. To study the environment development and exploitation process of the politician of community, nature, resource, and environment. To propose guideline and to the management of the self-driven integration of the nature, resource, and environment. Methodology, method, and process of study. One start program to the correct data as why intellectual to the program to G state issue and the question scope to be in the configuration with the aesthetics for and operating methods by questionnaire and adjective to fix. 6% program to study code. Reports to the report of the research. So that's to the feminist process of the development and application with the participation of the people in the management of the nature, resource, and environment and to activities to the cooperation for one sub-development citizen friendships and the 10 speech development and the authorization speech and the cooperation space over how we were the overall future of the change in the future resource and and environment that result in the cluster, the community. Ecosystem to the community benefits from ecosystem, and there are also by the uh, so the national resort and Aswai Rosmin, one of the Pampasakam community is the foundation for maintaining qualification good quality of the ride. Therefore, its way is called the of course the medicine in the integrated nature resort and management are the one community development basis on the nature resort and environment. Two, development as the center for environment. Three, development as the center the test for and the teaching of the clean quality. Pro-development as the health development center based on environment education and develop at the center to support learning and research process of education in the real. Maybe conclusion the learning application process of the community and the follow the one lesson review analysis and the qualified way of the thinking. Two, the setting option, the community planning. One, G, the freedom and participation action. Four, no working and learning hour. F, for the of course mention the integrated fish management of the nature resort and as wide processing are as the reuse of the analysis on the storm of the community in terms of the nature resort and environment livelihoods and the community participation with all. Demolition order publication of community leader who restore adhere to the community rules of the successful application to be as accurate to the integration of the sector. Also, contributing to the community utilization of the nature resort and as wide harassment in the forest area of the Matpasaknam community to the security crime. Thank you very much. You have enjoyed Samana. Okay, thank you so much.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Vinith Frarcharuan to discuss on the strategic management of Upper Mai Kuang River Basin with the participation of civil society.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thipsuda Tangtrakoon. I am a representative of our research team. We're from Major University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. So today, I would like to present our research in the title Strategic Management of Upper Mae Kuang River Basin with the participation of civil society. The purpose of this research was to analyze management patterns, barrier levels, factors affecting successful management of the river basin, as well as offering strategic guidelines that will serve as a mechanism for the effective involvement of the civil society. The results of this research will be of benefit to the academic sector, policy implementation to the society and community. natural resource, and environmental management, including educational research and various development forms, many of which will lead to the development of natural resources and environment, and appropriate river basin management that are under the area. Target area and key informants consisting of Mekong River Basin Network committees, relevant government personnel, experts, scholars, community leaders, philosophers, villagers, and people in the area. A questionnaire, survey, interview, group meeting, workshop, and critical analysis were used as a form of data collection. The data were analyzed and were presented in both qualitative and quantitative. The results of the study showed that the management pattern and procedures for the management of the Upper Mekong River Basin consist of 4 patterns such as government management pattern, project management through royal initiatives, community management, private organization or NGO, whereby operate according to the King Rama IX philosophy, implementations of the procedure from small to large, the process of reforestation in the peoples might learn, understand, access, and development, support on the culture's resource, natural environment, and community, participation and cooperation process from all parties. The results of the research lead to the development of the Upper Mekong River Basin ecosystem, which help improve the quality of river basin in the area. The community were able to live and eat abundantly around the river basin with the community economy from agroforestry and ecotourism management. The barrier level from the management of the Upper Mekong River Basin involves the quantitative participation of civil society was found to be low. As for the qualitative results, it was found that the government and the public sector lacked the knowledge and understanding of the holistic river basin management, and the perceived information between government officials and people differs, and the implementations of redundant development solving projects in the government sector. The factors affecting the success of the management of the Upper Mekong River Basin include the knowledge body that is appropriate to the geosocial characteristic and the learning process that can build awareness, build understanding based on culture, wisdom, and life. An explosion from the inside out, caused by understanding, recognize the value system, reach out, generate opinion guidelines for developing and implement a plan of action and judgment. Participation identify love, unity, strength through group processing, networking, and empowerment from all sectors, including government, private, academics, developers, and the communities. Holistic co-management. It is driven from vision, plan, working together, and management in all dimensions. Analyzing the strategic guidelines that will serve as a mechanism for the effective involvement of civil society analysis include the following. Integrated management strategy by the mechanisms of the Integrated River Basin Management Committees, River Basin Provisions, and River Basin Management Funds. Strategy for driving the management process through the mechanisms of the Institute of Natural Resources, Environment, and Way of Life for the future is responsible for driving knowledge management, being the core of cooperation, expansions of the concepts, principles, and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome our session chair, R. Srivel, Associate Professor from Department of ECE, Aurora Scientific Technological Research Academy, Hyderabad, India.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, R. Srivel, working as Associate Professor in Aurora Scientific Technological Research Academy, Hyderabad. So, I am having totally 16 years of teaching experience in that in academic experience in various engineering colleges. So I have presented various papers in international conference as well as national conference. I have published totally 24 papers in well-reputed journals like Scopus, Web of Science, and SCI. So I have published a book called Television Video Engineering. So for that final year students, for final year students, for engineering graduates, I have 2 Indian patents and 1 Australian grant for the 8 years for that a topic called as an soil monitoring by using drones. I thank IFERP for giving this session chair opportunity in this first international conference on technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research, which is going to be happen on 27th and 28th March 2021. The authors has presented very innovative topics in the field of various fields in medical field as well as in that tourism field as well as in that digital innovation marketing field and everything. The author has many papers we have been gone through that. For me, I have been watched 15 videos. The 15 videos were very excellent and then their presentation are very good. So I appreciate each and every authors. So in my perception, I have found some major flaws, some minor flaws while presenting the paper. So I will give some suggestions. So can you so for the authors can correct all those things to be eradicated in that next view of presentation. So many papers were looking like very excellent in the view of presentation as well as an innovative concepts have been presented here. So let me brief out the papers one by one. The first paper, factors affecting effectiveness of operation in the internal quality assurance for Rajmangala University of Technology, Thailand. This paper I have to appreciate really. The author has done various case studies. What are the case studies they have? What are the case studies they have been taken for that overall effectiveness of the operation in the internal quality assurance of the university. So many factors they have been taken and then to find the operation of the internal quality assurance for the university. So the author, only one drawback is there. So while presenting, her voice is somewhat not audible to us. Because why? Because means her presentation and everything, whatever the concepts he has been showing, that result analysis, everything is very awesome. But while presenting, that author has weared a mask. So in that wearing that mask, we are not able to get the audio very clearly. So that is only the drawback. Remaining all the things were very awesome, and then our analytical part is very good. I appreciate really this part for taking into that for the internal quality assurance cell. So that internal quality assurance cell will be present in all the universities. So that will judge the factor of the all the quality of the education, and then how to develop everything. So I thank this author for giving this awesome presentation. Thank you. Next paper, that is a multi-directional analysis, causal relationship influencing the effectiveness of support personnel in that Ramakrishnan University. So I personally suggest this author. They have explained only 5 to 6 slides of presentation. So whatever the methodology they have taken, it is very well. So I find some case studies it is missing in that topic. So if they have explained that, but paper topic everything it is good, they have revealed all the concepts, everything it is good, but I need some case studies. So that part is missing. So that is the minor flaw that has been I have been found in this paper. So kindly, if you rectify these things, so your topic also will be a very good paper. Thank you. The next paper, that is the diversity of local wisdom, art and cultural in Yangon and Republic of Union of Myanmar. So this author has taken various videos. So from that videos, that author has from the multimedia various multimedia videos she has taken, and then she has presented very well. And then from that he has taken one case studies, and then he was telling about what were the things to be analyzed, so what are the things to be done. So everything it is clear. So really this part is appreciable. Thank you. The next topic, that is prevalence of parasitic pathogens from monkeys. So in that old town of Thailand, so this professor has explained is innovative concept is very much awesome, because how the pathogens have been spreaded in that old town, she has analyzed very clearly, and then it is very clear to me. And then by watching her video, it is really excellent. So she has used image processing concept, and then she has collected various things from that satellites. So from that satellite she has been mapped, and then she has find various solutions how the parasites has been spreaded from the monkeys. So this paper is really innovative, and then I appreciate this professor for doing this research in this topic. It's very much innovative, and then it is awesome. Thank you. Paper, that is service quality affecting to customer satisfaction towards an artificial football turf. So this author also taken various case studies between the customer satisfaction and then various result and then the service quality. So he has correlated both the things, and then he had find the conclusion that the overall result from that service quality as well as the customer satisfaction was very high. So the outcome analysis shows that the service quality variables reflected a high correlation with the customer satisfaction. So he has taken many case studies, and then he proved that one. So this paper also very is good in analytic part, and then in analysis also he has done very well. I appreciate this author for giving this presentation. Thank you. Next paper, that is development of strategies to promote the learning and innovative skills of students in schools under the secondary educational service area. So education is the backbone of the every systems. So it is very much important for all the parts of the nation, and it encourages the Thailand people to create and develop technology and innovation for the country. So as creative method has proved, as she has taken 3 parts to analyze all those things. So again he has taken 4 strategies. So how to promote the innovative skills of the students for the school under the secondary educational service area office. So what are the strategies he has taken is very nice. So the first strategy will be the staff development. Second strategy will be that modern media technology and innovative development. What are the techniques we are going to be used? So it is very clear. And then third one, what the management has to support all those things. Fourth strategy will be the network development. Her connectivity of the paper and then the research was very awesome and excellent in that part. So I appreciate this author, and then we can take the suggestions for in the future for the development of the education. Thank you. Next paper, an analysis of fragile people of local government strategy between Malaysia and Thailand in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. The author has explained, so in the pandemic situation, so what are the steps has been taken by both the government of Malaysia as well as in Thailand in terms of that COVID-19 pandemic. So he has explained very clearly. So I thought that some of the part has been missing in that part. So what I have thought means, so nowadays they are going to use the drones to monitor the COVID patients, and then in that time that part has to be added. Some digital innovative techniques also to be used there in that COVID-19 pandemic situation. So that point of view is slightly missing, I think. Remaining all the part of the case studies, whatever he has taken and then he has explained, it is very good. So really appreciable. Thank you. Next paper, that is a conceptual model of digital transformation for sport organization in Thailand. So this paper, it is very good paper. Actually it is having many innovative concepts for organizing a digital transformation for sport organization in Thailand. So it has been given a very innovative technique for starting a new business idea. So the professor has explained very good. Professor has explained a conceptual digital transformation for sport organization by analyzing into 6 components. So which will prove that one whether it is a very good analytic part. So what are the steps they have to start from the beginning to that end? It is clearly visible in that analytic part. So this paper also having a very good innovative concepts as well as good in presentation. It's very awesome. Thank you. So what is the next thing? That is factor affecting the health tourism promotion for elderly in Nayok province, Thailand. So this paper has proved that so how the tourism has behaves for that for the useful for the elder people. So what are the she has taken many case studies. So and then how the healthy tourism promotion will be given for that old age person. So how they will enjoy in that. So how they will safely will participate in all the tourism activities. So she has given very good recommendations in that. So her presentation as well as case studies are very awesome, and then I really appreciate her presentation as well as her case studies is really good. Thank you. Next paper, efficiency and kinetic rate of nanoscale and microscale of zero valent from iron and zinc oxide particles for chromium, cadmium and lead removal from silk dyeing effluent, Thailand. So silk from that silk only we are going silk dyeing effluent. So majorly they have to add the colors. So in that colors, so many metals will be present in that, many metal components. So this author has taken what are the methods to remove these particles. So remove these iron particles. So by using that valent iron as well as zinc oxide. So her method and then her case studies were really excellent in that. Her analytical part also is very good. analytical skills, and then what are the methods she suggested is very nice and very excellent. I really appreciate her for giving this presentation. And then she concluded that, so how much ml we should add in that. So she has concluded that 60 milligrams per liter can be added to remove all the heavy metals present in that silk dyeing process. So it is really appreciable and then innovative thing, and then experimentally she has proved is really very nice concept. I appreciate her. Thank you. Next paper that is based upon the comparative and good governance experience on local governments cope with COVID-19, a case study between the Indonesia and Thailand. The same author, he has compared between the Malaysia and Thailand in the previous topic also. So same suggestion I am giving. So what are the national precautions they have been followed for that? Natural precautions means that is a natural medicines. What are the things they have been used in that COVID-19 that has been missing, and then some minor things I am telling in my part of my perception. So drones have been used for monitoring the people, what they are going, what the people activities in that. So that author has explained what are the issues faced by the people, everything. So slightly can you, if you add in this case studies, so some results, if it is showing means it will be well and good. So that is a minor flaws I have been found in this paper. Thank you. Next topic, next paper, that is applied information technology in community economy, a case study on the financial institution of the community. So in this paper, what is the major drawback I have been finding in that part means, so that the author has given some abstract and then he has explained the concept, but in that case studies, what are the methods he has been using and what are the formulas he has been using to predicate that case study was missing. If he is explaining in that part, it will be really, it will become a very innovative thing. So that is the minor flaw I have been finding in my part of perception in this paper. If it is added in that paper, it will be really a good thing. Thank you. Next paper, that is based upon the study and efficiency development of anti-anthracene disease products for chili peppers with natural substance. For that, so this is an agriculture related paper. So in this, so in the rainy season, this chili will be affected by that fungus. So how to remove the fungus with the help of the natural substances? So he has given 2-3 methods, and then his experimental setup has proved that with the help of the natural combination of that medicines, so we can able to cure all the fungus removal. Fungus can be removed in that chili cultivation. So it is really good. So it will be helpful for the people. So whoever doing this chili cultivation in the rainy season time, so its experimental results have been proven very well. So it is really an innovative thing, and then that it is creating an innovative thing for the people to follow the traditional method. Thank you. Next paper, strategic management of Upper Kuang River Basin with the participation of the civil society. In this paper, the author is giving a traditional method of the next paper, strategic management of Upper Kuang River Basin with the participation of the civil society. In this paper, the author is giving a traditional method of the Ramayanam, how they have constructed a river basin, so between that part. So and then she has been explaining many strategic management principle, and then she has taken many case studies. It is really appreciable. It is excellent in her presentation. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Somtho Titathan. who will be discussing on the model for managing T-Sports channel on the internet.
Good morning, the committee and the participant. I would like to present you the model for managing T-Sport channel on the internet. First, I would like to introduce my biography first. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Somthop Thirathán. Currently, I am a lecturer in sport management and also holding the position of the head of educational department from the Faculty of Social Science and Humanity, Mahidol University. Also, this research I have co-writer, Dr. Vanchari Noria. She also working at the same department with me. The construction of the research is include three parts that I would like to present today. Is the purpose of the research and the methodology of the research and the result that we find. First, the research have been involved with the Thailand organization that we call the Sport Authority of Thailand, or SAT. It's the department under the constructive of Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Thailand. The organization have the role and responsibility for driving the strategy in development the national sport. Also, the organization also provide the 6th National Sport Development Plan in the 2017 to 2021. The Sport Authority of Thailand have been processing T-Sport channel, which is one of the important channel for spreading the sport news since 2002. And also the channel objective are for spreading, supporting, and create awareness of people across the country of Thailand to have the motivation of the physical exercise and having the quality of good life. However, the T-Sport channel found the difficulty or the obstacle and the limitation, especially in the aspect of the personals, which are followed. I call allocating the budget in the organization and also the relying in broadcasting and the variety of the show. That's why the objective of the research is happened. The objective of the research is tried to utilize the qualitative design by using document research and the effective and focus group to identify the pain point and also to have the clear strategy direction to suggest to the Sport Authority of Thailand in terms of improve the T-Sport channel in the future. The methodology is we recruit the 20 participants with the television for the show producer. Participants were recruited using the purposive sampling and the focus group for interview guide the interview conduct. After the focus group, we find the conclusion as follows. The study of the 5 sport TV stations which are comprised of PPTV station. There's one of the popular sport channel in Thailand. True Vision, also Being Sport, ESPN Sport, and Fox Sport. And we found that TV station management for having the sport content use a lot of the budget for the development, interesting of TV show. And also the direction was so clear in the issue of buying the favorite live broadcasting copyright for making live broadcasting in their own station with the variety pattern for approaching most of the document. Therefore, in the conclusion summary, the budget is a key concern. That's a sport channel, T-Sport need to be find the way to support it. And also buying the licensed TV program such as the Premier League, NBA basketball, should be the content that draw the interested from the target audience. This is my finding for the conclusion. And I hope at last the best for everyone in the meeting. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Patarapon Chummi to discuss on the causal model analysis of the foreign environment to the export performance.
สวัสดีครับ Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to present our research entitled Causal Influence Analysis Model of Foreign Environment on Export Capability. There are 3 researchers in this study, And the first author is here.
My name is Pattarapon Chumi. Now I'm working at Valaya Lomkorn Ratchathak University as a chairperson in Doctor of Business Administration program.
And the second author is Assistant Professor Dr. Shakri Tong. The third one is Sutapat Janprasad. Let me begin with the introduction. In this research, the researchers are interested in studying the food industry products because since the year 1991, they have generated more than nearly 80,000 million baht per year in revenue, and also found that Thai canned seafood was exported to countries around the world as the number one since the year 1999. Moreover, it was found that the food industry products were more valuable than agricultural products, including other industrial products as well, and most of the raw materials in the production could be sought within the country. Office of the National Economic and Social Development Board say that exports of agricultural products and food industry rely on the import of raw materials at a low rate. It could support Thailand's economic expansion more than any other product groups. Therefore, the researchers aim that this research will be able to find answers to food export business practices of the food industry. And there are two research objectives in this study.
First, to research the element of the environment in foreign countries that affect the export capability. Second, to analyze the causal influence between the element of the foreign environment on the export capability.
Moving on to methodology. The population study in this research was the food industry executives in Bangkok metropolitan region based on the database of the Department of Export Promotion. It was found that the target population of the food industry was in the total of 1,415 by specifying the sample size from Yamane's calculation table at 95% reliability level with the static error of 0.05, gaining 316 samples, and then selecting specific samples from the group of entrepreneurs in the food industry. As for research instruments, it was a questionnaire developed from Nguyen and Park, and the researchers defined the 10-point rating scale as used by Brothers and Nagos who study subjects in Romania and China. Results of the study. The results of the Explanatory Factor Analysis or EFA of Foreign Market Commission consisted of 9 questions. It was found that with a minimum element weight of 0.641 and a maximum 0.899, all with an element weight of more than 0.50 of all data variations could be explained around 68%. Analysis of the survey elements of the foreign government-related entities and the Muslim consumption principles found that the program incorporated the 2 variables into one component, measured by 6 questions. The lowest element weighted at 0.806 and the highest element weighted at 0.923. All questions had element weight greater than 0.50 and could explain the variation in the data at 77%. After the survey component analysis was performed, a confirmatory factor analysis was performed. The results of the confirmatory factor analysis of the Foreign Markets Commission found that the 9 elementary measurement questions had more t-test scores. The lowest t-test value at 4.57 and the highest t-test value at 13.88. The results of the verification of the harmony of the conceptual framework show that it was consistent. As you can see from figure 1, this is the conceptual framework analysis model, structural equation. Conclusions. In conclusion, the 3 elements of a particular external environment have influences related to export activities, including real changes in production of products, technology with the product itself, businesses that cooperate in a high industry, and marketing strategy and operations. Therefore, many companies needed to change their strategies to keep up with changing customer demands. Exporters have to pay attention to the rules for export, including principle of Muslim consumption. And finally, nowadays it is considered one of the standards that exporters must adhere to in order to obtain certification and to pass the basic regulations, thus allowing exporters to operate their exports more smoothly. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for your participation. ขอบคุณครับ
Our next presenter is Sutafat Chanprasad, who will be discussing on the tourist behavior and factors affecting their decision for visiting Ayodhya floating market from Nakhon-Si, Ayodhya province.
สวัสดีครับ Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to present you the research entitled Tourists' Behavior and Factors Affecting Their Decision for Visiting Ayodhya Floating Market, Pranakonsi, Ayodhya Province. And may I introduce the authors of this study? The first one.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sutafat Chanprasad. I was working as a lecturer at Rajamankala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi.
And the second author is Dr. Pattarapon Chumi. He's a lecturer in the doctoral program in business administration. He's also a chair in that program at Valai Alongkorn Rajpath University under the royal patronage. And the third one, Assistant Professor Ponte Gao Shua. He's also teaching at Rajamankala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. And we are glad to be presenters for the first International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. Let me begin with the introduction of the study. Tourism in Pranakonsi, Ayodhya province is considered a tourism industry that plays an important role in Thailand. In particular, the Ayodhya floating market is considered another form of tourism and receives attention from tourists, being a major source of income, leading to foreign currency, job creation, and diversification into the region. At the same time, there is also an underlying concern because of any political crisis or accident occurring, or even at present, by the domestic tourism situation after the COVID-19 to mitigate the impact and enhance liquidity for entrepreneurs. The researchers are interested in studying behavior and factors affecting the decision for visiting Ayodhya floating market, Pranakonsi, Ayodhya province during the crisis. The results in this study can be served as guidelines for the relevant agencies to develop more efficient tourism in the future. There are two research objectives in this study.
First, to study tourist behavior and service marketing factors affecting their decision to visit Ayodhya floating market. Second, to validate the model of tourist behavior and service marketing factors affecting their decision to visit Ayodhya floating market, and to conduct confirmatory factor analysis of factors affecting their decision to visit Ayodhya floating market in Pranakonsi, Ayodhya province.
Moving on to methodology. In terms of the population, 17 observable variables were required to have a sample size of 340 samples, and there were tourists visiting Ayodhya floating market, Pranakonsi, Ayodhya province. As for research instruments, questionnaires were used for the quantitative part, and semi-structured reviews were used for the qualitative part. As for the quality assessment of the research instruments, content validity was conducted by 5 experts. The questionnaire was created and its consistency was relevant with the questions, objectives, and conceptual frameworks of the research. Results. The research results of studying 340 samples and the structural equation analysis revealed that there were 3 latent variables and 17 observed variables, as you can see in Figure 2. The causal model of tourism behavior and service marketing factors affecting their decision for visiting Ayutthaya floating market, Pranakon Si Ayutthaya province during the crisis. From Figure 2, it can be seen that the causal model of tourism behavior and service marketing factors affecting their decision to visit Ayutthaya floating market during the crisis was consistent and harmonized with the empirical data as shown in Table 1 below. Table 1. Index of consistency and harmonization with empirical data. Conclusions. Tourism behavior influenced the market service, and this was consistent with the study of Jantapon and Sumali in 2015. The relationship between marketing mix factors and tourism behavior indicated that these two factors were related. In terms of promotion, they focused on discount, promotional program, and special offer during the off-season. Tourism behavior also influenced decision-making. This was consistent with the study of Chanapong in 2018 and Seidiyov and Ado Martini in 2016. It was found that consumer behavior was focused on determining how to make decisions based on accessibility and availability. Market surveys also influenced decision-making. This was consistent with the study of Sirirat Laiet Kantiman in 2019. The results indicated that the sample emphasized on promotion, followed by good service process and friendly personnel to serve tourists. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you for watching. ขอบคุณครับ
Our next presenter is Ms. Vorasiri Bonsoi, who will be presenting the factors influencing the technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge (TPAC) of English teachers in primary schools, Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area 1.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your interest in participating in my presentation. What I'm going to present to you today is the findings from my research study on factors influencing the technological, pedagogical content knowledge of English teachers in primary schools, Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area 1. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Vorasiri Bonsoi. I graduated with a doctoral degree in English from Srinakharin Virot University in 2014. I have a Bachelor of Education in English and a Master of Education in Teaching English as a foreign language from Chiang Mai University. My professional areas of interest include English pedagogy and applied linguistics. Currently, I'm interested in investigating digital literacy or Thai EFL learners and teachers. For my work experiences, I'm now a lecturer at the Department of Western Languages, Chiang Mai Ratchapat University. The purposes of this study were to measure the technological, pedagogical content knowledge and to investigate the factors influencing the TPAC of English teachers in primary schools, Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area 1. A sample of 81 English teachers in primary schools of Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area 1 were selected through two-stage cluster sampling. The research instruments were a Likert 5-point scale questionnaire and a semi-structured interview. Data collected by questionnaires were analyzed by frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation, Pearson product moment correlation coefficient, and multiple regression analysis. Data from the interview were analyzed through content analysis. The results showed that TPAC of English teachers was at high level with a mean score of 3.642, and the factors influencing the TPAC of English teachers at 0.05 level of significance were frequency of technology use in classroom and technology literacy. The reason why I chose this topic because as all of you can see that in 21st century, technology has evolved at a rapid pace and become necessities in all aspects of life, like communicating, working, and education. In area of education, technology changes ways of teaching and learning. Therefore, teachers in this digital era are challenged with developing technological knowledge so that they can integrate technology, pedagogy, and content in their class effectively. Because of this point, Mishra and Kohler proposed the TPAC framework, which incorporates the growing demand of the use of technology in the classroom, as well as continuing the focus on the content and how teachers teach it. TPAC consists of three main components, which are content knowledge, which is the knowledge about subject being taught or learned both inside and outside class. Pedagogical knowledge, which means knowledge of the practices, processes, and methods in relation to teaching and learning. And technological knowledge, or knowledge and skills in operating all types of technology. The interconnection among CK, PK, and TK exhibits four more components. The first one is pedagogical content knowledge. It indicates teachers' capacity to transform content knowledge to suit different learners' ability and background. The second one is technological pedagogical knowledge. It is the knowledge of tools suitable for a specific teaching and learning setting. It portrays that technology and pedagogy influences each other. The third one is technological content knowledge, or TCK. It's the knowledge about how technology and content is related. Teachers know which technology to be used and how to implement it with which kinds of subject content. TCK would assist students learning, making them achieve their learning goals and learning outcome. The last one is technological pedagogical content knowledge. It is a set of knowledge demonstrating effectiveness in teaching subject content through technology. That is to say, teachers have knowledge in technology and can use it for teaching content in their teaching learning context. Despite the fact that most teachers have been employing technology in their class, problems relevant to technology integration still exist. For instance, teachers do not use technology in class because they lack time and technology facilities. They cannot integrate technology corresponding to learning objectives nor employ it to the whole learning process. Some teachers refuse to implement technology in class because they view it as an unnecessary tool and unwilling to learn about it. These examples reflect the teacher's lack of technology knowledge. Many past researchers reported that there were many factors affecting teachers' TPAC, such as the availability of computers in school, teachers' interest, support from school, basic knowledge in technology, students' need, teaching experience, gender, and societal expectation. Although some researchers conducted their studies on TPAC, there was limited number of studies on factors affecting TPAC of English teachers in primary schools in Thailand's context. This study was therefore conducted with two objectives: to measure TPAC of English teachers in primary schools and to investigate the factors influencing TPAC of English teachers in primary schools. After distributing the questionnaire asking about the participants' TPAC and factors influencing the TPAC, followed by interviewing the participant, the obtained data were analyzed, and it was found that for research question 1, among the 7 components of the TPAC framework, the participants expressed their knowledge in 6 components at a high level. Technology knowledge was the only component with average level, as you can see in table 1. For research question 2, it is shown that there is a significant relationship between the two factors and TPAC. Those two factors are frequency of use of technology in classroom and technology literacy. The frequency of use of technology in classroom gained the highest relationship with TPAC, followed by technology literacy. To conclude, TPAC is vast because it involves many aspects of knowledge. Although it may be true that most teachers integrate technology to their teaching and are familiar with various types of technology, it is necessary that they seek for professional development in technology, since technology is constantly changing. With increasing technology knowledge, it is likely that they will feel more confident in integrating technology to their class. As such, their students will achieve their learning goals through means of technology effectively. Further studies are needed to look at a wider range of factors, such as teachers' beliefs, teachers' attitudes, teachers' self-efficacy, and teachers' interest. Also, it is suggested that researchers examine TPAC of teachers of other subjects and those who teach at different educational levels. Finally, the relationships between TPAC and English language learning achievement should be explored. This would reveal how TPAC results in English language learning management, as well as learning achievement of English language learners. And here is the list of appendix of this study. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. For any of you who would like to ask me some questions or discuss some points in details, my email is on the screen. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Tawachai Nima to discuss on a structural model of the organization performance in small and medium enterprises in Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to present you the research entitled The Structural Model of Organization Performance in Small and Medium Enterprises in Thailand. Actually, there are 4 researchers in this study. I'm not one of them, but I also teach at Walai Alongkorn Rajpath University under the royal patronage, and I'm here to help them present their research orally. May I introduce you the 2 of the authors of this study. First,
my name is Thawachai Nima.
Second,
my name is Bantheng Sia.
Kun Thawachai and Kun Bantheng have just received a doctoral degree in business administration from Walai Alongkorn Rajpath University under the royal patronage, and they are going to present their research today as well as me. Background and significance of the study. Nowadays, every organization, both small and large, must be developed to have good performance. The organization performance of an organization is either good or bad, not only from the development within the company itself. Organizations may rely on good business partners, such as having good suppliers, good relationships, and being able to help each other when demand is uncertain. Since there are many SMEs in the present, each company needs to have a good organization performance that can reduce costs and profits and increase profits for the company to survive and gain more market share. Therefore, proper organization performance should study internal influences, namely production quality management, PQM, and external influences, namely supplier quality management, SQM, in order to be able to measure organization performance appropriately and with varying degrees. Therefore, the researchers aim to study the factor of production quality management and supplier quality management that influence organization performance to guide the development of supplier quality management and production quality management. There are 2 research objectives. First, to study factors of supplier quality management and production quality management that affect organization performance. 2. To confirm the structural models that affect organization performance. And here are the research variables. First, supplier quality management, SQM, and there are 4 sub-variables in this category. Supplier relationship, price management, quality of products and services, delivery time. Second, production quality management. There are 6 sub-variables: top management, process management, quality data reporting, employee relationship, customer relationship, and training. 3. Organization performance, and there are 3 sub-variables, namely cost performance, profitability, market share. And as you can see, the conceptual framework is illustrated in Figure 1. Research methodology. This research is a combination of quantitative research that collected 260 data samples from nearly 520,000 SMEs in Thailand, with 13 observable variables from the SMEs industry group in the manufacturing sector of Thailand with a convenient randomization method. The tool was used at a closed-ended questionnaire with a Likert scale 5 level scoring with an IOC of between 0.8 to 1 and a Conbrax alpha value of 0.811. The distribution of questionnaires were manually and electronically distributed. Qualitative research was a focus group of 9 experts working in quality management or in-house supplier management by selecting experts using the judgment sampling. The experts were supervisors and had at least 10 years of working experience in quality management or supplier management. Results of the study. It was found that out of 260 SMEs, there were 16 micro businesses, 237 small businesses, and 7 medium enterprises. From the structural equation analysis of the model, 3 latent and 13 observable variables were found. The interpretation of the results by Lisserl confirmed the consistency of the empirical data collected from the questionnaire. The results show that the model passed the criterion and had a predictive coefficient of R powered by 2 at 67 as shown in Figure 2. Causal models affecting organization performance. From Figure 2, it was found that the causal model affecting organization performance was consistent and harmonious with the empirical data and had the total effect as shown in Table 1 below. The total effects of each influence relationship, as you can see, the 3 hypotheses have been confirmed. Suggestions for further studies. Further research should increase relevant variables in the study of SMEs in Thailand, such as variables in government support, competitiveness variables, knowledge building variables, etc. Second, this research didn't categorize research SMEs. Further research should compare between micro, small, and medium business to make the research more complete. Thank you very much for your attention. ขอบคุณครับ
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Wanpen Charo Entrakulpiti to discuss on an approach to enhancing local assets for green area protection, a case study on Songklong, Chacho, Engangso, Thailand.
Hello, today I would like to present an approach to enhancing local assets for green area protection, a case study on Songklong, Chacho, Thailand. The paper was written by me, Wanpen Charo, Dr. Nikon Mahawan, and Dr. Vinit Phajalern. Green areas are continuing being replaced with concrete because of progress in urbanization. Urban expansion mostly tends to occur in the hinterland. Therefore, the research areas aims to propose strategy to maintain green areas in the Songkron area based on value-added planning approach. The Songkron sub-district is located in Bang Pakong district, Chachoengsao province, in Thailand. One-third of this area is covered by mangrove forest. Therefore, the occupation of the majority of the people there has been coastal fishery and the aquaculture. Although the geographical area of Songkron sub-district shows its location at Bang Pakong Asuri, which encompasses developed industrial zone, except the south of Songkron is connected to the Gulf of Thailand. According to the Ministry regulation of applying a comprehensive plan for Bang Pakong City, the type of land use in Songkron is designated as a green zone, whereas the area around the Songkron is designed as industrial zone. A majority of citizens requires more opportunity for the development. So the paper focused on creating green area inventory in the study area through the participatory process and community capitals and proper guidelines in order to create strategy for generating financial returns for urban green space. This research process covers two main steps. Firstly, create a list of green inventory, including designing extent of green areas and gathering data of green space, both type and size. Secondly, design strategy includes gathering information such as community capital for generating income strategy, synthesizing and transforming attribution information into imaginary information, and proposing strategies for generating income for community and local authority. The location of the Songkron community itself can attract tourists to live or work in the surrounding areas. Therefore, a total 324 cases of questionnaire was distributed by conduct interviews face-to-face with residents and workers. The results shows that they are shopping 48%, going to the temple 20%, going to the beach nearby 11%, going to the floating market 9%. The capital of the Songkron community are five community capital. The first is natural capital, refers general natural resources, so such as mangrove forest, canal networks. Second is physical capital, such as Hong Thong Temple, Ti Saranakom Temple. Third, human capital, for example, Thai traditional dramatic performance. Fourth is social capital, for example, the ceremony of pouring water onto a Buddha image. And the last is financial capital, for example, community fund or agricultural fund. So the activity and pattern of lifestyle of people living around the Songkron will play an important role in deciding whether green area in Songkron should be developed in order to generate income to community with demand of the consort. Therefore, 3 projects were proposed for the local authority and the Songkron people. The first project is aesthetic improvement along the Liep Klong Road. The concept is that of providing an identity to the area with arch entrance on both sides and plants along the road. The arch entrance will become a recognition, a landmark. The second project is development of the Wat Ti Saranakhom floating market. So this project aims to provide opportunity for generating income to the villager. The concept design will be provide trading zone which mainly support local community products. The third project is conservative tourism development in the mangrove forest of the Songkhong village. This project covers three components which consist of nature learning trial, nature sailing tourism, and homestay. Visitors can enjoy with coastal community lifestyle, simultaneously learning coastal ecological system. All three projects support each other. Activity on day trips can mostly be at the floating market, with going for a stroll could be at the nature learning trial and staying for overnight at homestay. This is not just nature learning, it can simultaneously be a learning of community lifestyle with sustainably maintaining green area. So we can conclude that these observations point to the potential in ensuring value addition to green areas. If communities can attract visitors, they will be able to market themselves. Once communities have their own market, they can produce a wide variety of their own products. This variety of products ensure a sustainable economy and that leads to more opportunities and surety of green space remaining green in Songkhla. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Sarunpon C. Pongsri Rojana, who will be discussing on the strategy management of Thai kite art and cultural revitalization and preservation by the participation of the Laksi communities, Bangkok, Thailand.
Hi everyone. Today I'm gonna present my research. The topic of my research is strategy management of Thai kite art and cultures, revitalizations and preservations by the participations of the Laksi community, Bangkok, Thailand. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Saranporn Pongsi Rojana. I'm a lecturer from Faculty of Business Administration, Kruk University. Graduate in a Doctor of Business Administration or the BA in Marketing and also the PhD in Management. Kite is one of work of art results from the wisdom of Thai craftsmen who used the natural resource to create the playthings for children or recreational equipment for people in all regions. It also shows that the identities of the Thai art and cultures that is passed on from generation to generation. The kite from each community and regions has its own distinctive identity. Laksi Thai kite, for example, has its own features. At present, the art of Laksi kite making is gradually disappearing since the kite flying is less popular and the lack of kite making inherited. Therefore, the community's members and the youth in the area lack opportunities to participate in the preservation project. However, the historical background of Laksi Thai art and cultures, especially Laksi Thai kite with its distinctive identity, is disappearing because it lacks in heritage. Besides, the community members and the youth in the area have no opportunity to learn. The objective of these research articles were to investigate the body of knowledge of Thai kite art and culture, investigate of communities' participations of Thai kite art and culture restoration and preservation, and analyze strategies management of Thai kite art and cultural revitalizations and preservations by participation of community people Laxi District, Bangkok. Research method. The research design was as follows. Projects, participatory, conference, monthly research team meeting, focus group discussion, survey, interview guide, questionnaire, observation, data collection, and study tour. The research process. This research used a participatory study process to analyze the strategies management of Thai kite art and cultural revitalizations and preservations by the participations of Laxi community, Bangkok, Thailand. The step of this participatory research process was shown in the figure. Result. The collections of the bodies of knowledge for Laxi Thai kite and cultures, art and cultures. The results shown that Laxi Thai kite making was established by Mr. Bunok, who is still skillful in making all kinds of kites. His work in revitalizations and preservations helped revitalize and preserve the local wisdom, and is well accepted at the national and international level. The community participations in the all opinion of the wisdom owners showed that there was only one successor of Laxi Thai kite making, although he wanted to revitalize and preserve the art of Laxi Thai kite making. However, he didn't have time to do so since he has to work full-time. Besides, the revitalizations and preservations project lack support from the public office. In terms of community member, he showed interest in learning and preserving Laxi Thai kite making in high level. The strategies management approach for Laxi Thai kite art and cultural revitalization and preservation by the participations of the community member of Laxi District revealed that in order to promote the efficient community's participations to preserve Laxi District art and cultural identities, to provide knowledge of the community's art and cultures to its members, to arrange educational activities, to revitalize and to pass on the wisdom of the community's members while wisdom inherited, and to teach them how to do kite making. Besides, the educational institutes were used as the press to install the conscious mind and to cherish Thai art and cultures with the support from the school administrator and teachers. Moreover, the arrangement of activity for Thai kite revitalizations as annual activities to sustain Laxi Thai kite art and cultures. This activity includes the kite contest and kite flying competition. In addition, the communities could participate for Laksi Thai Kite art and cultures revitalizations and preservation starting from initiation, sharing idea, controlling, operating, evaluating, and receive benefit. Recommendations. Okay, and this is all about my presentation. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Vasinarom to discuss on the influence of ethnicities in Thai drama.
Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Manisa Vasinarom. I'm a full-time instructor at Untitled Chapter University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic. I hope that my presentation will be useful to you, and I plan to take about 8 to 10 minutes of your time. Generally, people recorded and presented event period story, oneself and society with various fields of art including painting, literature, music, and movement. Performing art is a type of art that acts as a recording and presenting event of person experience can be materialized because the drama can mirror human being and present. It showed it very clearly the identity image of the person, group of people, and society. In Thailand, there are many different types of dramatic. Type of Thai drama, as mentioned above, is the show going on and developed from the individual ethnic groups to relate to Thailand. It shown in three civil law. However, it was originally believed that Thai dramas has their roots in India because the story that show the characters and the opportunity to act are related to the Ramayana. It also appears that some of the shows do not appear in traditional Indian literature. In addition, evidence has been found that Thai theatre has evolved from indigenous people in the region. Accordingly, researchers are interested in studying the influence of ethnic on Thai dramas. The scope of the study focuses on the ethnic that appear in the three civil law to lead to the discovery of the history of Thai drama. To be clear, can be evidence of academic reference and continue to integrate with the other sides. That's my purpose of research article topic are firstly to study the ethnic appearance in the three civil law, and secondly to study the ethnic influence appearing in Thai dramas. Then my research methodology is based on historical and qualitative research. There are three data collection. One is historical document, another is interviewing, and the other is observation. Firstly, I will review from historical document. Next, I will interview two groups of experts who are in the field of performing arts, national artists, and lecturers. Then, I will observe live performing, video and social media related performing art that mention of three civil law in that period. After that, I will bring data to analysis and prepare the document and write presentation, result and discussion. The result of study show that three civil law is an official document of Thailand is describing the state of society, population, belief, traditions, and ritual of royal court. 2. The name and the preparation of the people appearing in the three seals law was of great importance to the performance. 3. The dominant ethnic appear to be in the three seals law. 4. The ethnic influence that appears in Thai dramas is affected in the composition of the show, story, play, style of performance, content, lyric, musical instrument, costume, posture, scene, performance equipment, performer. Conclusion. Research study on the ethnic influence in Thai dramas define the scope of the study. Focus on the three seals law. Moreover, ethnic series found the Thai dramas was found which was ordinarily believed to have the main influence from India. In addition, the influence that appears in Thai drama is a structural introduction. Selected show component law according to the of the creator's work. The audience of the show present the show content as their own story. Important event of the country at the time until the identity of the show was born and new forms of presentation to identities image of society. The results of the study show that Thai society is influenced by various ethnic groups that interact, choosing to improve and integrate existing culture. As a result, the development of their own identity was evident in the form of Thai drama. Later had a way of developing performance element, way of showing opportunity for acting, resulting in the development of Thai dramas. There are more variety. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Wasinarom, who will be presenting the succession of ethnic beliefs. My boat Nora dance to my boat Yai dance.
Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Manisa Wasinarom. I'm a full-time instructor at Untitled Chapter University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic. I hope that my presentation will be useful to you, and I plan to take about 8 to 10 minutes of the time. Glory, we find recording of belief events, individuals, groups of important people in various types of art, painting, sculpture, literature, music, and drama, etc. That is an art at can be portrayed as concrete and realistic with human presentation. In Thailand, belief activity events are recorded in the master dance, which is the basis of training and performance of Thai dramas, appeared in the poem of the show, including Nola, the Royal Drama, and the exercise of the curriculum of the current Thai dance class. Its development until in the year 1935, Louis Vatican, Director General of the Fine Art Department, composed a chapter on the recoupe to display and disseminate it to the people, in which he brought the poetry of dance text to revive in order to exhibit shortly after the show is completed. The director and the teacher who play the role in teaching and learning commented that revived performance of the poetry of dance text should be educated. It is content in the teaching for practice of Thai dance. The study of the development of the aforementioned methods, only the element of the show were studied, making sense of the show unclear because of lack of study and relationship with the fiction. Accordingly, the researcher was interested in studying the pattern of ethnic belief, a case study of Mebot Nola to the Mebot Yai. The scope of study focused on belief, the ethnic pairing in the three zero to lead to the discovery of the history of Thai drama. To be clear, can be evident of academic reference and continue to integrate it with the other sides. That's my purpose of research article topic. Firstly, to study the history of Mebot Nola dance to Mebot Yai dance. Secondly, to study succession of ethnic belief Mebot Nola to Mebot Yai dance. Then my research methodology is based on historical and qualitative research. There are three data collections. One is historical document, another is interviewing, and the other is observation. Firstly, I review from historical document. Next, I will interview two groups of experts who are in the field of performing art, national artists, and lecturer. Then I will observe live performing, video, and social media related to performing art that mentioned about 3 law in that period. After that, I will bring data to analysis and prepare the document and write presentation. Result and discussion. The result of the study show that the first, the Mebot dance is the communication tool for leaders. The secondly, the development of the master posture. This show the development of Thai belief, Thai situation, and ethnic in Thai, which is the main root of concept. Thirdly, the inheritance of the main belief from the White Nola chapter to the master show the relationship between belief of the people and the royal court. 4. Composition of the master's drama in King Vachuravut show the relationship of faith between Lord Vishnu and Shiva according to the belief of Ram. in Thailand. 6. Success of the succession. The ethnicity that appear in the Macedon is the recording of knowledge within the person. Conclusion. This research study on the inhabitants of ethnic belief, a case study of the Mebot Nola to Mebot Yai, determined the scope of the study in which the 3 civil law found that the master task was communication through or for reader to disseminate ideas. Practice according to one's own belief and the belief that appear in Thai society are Buddhism, Brahmin, spirit, which are born from local people, to be culturally influenced by other lands that have been friendly since the past, including Mon, Khmer, India, Java, Malay, Jam, and Persia. It also found in section of the history of the national hero, causing succession to happen continuously in spite of change of rule, but also found that the Mebot Yai had been restored and inhabited in the course of study and exhibit because the reader saw that it was the root of Thai culture. It should be conserved for the society to remain in pairs. Thank you.
Next, I invite Kanpecha Sumawan to discuss on the dissemination of Thai dramas Madanabadha of King Vajravuth.
Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Kanpecha Sumawan, graduate student Master Degree Program in Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts Susanantarasapat University, Thailand. Today, I would like to present my research article topic, the dissemination of Thai dramas Madanapatha of King Vajravuth. Introduction. Educational institution is a learning management resource that uses drama as a tool to disseminate knowledge to place by acting as story in various forms. His Majesty King Vajravuth has seen the important and special features in access. Therefore, he has written royal writing to present the concepts, practice, and story to people. Currently, the royal writing by His Majesty King Vajravuth titled Madanapatha is included in the basic education core curriculum and has been popular for being exhibited continuously until the present. In the paper, the researcher aimed to study the dissemination of the drama titled Madanapatha from the royal writing of King Vajravuth by studying the historical document, government documents, basic education core curriculum, play performances, photo, movie, interview, and observation. The aforementioned study will serve as reference in academy and interest people as well as you to study as a guideline for teaching and learning through drama and to disseminate education information in the future. Objective: to study the drama of His Majesty King Vajravuth titled Madanapatha, which appear to be published in the basic education core curriculum and performance in educational institutions. This research was a qualitative research. The researchers have conducted the research in 4 stages, consisting of study of major historical subjects, photo study, animation related to the staging of the drama Madanapatha, media evidence published online in 2020, interview and observation of teachers and students in teaching and staging. Then, the researchers took the information obtained and investigate the relationship of the royal writings of King Vajravuth titled Madanapatha in the basic education core curriculum, teaching and learning management, and publishing the performance online. In analysis, The researchers sourced the data and aligned according to the issue of the study, meaning from contents role in the staging to process it through the relationship of the royal place of His Majesty King Vajiralongkorn as shown in the pictures. Results. The data obtained of the study can be summarized by the following point of explanation. 1. The dialogue pre-title of Madanapatha show pain of suffering due to love. Students to gain knowledge and studying from the practice at the real experience. It can be seen the suffering caused by love according to Buddha doctrine. Where there is love, there is suffering, and no beloved, no suffering of the people there, including the woman's right to choose a spouse under the age of student appropriately. 2. Learning and teaching management format focus that lecture, demonstration, role-playing, and dramatization. 3. Result of teaching and learning management relate. 3.1 Learning competency of learner has 5 important competency. 1. Communication capacity. 2. Thinking capacity. 3. Problem solving capacity. 4. Capacity for applied life skill. 5. Capacity for technological application. 3.2 Desirable characteristic has defined 8 desirable characteristics. 1. Love nation, religions, and king. 2. Honesty and integrity. 3. Self-discipline. 4. Ability for learning. 5. Observance of principle of sufficiency, economy, 5. Charity in one's way of life. 6. Dedication and commitment to work. 7. Cherishing kindness. 8. Public mindedness. 4. Guideline for teaching and learning. 5. Guideline for pace judging. Conclusion. The dissemination of the Dharma title of Madanapatha from the royal writing of King Vajiralongkorn appears in the basic education core curriculum. The prayer of Madanapatha is used as a tool for teaching and learning of teachers to disseminate information, knowledge, new idea, practice to students who are different in natural learning to learn by doing. See the right and equality in choosing partner. Learn how to have democracy from studying drama. Have the skill to develop potential truth corresponding to the X-rank age of the learner. Join the theory of learner and to develop the quality of student to be competent and desirable characteristic according to the objective of the basic education core curriculum BE 2551. Its result in the drama royal writing of the story of Madanapatha in King Vajiralongkorn appears in the basic education system and popular in educational exhibit from past to present. This picture example the result of the students of the Madanapatha drama disseminating on the online media. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Apirat Chatranuson, who will be presenting the mechanical properties of translucent cement under the action of sodium sulfate and magnesium sulfate.
My name is Apirat Chatranuson. Today, I would like to present my research is mechanical property of translucent cement under the action of sodium sulfate and magnesium sulfate. Introduction. As present, Thailand has research to bring cement substitute for bonding material together. It has researchers to research various types of material. For example, limestone powder, silica powder, fly ash. In countries, the best known cement substitute for bonding is fly ash. The use of cement substitute for bonding is deserving of support because it not only reduces the production cost in terms of material price but also can reduce energy consumption in production, especially using fuel to burn raw material to produce cement directly in the displacement ratio, which has the effect of reducing the emission caused by combustion. For example, carbon dioxide. Therefore, the use of renewable material has the advantage of reducing production costs, save energy, and reducing pollution. However, the problem encountered in cement bonding with the advantage is that when it's hardened, it shrinks, including the edge or corner will have less strength, making it impossible to fully weld material. Therefore, it can find alternative material for bonding that are more efficient than cement. Introduction. Capping gypsum is a gypsum powder with special property. That is, when mixed with water, it can solidify with. Nowadays, it is used to coat the surface of the ball for strength testing in the test chamber because it can harden within 30 minutes after mixing and have a smooth surface. Therefore, used to test as a bonding material instead of cement in 30 minutes, and it can also give strength. Epoxy resin, available in Thailand, all of which are in the family of unsaturated polyester, or is a type of plastic that is different from general plastic that come as pellet and then come melt into the mold, into the bag, into a trash bin, a chair that we use every day. But resin is a liquid plastic. If it's hardened into hard plastic, then we cannot liquefy it to form a new plastic. Academics call resin a thermoset plastic and call general plastic as thermoplastic. For this reason, it is the source of material to replace the use of cement, and nowadays various material has been invented to be used in the construction of home decoration to be beautiful with strength in itself. These materials have production processes that are least polluting to the environment. Therefore, an experiment was made to find a replacement material with the property mentioned above. Research objective: to find the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding includes the ratio of epoxy resin with minimal cost. To study influence of electric, oven energy current, condition of compressive strength property and physical property corrosion resistance both acid and alkaline. To study the feasibility to use capping gypsum and resin. It is a material that qualifies for construction work from the property analysis and to estimate the duration of using capping gypsum and epoxy resin that can be cured in an electric oven and at room temperature condition. Result: as a period of 7 days, that's the maximum compression power is baked at 0 degrees soaked in sodium sulfate solution. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding, the ratio by weight of epoxy resin substance A and substance B is 100/60. At a period of 14 days, that gave the maximum compression power were baked at 90 degrees and soaked in water. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding, the ratio by weight of epoxy resin of substance A and substance B is 100/60. At a period of 78 days, that gave the maximum compression power, includes baked at 70 degrees soaked in sodium sulfate solution. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding, in the ratio by weight of epoxy resin of substance A and substance B is 100/50. As a period of 56 days, that gave the maximum compression strength, namely baked at 80 degrees in water. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding, the ratio by weight of epoxy resin of substance A and substance B is 100/60. As a period of 7 days, that the maximum compression power is baked at 90 degrees in air. Found that the right ratio to obtain cement substitute for high compressive strength welding, the amount of water to be mixed with high strength gypsum powder is 21%. As a period of 14 days, that's the maximum compression power is baked at 70 degrees in air. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding. The amount of water to be mixed with high power gypsum powder is 20%. As a period of 20 days, that's the maximum compression power is baked at 70 degrees in air. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding. The amount of water to be mixed with high power gypsum powder is 22%. As a period of 56 days, that's the maximum compression power is baked at 70 degrees in air. Found that the right ratio to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding. The amount of water to be mixed with high power gypsum powder is 21%. Conclusion. From the above study, it was found that the right ratio was appropriate to obtain the highest compressive strength of cement pavement material. The ratio by weight of epoxy resin of substance A and substance B is 100/60, baked at a temperature of 80 degrees. Soaked in water for 56 days is 876.55 kSc. That rise to obtain a cement substitute for high compressive strength welding. The water content was mixed with high strength gypsum powder was 21% for 7 days and baking at 90 degrees in air is 729.8 kSc. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Sitipon K. Joy to discuss on the scientific Buddhism to improve humans' well-being.
Sawadee hello, Sir and Madam, Lady and Gentlemen, and all of the participants in the first International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skill in 21st Century Research, organized by IITS Thailand in association with the Institute of Engineering Research and Publications. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Sitipon Ketjoy and my member, Pravarachatasa Dr. Pramhasa Jarak Raisungan and Assistant Professor Dr. Pratarachai Uttapan. We are from Mahamakul Buddhist University, Eastern Campus, Konkan Province, Thailand. We are very much thankful to the organizer and all of the member staff of this international conference, especially Dr. Poom Phakawat Poom Pong Kochason, the directors of IITS Thailand, to accept my paper to participate in this international conference. My topic is Scientific Buddhism to Improve Humans' Well-Being. Buddhism is a religion which does not believe in the existence of the supernatural creature. Buddhism is not a religion in that sense, but it's a way of life. In Kalama Sutta, the Buddha asked his disciple to have the rationalistic outlook and not to believe in anything without verification. Buddhism is more code of conduct than a religion. The Buddha has stated in Sila Buddhist precept on the basis of which people can live their life in peace and happiness. The true spirit of Buddhism is of the rationalism and free thinking that is influence the interactions of the world. This study has the purpose to demonstrate and explain about Buddhism as religions of science and the application of science based on Buddhism to improve human well-being. The interface between Buddhism and science is a major issue. Scientific method the answers of natural questions, starting from what we understand as a smallest object to the largest one by using 5 steps. It could be summarized into 2 steps, namely rationale of mathematics and sense. For Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy is also interested into main problem of the human, namely the problems related to the humans being directly or may be related between human and the other human. Scientists are increasingly using Buddhist wisdom for insights into several research topics and to illuminate the human condition. Psychologists use Buddhist concepts in their work. For example, they find their patients are less inclined to exhibition prejudice against the people outside their social and religious group. Both discipline share and empirical approach. Buddhists are trained to be skeptic and to not only accept the provisions after examining the evidence. Science has limits and scientific theory are always changing. Changing in knowledge is inevitable as a new observation, new technology, or application of technology emerge. The Buddha teachings of anatta or no self to eradicate the transivities of identity is still proven true globally. Buddhist philosophy asserts that it is our mind that contributes most significance to our own suffering and that the mind can reconstruct to give individual a more stable sense of peace, happiness, and equanimity. Science and religion both seek the truth of things and life, while science levels physical truths. Buddhism offers spiritual truths. Buddhism aims to resolving the problem of human existence. Science aims to increase our understanding on things. Science also study mental aspect of the human life, and meditation has increasingly gained interest in the modern science world. The highest purpose of Buddhist practice is to enlighten and end suffering. Thank you very much for your attention. สวัสดีครับ
Next, I invite Dr. Pattarapon Chummi to discuss on the development of marketing strategy of community enterprises in Sa Kaeo province.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am a presenter of this research paper. Today, I would like to present you the research entitled The Development of Marketing Strategy of Community Enterprises in Sa Kaeo Province. We are glad to be presenters of the first international conference on technology, innovative educational, and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. Let me introduce one of the authors of this study.
Hello everyone, my name is Pattarapon Chummi. Now I am working at Walaya Alongkorn Rajapat University.
Dr. Pattarapon Chummi and Dr. Prisha Kamadi are lecturers at Walai Alongkorn Rajpat University under the royal patronage, which is located in the outskirts of Bangkok, Thailand. And Dr. Pattarapon Chummi is also a chairperson of a doctoral degree program in business administration at Walai Alongkorn Rajpat University under the royal patronage. Let me begin the presentation. Community enterprises, which play an important role in the development of rural areas, can fill the gap between the state and the market. Sa Kaeo province has community enterprises that have been certified for the quality of community products. However, it's been found that community enterprises had some problems, such as an inability to design packaging that attracts customers, unreasonable pricing, and so on. Therefore, the researchers are interested in studying the marketing strategies of community enterprises to create a model standard for community product development. There are 4 research objectives in this study.
First, to study the general characteristics of and level of importance of community enterprise in Sa Kaeo province. Second, to study components for community enterprise development. Third, to develop marketing strategy for community enterprise. And the last one, to evaluate marketing strategy for community enterprise.
Moving on to research results. The results of the data analysis show that the total number of respondents was 337. Most of the respondents were female in the number of 192 people, representing 57%. The number of 60 people aged 31 to 35, representing 17%. The number of 201 people got married, accounting for nearly 60%, and had the educational level lower than the bachelor's degree, with a number of 242 people, or nearly 72%. The number of 238 people got 5 to 10 years of community enterprise entrepreneurship experience, or nearly 71%. When analyzing the level of opinions about the importance of marketing mix in 7 aspects, the entrepreneurs in the community enterprises had opinions on marketing mix factors: product and service, price, service location, and distribution channel, marketing promotion, personal marketing, physical characteristics, process aspect, and marketing performance. The overall score was at a high level. Moving on to the SWOT analysis. Let me begin with the strengths. First, most of the community enterprise members were people in the community. Second, they had their own storefront. It was done at the group. Third, the products were sufficient to meet the needs of customers. Fourth, there were enough labor and personnel for production. Fifth, flexible management. Sixth, there were equipment and tools just for production. Seventh, workers had the skills and expertise in the production. Moving on to weaknesses. First, marketing channels have not yet been thorough, mainly because of the community sales. Second, enterprises had no direct marketing supervisors. Third, packaging wasn't outstanding. Most products were unbranded. Fourth, lack of effective marketing knowledge. Fifth, lack of product development and packaging. Sixth, lack of management knowledge. Seventh, most of the elderly are convenient to use technology. Eighth, there is a shortage of working capital. And ninth, members do not understand the business. Moving on to opportunity. Consumers want unique products. Second, policy to promote job creation and income generation for rural people. Third, advances in technology help increase marketing channels such as communication system using Line, Facebook, and etc. Fourth, the government has a policy to promote community enterprises to the areas to be successful. And fifth, policy to promote job creation and income generation for rural people. Moving on to threats. First, product diversification is not yet known consumer. Second, consumers do not consume the product or products that are just branded. Third, government support doesn't meet demand and inadequate marketing promotion. Fourth, lack of main department in charge of marketing. And fifth, community enterprises do not have access to funding due to the lack of strength in the group. Suggestions. Suggestions for policies are as follows. First, regarding the guidelines for policy management, it should be built a network that will help create the strength of the people in the community. Therefore, those involved should not be avoided to study such factors. It may apply for cooperation in local educational institutions such as universities or Rush Park universities or between different communities, as well as relying on local wisdom to achieve knowledge and understanding, and to be able to rely on oneself and find the uniqueness of the product in their own community. Second, pushing the values and the policy of using the country's community products. Therefore, in order to pack such guideline, products must be created to meet the standard of quality that is acceptable to the market. There are also some suggestions for market development. First, continue to develop products to meet international standards, including design, usage, packaging, distribution channels, and pricing, which has to be reasonable, including creating value of the history of the product to create value and credibility. Second, develop modern marketing channels through online marketing materials and create content in both Thai and English. Third, develop personnel of the elderly in the community to have knowledge and understanding of online marketing and product development to be up to date. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
ขอบคุณครับ
Our next presenter is Mr. Komson Visittisat, who will be presenting the vegetation structure diversity and value added guideline corresponding to biodiversity of Phu Hong Community Forest, Tung Thong Sub-District, Myeong Nan District, Nan Province, Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Komsan Visittisat. I am studying master degree then in community energy and environment program at ASEAN Development College. for Community, Economy and Technology, Chiang Mai Ratchapat University. Today, I want to talk about vegetation structure, diversity, and volume added guideline corresponding to biodiversity for Phu Hung Community Forest ถึงตอง Subdistrict เมืองน่าน District and Province Thailand. Introduction. Forests are precious natural resources that create diversity of creature and non-creature for living together and give benefits to humanity of all races. Forests are also the sources of connect biodiversity to support community living. Current rapid increase of world population brings change of forest area across the world to become larger agricultural and inhabitant area. Similar to the world situation, the increase of Thai population also affects higher forest invasion. The area of Phu Hung Community Forest บ้านวังค้องถึงตอง Subdistrict เมืองน่าน District น่าน Province covers 14.40 hectares. This forest currently confronts with the situation of forest surrounded by houses as there are 100 households surrounding the forest. Therefore, this research studies plant diversity and analyze guidelines on increasing economy plants and utilization corresponding to biodiversity so that the community will perceive the volume for conservation and series of the forest that still contains biodiversity. The guideline often can be applied to plan for increasing economic plans so that the area of this forest will be utilized for future sustainability. The aim is to study vegetation diversity and analyze guidelines on increasing economic plans and utilization corresponding to biodiversity. Research methods. Step 1. Area scope. Step 2. Data collection. Step 3. Species composition analysis. And then step 4. Volume add and conservation guidelines. Result. The survey is size 1 hectare. Found 124 plants from 59 species, 52 genus, and 29 families. The analysis of quantitative ecological characteristics of species compositions in this forest have importance of plants distribution and dominant density, dominant diversity and vividness of species, and plant structuring. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Next, I invite Dr. Pakamas Chairatna to discuss the image of historical tourism in the area of the Ayodhya Historical Park, affecting the decision to visit of Thai tourists in Phra Nakhon Si Ayodhya.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I will present our research project
The topic is the image of historical tourism in the area of the Ayutthaya Historical Park affecting the decisions to visit of Thai tourists in Pranakon Si Ayutthaya by Dr. Phakama Chairatana and me, Dr. Piyapong Supanyo. We are from Tourism Management, University of Phayao, Thailand. Dr. Phakama Chairatana, she is lecturer and head of the program of Tourism and Hotel Management from College of Management, University Phayao, Bangkok, Thailand. And me, Dr. Piyapong Supanyo, am from Tourism Department, University of Phayao, Thailand. The abstract of this research is the research study aimed to 1. Study the personal factors influencing the decisions to visit among Thai tourists visiting the Ayutthaya Historical Park area. 2. Study the image and decisions making in the historical tourism in the Ayutthaya Historical Park of Thai tourists. This study was a quantitative research. The sample was 400 Thai tourists traveling to Ayutthaya province. The research tool was a questionnaire. The data were analyzed by using statistics including frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviations, and multiple regression analysis. Research method. The research study was quantitative research. The researcher could not know the exact size of the populations, but did know that the population was large. The researcher then determined the sample size using the quotient formula by estimating the populations of the populations. Thus, a sample group of 400 respondents was obtained. The results of the research found that the level of opinion on the historical tourism image in the Ayutthaya Historical Park area in terms of the image toward the overall place was a high level, 4.17. When considered individually, it was found that the item with the highest average was Ayutthaya Historical Park was a valuable tourist attraction for society and the nation, 4.34, followed by the Ayutthaya Historical Park, which is a historic tourist attraction, 4.25. Ayutthaya Historical Park was a valuable tourist attraction in field of art, 4.20. Ayutthaya Historical Park was a world-famous tourist attraction, 4.09, and the Ayutthaya Historical Park was a tourist attraction with a revered temple, 3.99, respectively. Conclusions. The research found that Thai tourists view the sustainability of the tourist attraction at the four temples, วัดพระนันเชิงวรวิหาร วัดใหญ่ชัยมงคล วัดหน้าพระเมรุราชิการาม and วัดท่ากะรง where is very high level of sustainability. In addition to being mentioned, the Ayutthaya Historical Park was also considered a relatively famous historical tourist attraction, as it was registered as a UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Site, and the area has frequently appeared in the media. All of this may be part of the tourist awareness of the context of the area, thus leading to the decisions to travel to experience this valuable resource. Recommendations.
From research study, it was found that the Ayutthaya Historical Park still had some interesting and the information obtained in this time could be used to promote and develop of the Ayutthaya Historical Park as follows. 1. In terms of the publicizing in the image of the tourist attraction in Ayutthaya Historical Park, all sectors should continue to promote and public in order to create greater awareness among tourists. 2. Advertising could promote the strength of historical and archaeological value in various channels that tourists can easily access, whether in the old channels such as television media and various print media, and new channels should be promoted to suit of the time, such as social media or exchange of travel experience in order to reinforce in the identity of the destination to be more prominent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Dr. D. Lakshmi, Educational Research Officer, Vishnu Educational Development and Innovation Center, Telangana, India.
It's a great pleasure for me to invite you all to the first international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research, ICMCER 2021, which is to be conducted on 27th, 28th March 2021, Thailand. I thank IFERP forum for giving me an opportunity to be a session chair for this conference in association with Institute Innovation Technology, Education and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand. I'm happy to introduce about myself. I'm Dr. D. Lakshmi, Senior Associate Professor, School of Computing, IIT Bhopal University, Madhya Pradesh, India. I'm glad to walk through the list of papers which are all screened and enjoyed seeing your presentation on the recordings. There are lot of papers have brought vital insight for the nation growth of Thailand and the economical growth of Thailand. Very, very fabulous papers I have come across. Thanks to all the presenters and the authors for their contribution. The first paper we are going to look at shortly on the model for managing T-Sports channel on the internet. The next paper, the causal model analysis of the foreign environment to the export performance. The third paper is on tourist behavior and the factors affecting their decision for visiting Ayodhya floating market and Para Nakan Sai Ayodhya provenance. Factors, the fourth paper, factors influencing the technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge TPAC of English teachers in primary schools, and a structural model of the organization performance in small and medium enterprise in Thailand, an approach to enhancing local assets for green area protection, a case study on Song Klong, Thailand, strategy management of Thai kite art and cultural revitalization and preservation by the participation of the Lakshi communities, influence of ethnicities in Thai Dharma, succession of ethnic beliefs, the dissemination of Thai dramas, Madan Bada of King Vajrawood, mechanical properties of transolence cement under the action of sodium sulfate and magnesium sulfate, the scientific Buddhism to improve humans' well-being, the development of marketing strategy of community enterprises in Saka province, vegetation structure diversity and value-added guideline corresponding to biodiversity for Fukung Community Forest, Tumtong Subdistrict. And the last paper is on about the image of historical tourism in the area of Ayodhya Historical Park affecting the decision to visit Thai tourists in Phra Nakhon Sai Ayodhya. I wanted to give some of the closure and reflection on each and every paper which I have reviewed upon the conference presenters. The paper on the model for managing T-Sport channel on the internet. They have come up with a model how the brand image of this channel, which is governed by the Ministry of Sports Thailand, and how they can bring awareness and how they can create revenue and opportunities for more videos to be created onto this T-Sport channel. This is one of the awesome paper. Thank you for the contributor. The second paper is on causal influence analysis model of foreign environment on export capability. It is one of the quasi-experimental study t-test statistical analysis model they have administered in this analysis or research methodology. They have taken 9 parameters and they were analyzing the causal influences on export capability. This is one of the awesome paper to understand what's happening. The major revenue sector of the country is on export capability. So they are analyzing what are all the causal factor for increasing the productivity towards this export and especially food businesses. So this is one of the quasi-experimental study, or I can say a statistical study on the need of the country. Thank you for the contributors. Third paper is on tourist behavior and factors affecting their decision for visiting Ayodhya floating market, Faranagon, Sai Ayodhya province. So this is also on several factors and analyzing what are all the factors influencing for the tourist to visit this tourist spot and how they can improve the promotional activities of increasing the visitors through their investigation to attract all the visitors. So it's one of the awesome paper. They have come out with 3 latent variables and 17 observed variables for this analysis and take decisions and conclusions. They have administered chi-square test in order to come out with the analysis. The paper on factors influencing the technological pedagogical content knowledge of English teachers in primary schools, Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area 1. This is the paper complete investigation on English language teaching with the technology and what are the best pedagogical practices are administered into English language teaching. This one of the paper investigation on completely centered towards educational practices and they were measuring with a statistical approach mean and standard deviation towards each and every component of TPAC framework model. TPAC framework model consists of the major component technological content knowledge and technological knowledge, content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and pedagogical and content knowledge, and technological content knowledge, technological pedagogical knowledge, and combining all the 3 knowledge together, TPAC framework model, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. They have quantitatively measured each and every knowledge component into this research. Thank you to the contributors. This paper is all about the structural model of organization performance in small and medium enterprises in Thailand. They have come out with a questionnaire in order to understand the need and research investigation on small and medium scale. These are all some of the variables they have considered. Subsequently, they have come out with a questionnaire. The questionnaire validity is carried out with the Kronberg alpha analysis, and subsequently, they have moved on to the statistical analysis for finding the inferences and the conclusion. So, with that, this paper goes with most of the convincing investigation in order to take the decisions. This is one of the awesome paper. Thank you to the contributor. This paper is on an approach to enhancing local assets for green area protection, a case study on Song Kolang, Thailand. So how the green area can be protected, what are all the measures can be taken, and what is the present scenario, and they have come out with a systematic investigation on this identification and they have taken some conclusion as well on this investigation. Thank you to the contributors. Imaginary information also they have taken, and aerial information is also they have considered. So with that, they have come out with a strategy to analyze and take inferences and draw the conclusions. This paper is all about strategy management of Thai kite art and cultural revitalization and preservation by the participation of the Lakshi communities, Bangkok, Thailand. So, how this art and cultural activities or the values can be preserved, and what are all the measures can be taken, and how the process can be carried forward. This is what the investigation all about. Thank you for the contributors and the presenters. This paper is all about influence of ethnicities in Thai drama. I find a bit difficult in grasping this paper because the audio quality was a bit poor. However, I can understand the contribution of this paper is also vital for maintaining the cultural values and the way of learning through dramas and the style of preference. It is also on educational paper and how this type of education influence the value of learning and the value of the community. That is what all about in this presentation. Thank you for the presenters and the contribution. This paper is all succession of ethnic beliefs, Mobot Nora dance to Mobot your dance. So how the dance performance and the car art performance increases the value of learning and value of leadership quality and communicate. They are treating dance as a communication tool for leaders to disseminate ideas. So how the creativity can be increased through this kind of art performance. This is what all about this investigation, and they were disseminating the value of dance, their traditional dance or community dance, and how the development of Thai belief this will help us a tool to improve the ethnicity cultural value. Thank you for the contributors and the presenter. This is yet another paper on Thai drama, the dissemination of Thai dramas, Madanabata of King Vijayawat. So, how this drama increases values of learning. It's also kind of educational values, how the education can be transformed through inculcating the moral values, then additional values, life skill values, all about this paper. Thank you for the contributors and the presenter. This is one of the fabulous paper, mechanical properties of translucent cement under the action of sodium sulfate and magnesium sulfate. They have come up with an alternative to the cement which has more adhesive power, plasticity power also. So this is what one of the innovative paper I can say call about. This really brings a lot of revolution in the field of civil engineering, also in the civilization process itself. It's an alternative material. It is a more efficient than cement. That is what they declare based on their investigation. And also they say that the emission of carbon dioxide is also lesser through this investigation and through this manufacturing. Is one of the vital and valuable contribution of this conference, I can say at the outset. I thank all the author and all the contributors of this paper, and I do thank the presenter as well. This paper is all about the scientific Buddhism to improve humans' well-being. So, how the principle of Buddhism helps in humans' well-being, the holistic well-being, and the moral well-being, and emotional well-being, and physical well-being. Ultimately, understanding the practice of higher purpose of life in order to enlighten every one of the being and ending the suffering. So thank you to the contributors and the presenter. This paper is all about vegetation structure diversity and value added guideline corresponding to biodiversity for Fukang community forest. So this investigation is all about understanding the vegetation structure and which are all the vegetation supportive for the food and uh, biodiversity, and which are all the species gives more value added to the use of the human race and for the society. So they have come out with data collection and species composition analysis also. It's a kind of data um, investigation, and they have come out with a conclusion based on their data collection. Thanks to the contributor and the present. This paper is all about the image of historical tourism in the area of the Ayodhya Historical Park affecting the decision to visit of Thai tourists in Faranakan Sai Ayodhya. This paper investigates on several parameters. What are all the parameters influential towards um, visitors to take part in this tourist place, and what are all the parameters affecting not turning to this tourist place, and how they can improve the advertisement quality, and how they can improve the tourist attraction methodology. This is what all about this investigation. Through survey they have come out with this study. Thank you for the contributors and the presenter. I wish this conference to be more successful. I wish all the authors and the presenter to take part in this conference in a successful way. I thank the organizing committee and the coordinator of this conference. Wish you all success. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be a session chair of this conference. Wish you all success. Thank you, one and all.
Our next presenter is Jutamat Kupratakul, who will be discussing the effects of knowledge sharing practices in conjunction with empowerment program in adolescent pregnant women towards promoting exclusive breastfeeding, a randomized controlled trial.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present effects of knowledge sharing practice in conjunction with empowerment program in adolescent pregnant women towards promoting exclusive breastfeeding, a randomized control trial. The first one, I would like to introduce myself. Dr. Jutamat Kupratakul is a lecturer of nursing science, Faculty of Nursing Science, Western University, Thailand. I'm graduated doctoral degree in Research for Health Development, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. So, I would like to show you about the abstract of this study. Starts from background and importance of the problem. Even though the best natural diet to feed a baby is maternal milk, the rate of exclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months of postpartum period remains below the ratios of international health organizations, especially in pregnant adolescents. The purpose of the research was to study the effects of the knowledge sharing practice in conjunction with empowerment program in adolescent pregnant women towards promoting exclusive breastfeeding during the first 6 months of postpartum period, compared to obtaining a standard knowledge program of normal maternal breastfeeding techniques. About the instruments and method of this study. The study was conducted in 10 to 19 years old in pregnant adolescent women who were more than 32 weeks pregnant, using randomized control trial, which divided the samples into two groups of the equal number, the study group and the control group. Each group has 40 people. The study group was giving a knowledge sharing practice in conjunction with empowerment in pregnant adolescent women towards promoting exclusive breastfeeding as well as techniques to follow up during 6 months of postpartum period, while the control group received a standard knowledge program of normal maternal breastfeeding techniques and swallowing during the postpartum period. The research tools included a knowledge sharing practice with empowerment and strategies to track during the first 6 months of postpartum period. Guided by the research based on the concept and theories of knowledge sharing practice in conjunction with empowerment strategies according to Gibson theory in 1991. To stimulate exclusive breastfeeding during the first 6 months of postpartum periods, the statistics used in the research were paired t-test, unpaired t-test, chi-square test, and multivariate logistic regression analysis. For findings of this study, it showed the exclusive breastfeeding rates during the first 6 months of postpartum in the study group were statistically significantly higher than the control group at 0.05 level in the first 14 days, the first month, the first 2 months, the first 4 months, the first 5 months, and the first 6 months during postpartum period. And the mean score of knowledge including attitude and perceptions of self-management competency in breastfeeding in the study group after being given the program was higher than the control groups, statistically significant at the 0.05 level. And the last of abstract is conclusions of this research. Knowledge sharing practice in conjunction with empowerment program and follow-up statistics to support postnatal breastfeeding could promote the rate of exclusive breastfeeding of adolescent mothers during the first 6 months of postpartum period. Statistically significant at the 0.05 level. The key words of this study: adolescent pregnant women, exclusive breastfeeding, knowledge sharing practice with empowerment program or KSPEP. So this slide shows you a picture of models of KSPEP or knowledge sharing practice with empowerment program. The randomized and control type study with the research through consisted of knowledge sharing practice with empowerment program in prenatal training or antenatal education, and strategy of monitoring adolescents breastfeeding after 6 months of delivery. The researcher lists the knowledge sharing practice with empowerment program or KSPEP based on the knowledge sharing practice concept and theories by adaptation, implicit knowledge, and tacit knowledge, composed with communication, storytelling, demonstration and display, and also best practice. Read about the problem solving and decision making too, together with empowerment of Gibson theory in 1991, composed with discovery, reality, critical reflection, taking change, and holding on. Read about the postnatal support strategies follow-up day 7, 14, month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the outcome is breastfeeding. So the last slide will show you about the result of this study. The relationship of the marginal breastfeeding during the first 7, 14 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 months after birth between the study and the control group was seen to be contrasted to the fact that the study group received the knowledge sharing practice with empowerment program in pregnant teens to promote exclusive breastfeeding has higher rate of exclusive breastfeeding than the control group, statistically significant at 14 days, 1 month, 2 months, 4 months, 5 months, and 6 months as described in this table. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Jita Visut Vimutthipanya to discuss on the research and development of quality in education of lower central network with coaching and mentoring.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, researchers and audience for this conference. To present myself, my name is the Assistant Professor Dr. Jita Visut, and I have head of General Science Program of TBSR University Bangkok, Thailand. And today, I would like to present my research in the rural areas, and I have to research of my functions of the head of the general education. And the rural area I would like to use the research is the quality in education of lower central network school with coaching and mentoring past online system. So before I present my research, I have to the backgrounds of the research. So the backgrounds in this research in the many rural areas and the outside of the Bangkok. Many schools is not have a tools for the science education, especially the tools for the measurement of the science, so that I have to construct and to design models for to coaching and mentoring of the teachers and my students in the school. So this concept of this research is have to the inquires from the peoples. It have to the analyze of the problem of this science and education in the rural area schools. So many functions and many factors of the research is have to use in this models of the learnings, especially in the physics measure and the science. It have to support and for to the development of the coaching and mentoring of the school. And the purpose of this research, and for teacher quality in education of lower central network skill with coaching and mentoring past online system. So, and now we understood of the spread of the coronavirus 19. So every skill in Thailand and overseas another country and have to stop learning, and we have to the process learning by the online. So I would like this crisis for to this research by the online system past the smartphone. So the population of this research their population. I use the student. I use the students and the teachers in the school and select 30 schools, 98 teachers, and 22 university teachers, responsible teachers, supervising all 30 schools. And we use the subject, two subjects is a science and math teachers for this population. And the instrument of this research, we use the learning management plan and questionnaire and evaluation form and the test, and is the instrument. And the data collection. The data collection, I am have to the letters from BSR University to the school, and we pass by the teachers and supervisor for to management, so that to improvement and to design activities, so that I have to coaching and mentoring process, and to give the instrument to analyze for the next. So I use the evaluation link on smartphone, and I have two websites of the Faculty of Education. And my vision is have to the links and have to construct the application for to sense of the data, and have to do open video calls and efficacy of to contact of the researchers and teachers, students, and supervisors at the school in the rural area, and have to this application in the websites and linked by smartphone. So the results of the research, of the test, I have significance of the test, pre-test, prepare the pre-test and post-test, and have two different and two significant at the levels 0.05 levels. And the description of this research. I have three factors of instructions by coaching and mentoring, consists of the competency based on imaginations, construction of knowledge, and creation of innovation. So I have to describe to this research. And next, this show diagrams for the development of the competency based on imagination. Competency based on imagination is have to the cognition link principle applies, and the student for to improvement of the coaching and mentorings by the development of independent learners. It consists of values, explain, knowledge, and finding. And this diagram to show is a support of the empirical knowledge building process construction of knowledge. And the support of empirical knowledge building is a concept of we have to analyze of the content, consists of the why, what, how, and if, for to ask the student and for to control of the process learnings. And we have to the observing and to give data behavior students consists of observing, classification, problem identification, data collection, hypothesis, and tracking action to the keep collection after processions according to the plan. And next, this diagram which shows the competency three fields for innovation in daily life, creation of innovation to the student. After we process in the teaching student by coaching and mentoring, I have to this finally results of a performance review for innovation in everyday life. So this analysis has consists of the innovations for to teach the students. It consists of the possibilities, safe, easy, and for to measurings of the student for to the destination and have to the decision of the final is have to the productivity of the student consists of three kinds. It's a cognitive domain, psychology domain, and affective domain. And three kinds is have to according of the Bloom taxonomy theories for to use this coaching and mentoring of this research. And this is for to my presence of my research. And thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Ponteb Kaichur to discuss on the role of inventory management on competitive advantage of small and medium companies in Thailand.
Hello everybody, my name is Ponteb Kaichur. Would you like to present the research titled Role of Inventory Management on Competitive Advantage of Small and Medium Companies in Thailand? Background significance of the problem. Inventory management is to find the right middle point in order not to have too much inventory. Inventory management is minimize the cost of managing your inventory because inventory has both advantage and disadvantage as mentioned above. Inventory to increase the effective and reduce cost to improve competitiveness. Inventory management is the first priority. Research objective. First, the study the inventory management factor effective, the competitive advantage. Second, to validate the model and confirm the model inventory management factor effective, the competitive advantage. Research method. Research have mixed method. Quantitative research from collecting 280 samples for the SME industrial in Thailand. Use 5 points Likert scale questionnaire with IOC between 0.8 to 1 and conduct alpha equal to 0.89. Qualitative research was focused from 9 experts working on inventory at supervisor level upward using judgment sampling. The select criteria were supervisor level or above and at least 10 years of inventory work experience as validation of the model research, thus quantitative research. Result of the study. The interpretation of the result by this level program confirm the consistency of the empirical data from the questionnaire to the model. The result shows that chi-square 106.32 degree of freedom equal to 69. Chi-square per degree of freedom 1.54. CFI equal to 0.99. GFI 0.95. SRMR 0.042 and RMSEA equal to 0.044. Result of the study: the inventory control system had the greatest influence on the competitive advantage, followed by inventory control practice and information technology, respectively. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Charkrit Sritong to discuss on the study of a causal relationship model of the development of ability to design the wood furniture of small and medium enterprises in Thailand.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Onvika Sithong. I am the representative of my group to present our research work with the title of Study of Causal Factors in the Use of MIS to Design Wooden Furniture of Small and Medium Industries in Thailand. For background of our research, from our survey and interview with small and medium wood furniture entrepreneurs in Thailand, it was found that the gross income of the furniture industry from 2016 until 2019 tends to increase steadily. From this table is the data from Department of International Trade Promotion. It also shows that the income of furniture industry also increased as well. From this picture, it shows the proportion of the furniture industry in Thailand. Most of them are small and medium enterprise, so they face a lot of problems in their business, such as they still lack of support system to help in design that they cannot meet the needs of customers. For our research conceptual framework, from our literature review and in-depth interview, we can synthesize four main factors consist of designer competency, cost, innovation and technology management, and MIS-assisted design for the furniture industry in Thailand. For my research objectives, we have two main research objectives. First one, to study the causal relationship of MIS-assisted wooden furniture design of small and medium industry in terms of designer competency, innovation and technology management, and cost. The second one, to develop the causal model of MIS-assisted wooden furniture design of small and medium industry in terms of designer competency, innovative management, and technological and cost. For research methodology, we mainly employ quantitative methods to complete our research work, and the sample group of our research was 240 business owners or business representatives of wooden furniture industry in Thailand. The research instrument that we used to collect our data was the questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale, and the data were correct since July until September 2020, and the data was analyzed by using the statistical programs. For research results, we have developed the relationship and causal model as shown in this picture. The factor AA stands for designer competency, which measures from three observed variables. First one, experience. Second one, learning and practicing. And the last one, design skill and techniques. The next factor, BB stands for cost, which can measure from three observed variables. First one software, second one hardware cost, and the last one is information system cost. For CC stands for Innovation Management and Technology, which can measure from three observed variables: process, innovation, technology acceptance, and technology access. The last one, DD, stands for the use of NIS to assist in the design of the furniture industry in Thailand. This one consists of furniture model is internationally accepted. The second one, upgrading furniture design, and the last one is the exchange of design information. From this picture, we can say that the designer competency was the factor that positively influenced MIS assisted design of the furniture industry in Thailand with a coefficient of influence equal 0.55. The second one, the results show that the management, innovation, and technology factors were direct positive influence on MIS assisted design of furniture industry in Thailand with a coefficient of influence equal 0.55. And the last one, the results show that the cost was a direct positive influence on MIS assisted design of the small and medium furniture industry in Thailand with a coefficient of influence equal 0.24. So for overall model, the results indicate that the structural equation model was consistent and harmonious with the empirical data, with the model consistency index as chi-square equal 54.8 and degree of freedom equal 44, p-value equal 0.13 and RMSEA equal 0.232. For conclusion of our research, first one, SME in wooden furniture industry should develop competency in knowledge, creativity, skills, and practice to be proficient in management and technology to be used in the development of new innovation. The second one, focus on market research to find the ways to develop and design products that are suitable for the market. The third one, government agencies should promote the protection of intellectual property in furniture and home decoration business. The last one, the government should support private individuals to invest in the furniture manufacturing industry for export in accordance with the industrial development policy for exports. Thank you for attention. If you have any question about our research, please contact this email. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Arunpak Pitakpong to discuss on the chemical properties and the combustion duration of fuel briquettes from corn kernel residues, Thailand.
Hi everyone, my name is Arunpak Pitakpong. Today I would like to talk about the chemical property and the combustion duration of fuel briquette from corn kernel residue, Thailand. The introduction. Nowadays, the research funded on alternative energy is currently an interesting issue. Important factors are the cheap, efficient, sustainable energy, and easily possible fuel. in the locality, including the method without complication to apply it. One source of the better alternative energy is renewable energy from biomass. It is serving and slowing down to use fossil fuel, reducing the climate change by a result of the increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, reducing the impact of increasingly biomass dumping that affecting the economic, social, and environmental balance. The benefits of reusing biomass and beneficial to rural and industrial sector, either directly and indirectly. All results are useful in the national and global level. Thailand has certainly to be property to use biomass and renewable energy widely, since Thailand is an agricultural country which has the abundant variety of the agricultural productivity that can be used in the form of the biomass energy, such as firewood, dry basket, manure, straw, agricultural residue, waste from agrarian processing plant. Other. This raw material will be used as the fuel in the direct combustion process and then utilized here for electrical production of biogas production by biochemical reaction process using microbial activity. Chiang Rai Frozen Foods Company Limited is the industrial factor in Thailand. This factory has a problem with the corn kernel that were trapped by a sieve and a machine to separate the kernel from the water noticed the poor quality of corn kernel mixed with wastewater through a downstream of the production line. Many corn kernel have been separated. Some corn kernel were sold to farmers for animal feed, and some parts were left and unused, resulting in spoiled and bad smell. The objective, therefore, is this is management of agricultural residue from the corn that will also reduce the problem. Thus, the management of agricultural residue from the processing found that it can be extra truthful, which reduce the number of useless corn residue as waste. From the mentioned important and problem, therefore, the author conduct to study the residue of corn kernel as well, with the case study in Chiang Rai Frozen Foods Company Limited to apply knowledge and result research to solve problem in the management of the corn kernel for the factory. The method this research was the experiment research that experiment with making the fuel with the residue of corn kernel from Chiang Rai Frozen Food. The analysis was to study the property of fuel with corn both part and to study the most suitable emulsifier population of fuel from the corn kernel. The result of the analysis of the chemical property from the corn kernel. The chemical property of the corn kernel were analyzed found that the moisture content has 0%, the ash content has 2.30%, the volatile matter content has 79.03%, and the fixed carbon content has 54.28%. Moreover, the analysis of corn kernel has the heating value of the 4,217 kilocalorie per gram. This slide shows table 1 and the table 2 show the chemical property and the combustion duration of fuel with the residual corn kernel from Chiang Rai frozen food. You can see the moisture content 0 as content 1.41%, volatile matter content 75.05%, fixed carbon content 45%. And the last conclusion, the analysis of chemical property and the combustion duration of the food from the corn kernel found that the most suitable property of the production was 10 kg of corn kernel, 1 kg of cassava stock, 1 liter of water. Because it was an easy compression, high strain, and the combustion duration of the 101 and 0.67 minutes. It has a moisture content within the standard, that is the TISI has given the moisture content standard no more than 8%. And it had the ash content within the standard that GISI has provided ash content standard no more than 8%. However, the volatile matter content has not passed the standard, in which the TISI has also given the volatile matter content standard no more than 75% due to the fuel bio-bleed from the corn kernel in this research were the grain fuel, which has not been through the carbonization process. Moreover, the fixed carbon content has not passed the standard, with the TISI has given the carbon content standard no less than 75%, including the heating volume has not also passed the standard, with the TISI has given the heating volume standard no less than 5,000 kilograms per gram. I would like to acknowledge main School of Medicine, Chiang Rai Frozen Food Environment Center, Sundusit, and Chemical Property for the support in my research. And the last, thank you for your listening.
Our next presenter is Dr. Prumsup Vetsukum, who will be discussing on developing a causal relationship model in business development. Those affect the excellence of public business organizations.
Hi, how are you guys? So today I want to present the topic is the developing a culture's relationship model in business development that affects the excellence of public business organizations. I am Dr. Prumsup Vetsukum. I am like a deputy director of the business development from Thamniti Internal Audit, and I graduated at the Doctors of Business Administration in Strategic Management, Faculty of Management, Sivatum University, and I am like the consultant of the company that needs to be the listed company in the stock exchange of Thailand. And my workers or my partner is just like assistant proof Dr. Pumpakawat Pumpong Kochason. He is a director from Institutes Innovations, Technology, Educationals, and Research. Yes. Okay, for the research, the abstract. This research aims to develop a cultural relationship model business. Just a moment. Yeah, model business development impacting the excellence of public business organization in Thailand, and to verify the consistencies of the developed cultures relations model with the data. The research tool was an online questionnaire sample word 400 founder business executive public business organization in Thailand. The statistics used for the data analysis were structural equations model used to analyze cultural relationship for finding the path of the cultural influence of the variable consistence of 5 areas. The first one is perception of safety of public business organization in Thailand. Second, innovation in the development of public business organization in Thailand. Third, image of the public business organization in Thailand. Fourth, trust in business management. And fifth, business development public business organization in Thailand. The research found that the culture's relationship model was very consistent with empirical data. The forecast coefficients of 0.98, indicating that the variables in the models can expand the variabilities of business developments of public business organization in Thailand. 98% found that trust in the development of public business organization in Thailand has the greatest influence on the development of public business executive in Thailand. Okay, introductions. I mean, like nowadays, modern organization management, the management should always find a method to help our employees learn and develop themselves, because the same methods of working may not be sufficient in today's world. Cultivating ideas for creating system and working method for good long-term results. It is a new organizational method that should be applied. Starting from educating organized training to build skills that are suitable for use in various fields, and give employees the opportunity to think, present, and do the project by themselves, better than the day-to-day work by ones. Of the value in the organizational development is to keep learning. To instill in employees that encourage to think, art, and seek new things for more efficient work, and more importantly, the service business is the one of the core business sector in support of economics and social development at the national and global level. As can be seen in the past 20 years, the trade in international service have grown considerably. The value of global trade in service grew by approximately 8% yearly, while the merchandise trade expanded approximately 6%. Many developed countries, such as the US, UK, and Singapore, were able to develop their service business into multinational business. As an incentive for many more, the country has turned to pay more attention to the service business. Thai service operations must adapt and keep pace with the driving force of globalization to create a new economics. At the present, the current Thai economic has begun to recover, but there are still numbers of businesses that need some time to normalize the economies. Such conditions keep current employment rate low in both the public and private sector, and most graduate students find work difficult because work is still very limited compared to the numbers of people who graduate out. Many people do not have a job and thinking of turning into the entrepreneurship in business development. In addition, now the government has the policy to promote and push more people to become an entrepreneur, making it a good opportunity for interested people. And has an idea of running his own business and enter into the business executive. The impact on the excellence of public business organization more easily, and also deal to the technology disruption situation and cause many organizations to turn to adapt to suit the situation and the era. To develop the business to be able to move forward, start from the process of organizational management and modern organizational development to be appropriate. It is therefore important that many organizations pay more attention to each other. Now that the development of cultural relation model in business development contributes to the excellence of plant-based business organizations that affect the excellence of the organization in Thailand, able to respond to the skillity that correspond to the modern consumer perfectly, and there are still many opportunities because the population has a need to operate more business according to the country or personality. At the education level of the population tends to be higher. Another breakthrough in business development that contribute to the excellence of product business organization. That affect the excellence of the organization in Thailand, more and more technology and facility, such as the widespread management of the various computer systems, or affect the quality of life. This makes consumer realize the importance of business development that affect the excellence of product business organizations. This further affect the excellence of the organization in Thailand. Respectively, at the same time, business development contributes to the excellence of product business organization. It also affects the product, both from and feature in the use of consumer and careless behavior in fashions. It has become more and more widespread in popularity, make customers today develop their business to be more stable. For the aforementioned reason, the research was not so important to develop a relationship model in business development that influence entrepreneurship excellence that contributes to the excellence of Thailand. The researcher is able to make no development that affect business development, affect the excellence of business entrepreneur, affect the excellence of the people in Thailand, and serve as a guideline for development to the excellence of the business type in relation to mechanisms and needs today operations. Okay, the objective of the research article were the first one is develop a cultural relations model in business development, effective the excellence of product business organizations. Second is to verify the consistencies of the cultural relations model in business development that affect the excellence of the public business organization. The public business organization developed on empirical data. Okay, we will look like research design. The action research, this is a study survey. It means like the survey research. Research conceptual framework is a study of the cultural relationship model and business development, plot-based business organization in Thailand affecting organization. Excellent researcher has adopted the research framework of Fresh 2018 to improve and develop the developments of product business executive. The impact on organizational excellence is the perceptions of the safety of product business organization in Thailand, innovation in the developments of product business organization in Thailand, the image of the public business organization in Thailand, trust in management of public business organization in Thailand, and the last one is like the business development public business organization in Thailand. Or we use like let's say that AB is stand for perceptions of the safety, AI is the innovations in the developments of public, and the first one is like AU is the image of public organizations, and third is AS is the trust, and the last one is AD is like a business development public business organization in Thailand. Okay, the research proceeds population and sample. The populations of the research is 168 1,367 people who hail public business executive in Thailand as of the July 1st, 2020. The sample group of the research was 400 former executives of public business organization in Thailand in determining the samples of the cultural structural model with latent variable analysis. This one is proposed that the sample size was appropriate. It should be in a ratio of 10 to 20 to 1 variable, and the minimum sample is acceptable given the hoster statistic value greater than 250. Cultural relationship model is assumed to be consistent with the empirical data. There were 20 observation variables in this study, requiring at the least samples of approximately 250 subjects, and to prevent any discrepancies of information. The researchers then added samples of 400 people obtained by convenient sampling. To use for the data collections, characteristics of the tools used in this research is and online questionnaires. Online questionnaires. Number one, issues. So we divided into part of furrows. Part one is general informations of chair responders, characteristics of advantage to questions about the general informations of respondents, including researcher, directors of information. Yeah. And part two, like information on factor influencing business development, affecting the excellence of public business organization, in which equation are measured in 7 levels, divided into 5 areas. The first one is perception of type, and the second one is innovative and development. The third is the image. The fourth is the trust, and fifth is business development. Is 75 items of public business organization in Thailand by qualifying to validate content validity by proposing 3 experts to check the content validity of the questionnaires, as well as check the content validity of the language, then use the score obtained to find the consistency index of the questions. The objective of the research, we use like IOC, it means like index of congruence, was obtained with the index of consistencies of or question between 0.69 to 1 reliability. By trying out with people who hold the position of business management continuously and live in Thailand, who were not samples of 30 people. And the confidence was determined by using the alpha method, using the Converge alpha method, considering the confidence factor of 0.7 or and above, indicating that the questionnaires was highly reliable. Data analysis. Inferential statistics are used for cultural relationship analysis to determine the path of the cultural influence of variables, find the size of influence and how the direction is based on the concept and theory used by the researchers. The consistency is stated between the hypothesis models and the empirical data. The CMIN or the statistical value less than t.0. The GFI, AGFI, CFI of 0.96 or more, and the RMSEA, SRMR value less than 0.05, which is consistent with the statistical analysis of the structural equations model. Conclusions. The researchers define presentation of research result by designing in two steps. The first one is to develop a cultural relations model in business development that affect the excellence of public business organization. The second is to verify the consistencies of the cultural relation models in business development affecting the excellence of public business organization development with empirical data, which can be summarized as follows. The first one is the result will found that the developments of cultural relations model in business development affecting the excellence of public business organization consists of 5 variables that I told you. I say so we can classify into 2 external latent variables. The first one is perceptions of the safeties of public business organization in Thailand. The second one is innovations in the development of public business organization in Thailand. And 3, internal latent variable. The first one is image of public business organization in Thailand. Second, trust in the management of public business organization in Thailand. And the third is business developments for public business organization in Thailand. The researcher developed and draft a model based on the concept, theories, and related research to be used as principles for developing the culture's relationship model in business development affecting the excellence of public business organizations. The second is the results of the correspondence between the causal relationship model in business development affecting the excellence of public business organization that affect organization excellence with the empirical data. The result of the consistency verifications of the causal relationship model using the linear structural equation technique to find a path of the cultural influence of variables by testing the consistency between the hypothesis model and the empirical data as shown in the table 1. So this is all the data that the researcher that calculate use and they calculate, and this is the result. So discussions. The results of this research found that the developments of the cultural relations model in business development contributing to the excellence of public business organization affect the excellence of organization are most directly influenced by trust. This is because consumers believe that the developments of the cultural relationship models in business development contribute to the excellence of the public business organizations. Okay, which affect the excellence of the organization and gain the credibility of the product quality. Developing the cultural relationship model in business development affect excellence of the public business organization in terms of a pricing standard and clear information or spec of eyeglasses. It also creates sustainable branding, and there is always standardized productions. This is the source of trust that has a direct influence on business development. This is consistent with ICTEMR 2016, which studies satisfactions, trust that affect business executive development, and system design for online hotel booking among customers in Bangkok. The results of the study show that trust has a positive influence on the business management development and design of the online hotel booking system of customers in Bangkok. The trust in the management of public business organization in Thailand that affect corporate excellence is most directly influenced by corporate safety perceptions, as consumers believe that the management of public business organization in Thailand contributing to organization excellence. There is a perceptions of the safeties of the organizations is to protect personal information. It is safe when paying for glasses, by credit card and by bank transfer method. This is a source of safety awareness in the perceptions of corporate safety. This is in line with the ICTEMR 2016 research, which studies satisfactions, trust that affect business executive development, and system design for online hotel reservations of customer in Bangkok. The results of this study show that trust had a positive influence on the business management, development, and design of the online hotel booking system of customer in Bangkok. Recommendations. The recommendation for applying research result. The first one is in terms of trust in the management of public business organization in Thailand that affected corporate excellence. It was found that consumer believe that the development of business executives that contribute to the excellence of the organization has credibility of the quality. As a standard in pricing, clear information or details of the product, and a sustainable branding. The production is accordant with the standards. Therefore, the development of business executive should lies awareness of building trust with the target consumer. Recommendation for further research. Other variables that may be related to this study, such as the effectiveness of business executive development affecting organizational excellence, should be researched to determine the differences from those presented in the research, whether or not, and use the result to formulate marketing strategy for the development of business executive. This is the appendix. Thank you very much for listening my presentation. Thank you.
Next, I invite Nifon Fianak to discuss on the integrated communication modeling for the propagation of Buddhist principles in Thailand.
Integrated communication model for the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand by Nipon Pianak and Associate Professor Dr. Vichit Uon, Faculty of Business Administration, Strategic Management, Sri Patum University, Graduate College of Management, Sri Patum University. Abstract. The objective of this research, 1, is to study the factors affecting the integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle, and 2, to establish and verify the consistency of a causal relationship model with empirical data, integrative communication that influences Buddhist philanthropy using quantitative and qualitative research methods. It starts with the examination of empirical data from real experiences with their theoretical framework established by the researcher from the principle, concepts, and theories in order to obtain important findings in the study of the integrated communication model for the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand. Data were collected by questionnaires from 400 Buddhist subjects who practice Dharma at the Provincial Religious Practice Bureau. The data were used for structural equation modeling SEM, analysis and in-depth interview with 9 experts to confirm the study results. The results of the study show that the brand orientation, market orientation, and consumer characteristic have a positive influence on integrated communication for the spread of Buddhist principle and the merit making of Buddhists. Integrated communication for the spreading of Buddhist principle has a positive influence on Buddhist merit making. The model was consistent with empirical data based on the 6 indexes that met the acceptance criteria. The model consists of 5 main components and 14 sub-elements as follows. 1. Brand orientation. 1. Brand orientation has 3 components: share brand vision, brand value adding capability, and share brand positioning. Market orientation has 3 components: customer orientation, competitive orientation, and interfunctional coordination. Consumer characteristic has 3 components: motivation, abilities, and opportunity. Integrated communication has 2 components: traditional media and newer online media. And performance has 3 components: giving arm, precept, undertaking, and bhavana. Introduction. The increasing trend of the use of information media plays an important role in the spread of Buddhism for others to understand and practice. Buddhists are increasingly using technologies, the internet, and social networks. As a result, the Buddhist organization has to adjust the communication style of Dharma to be in line with the changing behavior of Buddhists by integrating various communication methods appropriately. Duncan 2005 stated that the marketing model needs to be adjusted according to various environmental factors in order to be appropriate with this change, especially changes in the information technology system that have been transformed the power of making channel. Finally, communication will provide entrepreneurs and consumers with the same understanding and help consumers gain trust in the product or service. Therefore, if you consider that the principles of Buddhism are commodity and Buddhists are consumer, integrated communication is necessary as a means of bringing messages to Buddhism. Integrated communication, both the traditional and the new online media used by marketers today, are the key driver for boosting short-term sales and long-term branding. It is performance that every organization needs. As with Buddhist organization, if the propagation of Buddhist principle in an effective manner, the present method of propagation should be integrated with the new communication methods. Factors related to an integrated communication should be considered, including brand focus, marketing focus, consumer attributes. These factors are directly related to integrated communication, which will determine and influence the future operation of the organization. This will allow Buddhists to develop devotion and faith in the principle. Buddhist teaching received through communication and change. The behavior turned to merit by giving alms. Observing the precept and praying with is a practice that is more in line with the principle of Buddhism. From the above problems, researcher was interested in this issue and reviewed the literature and present an integrated communication model for dissemination of Buddhist principle in Thailand, based on the principle of system theory of Lunenburg, Ornstein, and Coulter Robbins. In this research study of Figure 1, which form literature revealed the factor affecting the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand consists of Buddhist focus. From this study, it will help to determine the structural relationship and influence of factor on integrated communication and Buddhist merit making. It can be used for the improvement, development of various related factors as mentioned above. This will be a guideline for Buddhist organization, especially places of practice to spread the Buddhist principle effectively and efficiently. Research objective to study the factors affecting the integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle and Buddhist merit making. To create a causal relationship model that affects integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principles and Buddhist merit making. To analyze and verify the consistency of the causal relationship model and empirical data in the integrated communication affecting the merit of Buddhism. Research method. This research is mixed method using quantitative research and qualitative research. Population and sampling. The population was Buddhists who practiced Dharma at the Provincial Dharma Practice Center. The researcher used stratified random sampling as stratified proportion sampling from the provincial religious practice below in each region to obtain a total of 400 representatives of Buddhism from each group. 2. Research and quality verification. 1. Quantitative research. The questionnaire was used as a questionnaire that was examined for the quality of the content validity from 9 experts using IOC Index of Item Objective Congruence techniques. The evaluation results were consistent between 0.78 to 1.00, and reliability analysis was carried out by using a questionnaire to try out. The validity of the Cronball method was obtained from the calculation of the alpha coefficient and a confidence factor of 0.972. Qualitative research. Researchers set qualitative target group to conduct in-depth interview for 7 persons. It was a request for interview with those in the position of administrator and scholar related to the communication of the temple of the Dharma practice center and the Buddhists who practice it. The results from the in-depth interview were then used to write briefing to confirm the quantitative results. Data analysis. Quantitative research used structural equation modeling SEM, and qualitative research use content analysis. Research procedure. This research consists of 10 steps. Step 1. Procedure for the study of concept, theory, and relevant literature review from secondary sources. Step 2. Draft a research questionnaire. Step 3. Synthesis of research variables. Step 4. Creating a research tool or questionnaire in a quantitative study. Step 5. Qualitative testing of the research tool. Step 6. Reliability testing of questionnaire. Step 7. Data collection and analysis. Step 8. Presentation of the quantitative analysis results. Step 9. Qualitative research. Step 10. Summary and discussion of research results. Research hypothesis. Hypothesis 1. Buddhism-focused influences integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Hypothesis 2. Buddhism-focused influences Buddhist merit-making. Hypothesis 3. Buddhism propagation-focused influences integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principles. Hypothesis 4. Buddhism propagation-focused influences the merit of Buddhist. Hypothesis 5. Buddhism characteristics influence integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principles. Hypothesis 6. Buddhist attributes influence Buddhist merit-making. Hypothesis 7. Integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle influences Buddhist philanthropy. The research findings. Results of the study of an integrated communication model for the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand were found that results of the Buddhism hypothesis takes focus has a positive direct influence on integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Influence size 0.675, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. Buddhism focus has a positive direct influence on Buddhist philanthropy. Influence size 0.460, and indirect influence through integrated communication influence size 0.239, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. Buddhism propagation focus has a positive direct influence on integrated communication. As for the propagation of Buddhist principle, influence size 0.522, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. Buddhism propagation focus has a positive direct influence on Buddhist philanthropy, influence size 0.344, and indirect influence through integrated communication, influence size 0.185, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. Buddhist characteristics have a positive direct influence on integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle with influence size of 0.338, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. Characteristic Buddhist has a positive direct influence on Buddhist philanthropy, influence size 0.2002, and indirect influence through integrated communication, influence size 0.120, statistically significant at the 0.05 level. Integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle has a positive direct influence on Buddhist philanthropy with influence size 0.354, statistically significant at the 0.01 level. The results of the development of an integrated communication model for the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand. The researcher developed the model using confirmatory factor analysis (CFA), found that Buddhism Temple Model Focus (BRAO) has three elements: establishing a vision for the propagation of Buddhist principle (BRAVI), the ability to build faith in Buddhism (BRAVA), and determining the position of Buddhism as a way of living (BRAPO). The Buddhism Propagation Focus BUDD measurement model has three components: Buddhist Focus CUSO, Past Buddhist Strategy Focus COMO, and Intra-Organization Coordination INTC. Model for measuring Buddhist characteristics CHAB has three components: motivation MOTI, talent ABIL, and opportunity OPPO. Integrated Communication Measurement Model INTCOM has two components: traditional media TRAM and new online media NEWO. Buddhist Merit-Making Measurement Model MERI has three components: giving arm GIVI, observing the precept PREC, and prayer BHAV. This figure shows goodness of fit analysis of the hypothesis model. In the interview, the researcher interviewed experts and was directly involved with the propagation of Buddhism, and 7 administrators of the Provincial Dharma Practice Center person. The result of the in-depth interview can be summarized into 2 issues as follows. Issue 1. Most of the interviewees agree with the research framework, explaining that the concept was consistent and appropriate to the current situation, and has part the study and review of the literature according to academic principles. Point 2. Most of the interviewees agree on the relationship of the variable in the model with the goodness of fit of the research model and the empirical data for each aspect. Discussion. In a research study of the integrated communication model for the propagation of Buddhist principle in Thailand, the results of the research hypothesis can be discussed as follows. 1. Buddhism focus influences integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle, which can be explained as determination of the vision in the propagation of Buddhism, the ability to build faith in Buddhism, and determining the position of Buddhism as a way of life influences integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. That is, the form and method of propagation of Buddhism as present can be applied and adjusted accordingly to the era. This is an improvement in the presentation of Buddhist content via social media and modern media that emphasizes participation, opinion, and response, and through traditional media with regular activity for the propagation of Buddhist principle as well as presenting Buddhist content by person or information technology without distorting the teaching of Buddhism. It will help religion to be the way of life of Buddhists truly. Therefore, Buddhist focus on branding, brand identity, and internal marketing through the use of integrated communication will lead to the development of a stronger brand in the future. Two, Buddhism focus influences Buddhist merit making, which can be described as a vision of Buddhism. The ability to build faith in Buddhism and the position of Buddhism as the way of life influences the merit Buddhists. 3. Buddhism propagation focus influences integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Buddhist focus past Buddhism strategy focus, intra-organization coordination influence integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Buddhism propagation focus influences the merit of Buddhists, which can be described as a Buddhism focus is a past propagation strategy and internal coordination influences Buddhist merit making. Buddhist characteristic influence integrated communication for the spread of Buddhist principle. Motivation, ability, and opportunity all influence integrated communication for the spread of Buddhist principle. The characteristic of Buddhists influence the merit making of Buddhists, which can be described as motivation, ability, and opportunity influence the merit of Buddhists. Integrated communication for the spread of Buddhist principle influences Buddhist merit performance, which can be described as traditional and a new online media. Integrated communication will influence Buddhist merit making. Buddhist propagation focus influence integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Buddhist propagation focus has influence on the merit making of Buddhists. The characteristic of Buddhists influence the integrated communication for the propagation of Buddhist principle. Buddhist attribute influence the merit of Buddhists in order to encourage Buddhists to make more merit by giving alms, observing precept and prayer. The administrator of temple or religious center should be emphasize the teaching of Lord Buddha to build the faith of Buddhists by promoting the learning of core Buddhist doctrine of Buddhism through modern media and through regular event or religious day. Suggestion for further research. Additional qualitative study on the issue of integrated communication for dissemination of Buddhist principle in Thailand should be appropriate and in line with the current situation and able to support the characteristic of Buddhists in the area of motivation, competence, and in-depth opportunities so that the doctrine can be accessed effectively and efficiently. There should be an in-depth study of the content and activity of temple or Dharma practice center for propagating Buddhism by using personnel, monk. This must be a presentation of content and activity that do not distort the teaching of Buddhism, emphasizing the practical application of principle in life. Recommendation. Academic suggestion. Academically, it was found that the context of integrated communication for dissemination of Buddhist principle in Thailand was not much different from that of foreign context. It is the context of integrated communication to strengthen market competitiveness, creating an integrated communication strategy executive focused on branding, marketing, and consumer attribute to be used in defining and presenting information, public relation, and advertising. This made it able to reach the need of the target group effectively, and the performance of the organization is in good condition. Recommendation for implementation. Religious organizations should apply the integrated communication model for the dissemination of Buddhist principles in Thailand and apply it to temple policy formulation and religious practice center. Buddhism focus influences integrated communication for the propagation of principle, showing the importance of Buddhism focus. Buddhism focus has an influence on the merit making of Buddhists. The position of Buddhism is a way of life that emphasizes the presentation of Buddhist content by the person on information technologies that does not distort the teaching of Buddhism. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Dolnapa Nantavaroprai, who will be presenting the principle for joint maritime exploitation under the law of the sea, a case study of the scramble for areas in the South China Sea.
Hello, my name is Dr. Dolnapa Nantavaroprai. I am a law lecturer at Duraki Pandit University in Bangkok, Thailand, one of the famous school of law in Bangkok, Thailand. As I am a law lecturer in international law, I am always interested in the relationship between the state. And now, in ASEAN, we have the problem in South China Sea. That's why today I would like to present an article about the principle for joint maritime exploitation under the law of the sea, a case study for scammer for area in South China Sea. Let me present now. Thank you. Today is my third time for present an article and join the international conference. Under this topic, principle for joint maritime exploitation under the law of the sea, a case study of scammer for areas in the South China Sea. My abstract. South China Sea covers areas of the mainland of Asia continent, southern seas of Taiwan, western seas of Philippines Island, and northern seas of Borneo. However, China has claimed the rights in the most part of area and obstructed such claims made by Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Brunei, while Taiwan has also claimed the rights over the South China Sea in the same way as China. Under the international agreement, there are provisions in International Convention on the Law of the Sea 1982, or we can say Anchor 3, on the rights of the nations to claim for the minerals in the seas, of which the maritime power nations are aware. Therefore, the consolidation of the nations entitled to jointly benefit from natural resources by establishing an organization for the sea benefits enclave by representatives of conflicting members and representatives of natural countries is indispensable. As we see now, I would like to show about maritime zone schematic. First zone called internal water. Next zone or second zone is territorial sea and continuous zone, exclusive economic zone, and high sea. And after United Convention on the Law of the Sea 1982 state that the area is mean all states have to join the benefit together, or in the Anchor T state that in this area is mean common heritage of mankind. Is that mean all benefit is belong to us? Everybody in this world can share. These zones give coastal states different jurisdictional rights. In general, a state has more rights in zones near to its coastline than is thus further into the ocean. The main challenges associated with these zones are how variations in geography affect where zones end and where new zones begin. Description: conflict on the asserting rights over islands in the South China Sea. There are 4 groups of islands in the South China Sea, namely Spratly Islands, Paracel Islands, Petas Islands, and Maxfield Bank. 2 groups of the islands are in conflict as a Paracel and Spratly, with 6 conflicting states. According to existence of Spratly Islands, it cannot be said that they are islands, for they are underwater at high tide. According to their topography, they are above water at low tide. It means that they are underwater at high tide. Though, when a state cannot claim the rights over the sea territory in the areas which is above water at low tide, it shall not have right to claim its sovereignty over the conflicting areas. It is correct. The conflict is that East China claims its right on marine territory covered by the 9-days line, which belonged to its in history. The territory would be internal area of China, where it could control fishing, which would be allowed, do not or not depending on the state. And in this map, show us about 9-days line map, which China claimed for history as a sovereignty of state. China claim for historical right over the South China Sea has been opposed as it is against the interests of other states. Interestingly, claim for historical rights may be continuously made or abolished depending on power of all parties concerned, since there has not been certain principle in this regard. Each state may have the same or different opinion with others on its rights to exploit benefits from natural resources in the sea territory. For the conclusion, China has advantage over the Asian member countries, especially where the law of the sea does not have any provision covering the land occupation by means of using relatively advanced technologies to develop buildings on the artificial islands effectively for the purpose of territory expansion in the sea. In this circumstance, the charm of another state, will also care for the benefits in the sea are very slim. That's why this article provides all information about existing rich natural resources in the South China Sea, causing many countries have attempted to claim for the right to exploit them. The article also analyzed how these countries justify their rights over the state natural resources, how the international law, that is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea 1982, and consolidation of Asian play their role in resolving this problematic issue. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Ponchai Pantung to discuss on the process of promoting the economic base of the Thai Lana textile handcraft community in Sukhothai.
สวัสดีครับ Hello everybody, my name is พรชัย พันทุ่ง Co-advisor นิรัตน์สุดสัง Faculty of Architecture, Art and Design นเรศวร University, Thailand. Today, I want to present about my research on topic the process of promoting the economic base of the Thai Lana textile handicraft community in Sukhothai. Background and significance of the problem. People in Thai Chanasik conserve local wisdom. There are local products and souvenirs including baskets made from phone book and wicker for household use and products from local fabric such as apparel, bucket and satchel. From visiting the area to study the problem and needs of the Thai Chanasik community, Tung Saliam district, Sukhothai province. It was found that the community textile product lack quality development in terms of pattern and product processing compared to similar local products such as the continuous supplementary wet pattern whipping of Sri district, thus affecting the consumer popularity and the income of the producer. From the aforementioned point, the researcher is interested in studying the potential and professional development of textile handicraft for the community. The objective of this research article were to study the potential and develop skill in textile handicraft of Thai Lana ethnic group in Sukhothai province. Result of the study. Result of the community contact. 1. Population. The study found that the people in the area migrate from the northern part of the country called themselves Lana Thai, who migrate and immigrate from Lampang and come to live in the lowland area in the foothills of Tung Saliam district, Sukhothai province. The way of life of the community continues. The follow is a center. The have inherit the local language, tradition, and culture. 2. Local wisdom. The traditional economy that generates income for the community is agriculture, which is derived for the production of indigenous woven fabric of the community using natural fiber such as cotton and rayon threads that are processed into apparel, bucket, and satchel. The unique local weaving pattern is orange jasmine pattern as shown in figure. The result of knowledge transfer through community participation. 1. Conveying the nature of natural dyeing. The material to be used for fabric dyeing is from fresh new pear that are hot attacked using heat to dissolve the color. The 7 steps as shown in figure. 2. Knowledge transfer in the design of local weaving pattern by using neem forward as the concept of weaving pattern. The result of the analysis and reproduct of neem forward used as a concept in the design of the weaving pattern in the results evaluate the opinion of the participant for the questionnaire to find satisfaction with pattern suitable of production. The conclusion was that the pattern B was the most satisfied, mean 4.60. 3. Transfer of knowledge in processing of local woven products to garments in the category of formal wear, workwear, and casual wear. The most satisfied with the workwear in style B, mean 4.74. The most satisfied with the formal dress in style B, mean 4.60. The most satisfied with the casual wear in style C, mean 4.58. C. Result of the product development. Form table is what for that the satisfaction of ethnic was at the highest level, mean 4.6, followed by functionally, mean 4.58, and shape, mean 4.57 respectively. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ms. Nasriya Arabu, who will be presenting the forecasting age-specific fertility rate in Thailand using natural cubic spline function.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nasriya Abu. I'm PhD student from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Today, I would like to present a part of my thesis with the title is Forecasting Age-Specific Fertility Rate in Thailand using Natural Cubic Spline Function. This is outline for present today. Let's start from introduction. Future size and composition of population are determined by fertility, mortality, and migration. Among these factors, fertility prediction plays a vital role due to its importance in determining and control population growth and dynamics. A report in World Fertility Pattern in 2019 as follows. In Thailand, the total fertility rate has gone down from 1990 to 2019 is 2.1 to 1.5 birth per 1,000 women. The most index usually used to predict fertility and measure population growth is the total fertility rate or TFR. that is measure the average number of births per woman. However, it does not provide information on the actual number of births. On the other hand, the age-specific fertility rate or ASFR is a measure of the annual number of births by women of a specific age, 15 to 49 years per 1,000 women. So ASFR have a more detailed investigation. That's why in this study we use ASFR for forecast the fertility rate in Thailand. This is objective. The first is to investigate the pattern of a specific fertility rate in Thailand. And the second is to apply a natural cubic slide function for forecasting a specific fertility in Thailand. The data source we were selected ASFR in Thailand for analysis. And then we got the ASFR data from US Census Bureau website. And this data separate into 7 age group that I show in this slide. For the method, we use 9 root power transformation by to give approximately constant variability and then use a natural cubic spline function for smoothness of ASFR data in Thailand as follow equation 1 here. For node selection, the most important part of supply construction involved using the natural cubic spline function is control node connection. So in this study, we use AIC and BIC for check to fit with this data. Then supply interpolation for nonlinear. For this study, we use 6 nodes. Are proposed to make a change of slope as follow equation 2 here. From the result, this graph shows data before transformation with the R-square 75.9% and after data transformation by 9 root power transform, the R-square is 91.7%. And this is number of ASFR in each age group has been projected by a natural cubic spline function from 2020 to 2050 as shown in the dot line in this graph. And for this graph show using 4 nodes, 5 nodes, and then 6 nodes. So we selected 6 nodes for composed with a natural cubic spline function that show AIC and BIC of 6 nodes is lower than AIC and BIC of 4 nodes and 5 nodes. So this figure shows the selected 6 nodes of ASFR for forecast in Thailand. The solid color line illustrate the trend of ASFR in each age group between 1990 to 2019, and the dot line are forecast given by projecting this natural cubic spline function values from the year 2020 to 2050 in each age group. So there was a slight decline in young women in age group of 15 to 24 and old women in age group is 45 to 49, while the age group of 25 to 29, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, and 40 to 44 increasing trends with the data in Thailand. So this is discussion. Thailand live with below replacement fertility rate 2.1 birth per 1,000 women. It is obvious that family size is likely smaller, and especially in cities having substantial industrial and urban growth. For conclusion, the structure of the population in Thailand study has dramatically decreasing trend across almost all age groups. Moreover, Thailand is approaching the aging society due to the rise of global life expectancy and the fall of the fertility level. Thus, the structure of population will change over coming decade, and policy related to the labor force and aging society. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Dr. V. Shashireka, professor from Department of Management, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, India.
Namaste. I'm Dr. Shashireka, working as a professor of management at Sri Sai Ram Institute of Management Studies, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai, India. A brief introduction about myself. I have more than 23 years of experience in both industry as well as academics. I have published more than 70 research papers in reputed national and international journals. I have also presented many papers in national and international conferences, and I have guided more than 300 management projects as well as produced 2 PhDs in the management discipline. I have also published a book on total quality management, and I am a proud recipient of an award called as the Top 20 Influential Women Educators in India. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand, for organizing this international conference on technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century in association with IFERP. I also take this opportunity to thank IFERP for selecting me to be the session chair and review the papers for this upcoming international conference. Before starting with a review of the 10 papers which have been presented to me, I would first like to share my thoughts about how a research should be. A good research should provide a robust and ethical evidence about the research problem, and it should be conducted in a professional and a very transparent manner. First and foremost, while conducting a research, the problem identification and background of the study assumes lots of significance. A well-defined problem is already solved. After identifying the problem, an in-depth collection of information through the review of existing literatures should be done by the researcher. Based on the problem, they have to identify an appropriate and suitable research methodology, and they should apply the relevant statistical tools to present their findings. And most importantly, a good research should make a significant contribution to the already existing literature and must ultimately benefit the society and the mankind. So the 10 papers have been provided to me. I would like to take a brief review of each and every paper. The first paper is by Ms. Jutamat Kupratakul, and she has made and presented a research on the effects of knowledge sharing practices on exclusive breastfeeding among adolescent pregnant women in Thailand. She has presented this research by undergoing a randomized control trial among 2 groups, the study group and the control group, each consisting of 40 women. And ultimately she has concluded that the knowledge on exclusive breastfeeding will promote the same. This is an excellent study made by Ms. Jutamat, and the findings of the study have been well presented, and ultimately this research is useful for policy making guidelines for the government. The second study is by Dr. Jita Visut, and he has made a research on the research and development of quality in education of lower central network with coaching and mentoring. This study he has conducted among 30 schools and 98 teachers, and he has concluded that Bloom's taxonomy should be used in the schools. There are some suggestions for this researcher. First thing is, while making a presentation, his PPT was in the background and he was completely hiding the content. So I would like to suggest the researcher that he has to take care of this aspect. The third study is by Mr. Pontep, and his study is on the role of inventory management on competitive advantage of small and medium businesses in Thailand. He has conducted this study with 280 samples, and he has adopted both quantitative and qualitative research techniques, mixed research techniques. The results could have been explained well, that is my thought. He could have explained the results better, and he has not covered an objective about the factors affecting the competitive advantage. However, he has validated the model without satisfying the first objective. He should improvise on this aspect. The third study is on the study of causal factors in the use of MIS to design wooden furniture of small and medium businesses by Ms. Chaprit. I should congratulate this researcher because she has well explained the model, the SEM model, the structural equation modeling, and she has also explained the research findings in a well-defined manner. The fourth study is by Ms. Chakrit, and she has made a study on the causal factors in the use of MIS to design wooden furniture of small and medium enterprises in Thailand. She has presented the background of the study very well, and she has also well explained the structural equation modeling of her research. And this study has been conducted between the period of July to September 2020, where I have a question about how she was able to do it with the corona impact around the world, because she has covered 240 businesses, so she could have presented that very well. And however, the conclusion was also not enough. It should have been a bit explanatory. The fifth study is by Ms. Arun Pak, and she has studied on the chemical properties and the combustion duration of fuel briquettes from the corn kernel residues at Thailand, and she has carried out the study at Chiang Rai Frozen Foods Company. I should definitely congratulate Ms. Arun Pak for the topic which she has chosen, which has lot of relevance to the society. This is a technical paper. She has presented with some pictures, but however, not much of the techniques and technology has been explained. She should improve on that. The sixth paper is by Dr. Pramsup, and he has made a causal relationship model in business development that affects the public business organization's excellence. I congratulate Dr. Pramsup because he has well explained and presented the paper as well as the analysis, and he stated that he has conducted an online sample of 400 business executives from business organizations, public organizations in Thailand, and he has made a study on 5 variables, and he has ultimately concluded that trust is the greatest influencing factor on the public business organization's excellence. He has well explained as well as well presented. Congratulations, Dr. Pramsup. The seventh study is by Mr. Nelfon on the IMC model for propagation of Buddhist principles in Thailand. He has made a well extensive study, and I should say that this study is definitely useful for formulating the IMC strategies for expanding the Buddhist principles in Thailand. Whatever he has done is well presented. He has again taken data from 400 Buddhist subjects, and he has also gone for an in-depth interview. He has gone for a mixed research method, including quantitative and a qualitative method, and ultimately he has done a very good job. The eighth study is by Dr. Dolnapa on the principle for joint maritime exploitation under the UNCLOS 1982 law, which is a case study on the South China Sea. This is a very interesting topic which involves the macro pest factors, political, economic, social and technological factors, but the topic is very interesting. However, this is a purely secondary research paper, and so it requires lots of which is not having much of statistical evidence. So she has identified the conflicting islands like Paracelin Spratley, and she's also presented the 9-dash map. Though the topic is very interesting, we cannot draw any conclusion from the paper which she has presented, because a lot of other political factors and macro studies involved in it. However, the topic is interesting. And the ninth paper is by Mr. Ponchai on the process of promoting the economic base of the Thai Lanna textile handicraft community in Sukhothai. Dr. Mr. Ponchai, he has not explained about the sample size as well as the sampling unit of his study. However, he has told about the knowledge transfer which he has done, and he has concluded that the orange and jasmine pattern of weaving is found in that it is an indigenous wisdom of that particular community. However, it requires more evidence and data. He has concluded with the best style, best wear for the occasion, but still it requires some improvement. And the last paper is by Ms. Nazria Arbu, and her study is on the forecasting age-specific fertility rate in Thailand using natural cubic spline function. It's a wonderful study with excellent contribution for policy formulation for the government. So she has well presented the background of the study, stating that the fertility rate in Thailand has decreased between 1920 to 2019. So the problem is well defined, and she has used a mathematical equation to predict the future trend, and she has also concluded well that the fertility rate is reduced. It is found to be reduced in the future, and so she has given a lot of recommendations for policy formulation for the government. So these are the reviews of the 10 papers. I would like to congratulate all the researchers for putting in so much of effort and taking in a lead to present in the international conference. At the end, I would like to especially and specifically congratulate the following researchers: Dr. Jutta Mart, Ms. Arun Park, Dr. Pramsub, Mr. Naifon, and Ms. Nazria for their well-conducted research and for taking a problem which will ultimately serve for the benefit of the society as well as for the mankind. I also finally thank IFERP and congratulate the Eastern Institute of Technology for providing me an opportunity to be the session reviewer. Namaste and good day. Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Nasria Arbo to present the forecasting the patterns and trends in age-specific fertility in South Asia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nasria Abu. I'm PhD student from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Today, I would like to present a part of my thesis with the title is Forecasting the Patterns and Trends in Age-Specific Fertility Rate in South Asia. This is outline for present today. So we start from introduction. Future size and composition of population are determined by fertility, mortality, and migration. Among these factors, fertility prediction plays a vital role due to its importance in determining and control population growth and dynamics. A report in World fertility pattern in South Asia, total fertility rate fall down from 1990 to 2019 is 4.3 to 2.4 birth per 1,000 women. Have many index used to predict fertility rate, but in this study we use a specific fertility rate or ASFR because that is measure of the annual number of births by women of a specific age between 15 to 49 years per 1,000 women. So ASFR have a more detailed to investigation. And all countries that we selected for this study, there is enough evidence of continuous declining in the ASFR of South Asia cause problem arise in married age, that's reducing teenage childbearing and increased family size, limitation by contraception and abortion. This is objective. The first is to investigate the pattern of ASFR for these countries. in South Asia. The second is to apply a simple linear regression model for forecasting ASFR for these countries in South Asia. The data source we were selected 3 countries such as India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. They are most populous countries in South Asia. And then we got the ASFR data from the Census Bureau website, and this data separate into 7 age groups that I show in this slide. For the method, we calculated the limit by taking the average of the median and minimum current values for almost countries in the world. And this is the lower limit that we got. So for example, age group of 15 to 19, the lower limit is for birth per 1,000 women. Why we found the lower limit in age group? Because the projected ASFR in the world reducing almost all countries. So we want to know when the pattern of ASFR in these countries will reach in the lower point of fertility rate. And then we use 3 root power transformation to give approximately constant variability, and use the simple linear regression model for fit the data most recent 10 years from 1990 to 2019, show with the superimposed backline here. And this is equation of simple linear regression, yt equal a plus bt equal error. And the dot line here are forecasts given by projecting the model values from years 2010 to 2100. And this graph show about this limit have already been reached, where ASFR are decreasing. For example, we can see the red color, the age group of 20 to 24 indicate that the forecast of fertility rate will continuously decrease, but remain at this lower limit in this group is 63.3 birth per 1,000 women afterward. From the result, this graph shows data before transformation with the R-square is 91.6%, and after data transformation by 3 root power transform, the R-square is 94.6%. And this number of ASFR in each age group has been projected by using simple linear regression from 2020 to 2100. So we plot to the graph in the next slide. For these 3 countries in South Asia have high fertility, with the results from 1990 to 2019 that India and Bangladesh had the highest ASFR in the 20 to 24 age group, with an ASFR of more than 200 births per 1,000 women, while in Pakistan the ASFR is highest in age group 25 to 29 at more than 300 births per 1,000 women. All countries in age group 45 to 49 lowest ASFR. From the forecast trend of ASFR in these countries in the dot line had hit their own individual limit for almost all age groups, with a sharply decreasing trend being observed at all age group in Pakistan, and also 15 to 19 group occur in Bangladesh. And the only exception to this trend was in the 45 to 49 age group in Bangladesh, which had slightly decreasing trend. In India, the age group of 30 to 39 had an ASFR exceeding the limit forecast as did the 30 to 34 age group in Bangladesh. And for check accuracy of linear model, use R-square, and we got the R-square between 75.54% to 90.82% that shown in the table here. For discussion, the pattern of the age group 15 to 19 and 20 to 24 decreasing cost of attributed primarily to family planning program, expanding female education and other socio-economic. For conclusion, the structure of population 3 countries in South Asia has dramatically decreasing trend across almost all age groups. Therefore, policy related to the labor force and education should be emphasized in countries with these countries. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno to discuss on analyze cost and financial return of oyster mushroom cultivation process of farmers in Pakchong Sub-District, Chombyong District, Ratchaburi Province.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will present analyze cost and financial returns of Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivation process of farmers in Pakchong Sub-District, Chombyong District, Ratchaburi Province by Assistant Professors Yupa Saruno and Phakamin Sawet Patanayotin, lecturer in Faculty of Management Science at Muban Chombyong Ratchapat University. The objectives of this research were to 1. Investigate the cost and yield of Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivation, and 2. Use as a guideline for those who were interested in cultivating the Phoenix autumn mushroom. The sample of this research was a group of 13 Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivators at Pakchong Sub-District, Chombyong District, Ratchaburi Province. An in-depth interview was used to collect data for this qualitative research. The respondents' opinions towards the Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivations were analyzed and synthesized using the content analysis statistics in relevant with the facts of the key issues. The results that the respondents include 30 female and 10 male with an average age of 45 years old. The respondents have been engaged in the Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivation business between 2 to 13 years. Hungarian and Bhutanese Phoenix autumn mushroom were the major types that the respondents cultivate, and that of they produce their own mushroom compost. The mushroom cultivation period from the beginning stage until harvesting lasts around 1 month or 45 days. Each household or 4 houses of mushroom cultivations. In terms of production, each house could yield around 1,000 kilograms, which its selling price was between 80 to 120 baht per kilogram. The cost of mushroom cultivations was 34,341 1,025 baht per house. Why is used a word around 45,125 baht? The production of each house was unequal based on the integrity of the mushroom compost, the weather, and the green mold disease. Conclusions: a study of cost and yield of Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivations of a group of Phoenix autumn mushroom farmers at Pak Chong Sub-District, Chambung District, Ratchaburi Province, found that 20 female and 10 male respondents with an average age of 45 years. The maximum age of 62 and the youngest of 21 years has started the mushroom farming business for 2 to 13 years. Phoenix autumn mushroom cultivations are Hungarian mushrooms, since the Bhutan mushroom production method can produce its all fungi. Total production period to harvest is about 1 month to 45 days. There are 4 houses for cultivating mushrooms per household, about 1,000 kilograms. Of you per house, the selling price of 80 to 120 baht per kilogram, and the yield equal to 45,125 baht. The cultivation period for 5 months per crop one time, and the net profit of 10,783.75 baht, which yields different mushrooms in each house, depending on the integrity of the fungus, weather, and green mold. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Bantang Sriyarth, who will be presenting the analysis model of the causal influence factors of attractiveness and commitment to export affecting export capability.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to present you the research entitled The Analysis of Model of the Causal Influence Factors of Attractiveness and Commitment to Export Affecting Export Capability. And we are so glad to be part of the first international conference on technology, innovative educational, and multidisciplinary in the 21st century research. Actually, there are 4 researchers in this study. I'm not one of them. My name is Isara Namtapi. But I also teach at Valaiyalongkorn Ratchapat University under the royal patronage. And I'm here to help the 2 of the authors present their research. The first one is Kun Bantang Sriyarth.
My name is Bantang Sriyarth.
And the second author is?
My name is Thawachai Nima.
Both of them have just received a doctorate degree in business administration from Valaiyalongkorn Ratchapat University. And the third author is Assistant Professor Dr. Chakrit Sitong. The fourth author is Assistant Professor Pontep Kaoshia. Let me begin the presentation. Background of the study. Economic volatility has forced the business sector to continually adjust to maintain operational stability. In particular, exports and international trade have been the main drivers of each country's economy in recent times. Even for countries that use traditional production systems, exports have helped drive those countries to adopt modern manufacturing processes. and technologies is a more systematic and efficient way of producing goods. It also affected the movement of the production bases to export products to other countries in the region, especially the relocation of production bases to countries with cheaper wages. This study focuses on the study of the food industry. It was found that in 2021, it's been expanded continuously from 2020, including the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry. Export attractiveness factors such as the baht weakening were also examined. The researcher hopes that this research will be able to find answers about planning guidelines for the food industry's export business to be more efficient. There are two research objectives. The first one is to investigate factors which are related to the attractiveness and commitment of food exporting industry, and second, to develop a model of causal influence of attractiveness and commitment on food exporting industry. This research focused on a quantitative method cross-sectional data collection with the detail as follows. The target population and population sample study were food industry executives in Bangkok metropolitan region based on the database of the Department of Export Promotion and the target population in the food industry, which was 1,415. The sample size was determined according to Yamanit's calculation table at a 95% confidence level, which found the expected chip was 0.05. There were finally 316 samples. The research instrument used was questionnaires developed from Park and Mien. Results. From the above figure, as you can see, it can be concluded that the results of the model analysis and the overall empirical data were consistent and appropriate. As you can see in figure 1, it shows a model of a structural equation according to the conceptual framework. From the analysis of the causal influence of the structural equation model, it was found that export attractiveness had a statistically significant positive influence, as well as an organization export commitment, because the attractiveness of exports was the expectation of profits, rewards, as well as operation risks before exporting. The results consistent with those of Stien et al., who found that executives, including in Thailand, were interested in short-term and long-term profits, as well as the growth of their organization. This influenced the planning of export decisions that if the company received a high level of profit in the domestic market, it would encourage export planning as well as further increasing the profit. This was a very important factor in helping to make an export decision. However, profit expectations were the most important factor in export decisions. Suggestions for further studies. Export managers have to consider factors affecting export planning and how to improve and develop their business, such as products, domestic situation, government regulations, government assistance, and etc. These are important factors that need to be considered in the first place. Thank you for your attention. ขอบคุณครับ
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Khongket Fasinam, who will be presenting a study on track frame model of a Thai-made rice combine harvester.
Hello everyone, my name is Assistant Professor Dr. Khongket Fasinam. I'm come from School of Agricultural and Food Engineering, Faculty of Food and Agricultural Technology, พิบูลสงครามราชภัฏ University, Thailand. And Assistant Professor Dr. พยุงศักดิ์ จุลยุเสน Assistant Professor คทาวัฒกิจ Mr. จรูญศักดิ์ สมพงษ์ They from School of Agricultural Engineering, Institute of Engineering, Sulanari University of Technology, Thailand. Today, I would like to share my research called Study on Track Frame Model of a Thai-made Rice Combine Harvester. Let's go. A rice combine harvester has an important role in Thai rice production and has been popular in Thai farmers. Almost Thai mesh light combined harvester is too heavy and large in size. Because the track frame of Thai mesh light combined harvester is a main component that affect the harvester size and weight. The objectives of this research, therefore, were to investigate and improve the track frame strength using the finite element method. Similitude analysis was employed for determining the proper scale of experimental frame. The strength analysis using the loading test with experimental frame was used to verify the accuracy of the finite element method. Two fieldwork conditions of the harvester header were selected, namely horizontal position and maximum lift position. Research method. The main mechanical system of the Thai light combined harvester can be classified into four systems. 1. Harvester and conveying system. 2. Teaching and cleaning system. 3. Undercarriage and dry system. And 4. Powerful engine system. The track frame of the Thai light combined harvester does not have a clear design and standard. Therefore, this research used data from Teletong brand light combined harvester from Teletong factory. This picture shows undercarriage of a Thai light combined harvester, and this picture shows undercarriage of the foreign light combined harvester. Different the track Thai light harvester use the steel, but the foreign light combined harvester use the rubber. This picture shows track frame of a Thai light combined harvester from Teletong factory. The weight from the light combined harvester component act on 10 undercarriage divided by 2 types of performance characteristics. This picture shows the horizontal header position mean the light combined harvester is being harvested, and this picture shows the maximum lift header position mean the light combined harvester reversing head and changing working area. The strength analysis by finite element method is divided into 3 steps. 1. Real proportionate finite element modeling with SolidWorks program. And 2. Setting condition, model material property, and the force exerted on the track frame according to the working characteristic. And 3. State and deviation analysis of the model. This picture shows the finite element model of the Thai light combined harvester track frame was made to be a 10-node tetrahedral element and unequal in size due to its complex structure. Therefore, the model has a suitable made size between 19 to 150 millimeters. The result, this shows the state distribution. The maximum state around 91%. So FOS less than 4 in both cases. And the defection distribution shown in this picture in 2 cases. We found the maximum defection around 2.3 millimeter. and this show experimental model for rectify the finite element method. This show the loading test setup. This picture show the loading test 1, and this picture show the loading test 2. And this result show the tag frame model of the light combined harvester has been redesigned to be robust in line with agricultural machinery design principle and had reduced mass. However, it still corresponds to the part of the own system that the operator has already produced. There are T pattern. This show the pattern 1, and this show the pattern 2. This show the pattern 3. And improvement of the track frame model of various type of light combined harvester. We select the pattern 3 because we can reduce the mass 18% and increase the strength. Conclusion: the maximum state is around 91 megapascal in both cases, and maximum deviation is 2.3 millimeter. So the safety factor is 2.7 in both cases. The similitude method for statically elastic structure can be accurately applied to the track frame of the light combined harvester. The finite element method can be applied to analyze the strength of the track frame of light combined harvester with a reliable level of accuracy. The improvement of the track frame pattern 3 can increase the strength of the track frame well and can reduce the mass by 18%. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Dr. Aisha Al-Shamsi to present the learning innovation in ECE literacy teaching through action research, a case of 2 pre-service teachers.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm Aisha Saeed Al-Shamsi, Assistant Professor at the Higher Colleges of Technology. I'm here today to present my pre-service teachers' collaborative work and findings during their practicum teaching experience. I'm delighted to have one of the co-authors of this research study, Aisha Shamsi, an undergraduate student at the Higher Colleges of Technology.
Hello, my name is Aisha Shamsi from HCT. Creating meaningful and authentic learning experience for pre-service teachers to improve their literacy teaching skills through innovative approaches is highly regarded in ECE programs. Recent research suggests that 21st century skills and visual arts have become increasingly popular in teaching literacy. The modern early child education providers therefore have to transform their teaching practices so that they could teach problem-solving skills, critical thinking, and collaboration and communication skills among their students. Transformation of ECE practices focus on promoting evidence-based and research-based practice of preschool teachers. However, the literature suggests that one of the major limitations of higher education programs is the inflexible evaluation, making it difficult for pre-service teachers to research in their classrooms. Action research allows the pre-service teachers to assess those practices that link theory to practice and develop children's literacy through innovative approaches. Action research enables pre-service teachers to bridge the gap between theoretical concepts and practical implementation of those theoretical concepts.
This study explains how action research paves the way to incorporating 21st century skills and visual arts-based innovative teaching practices of pre-service teachers. During the Action Research course, Education 4503, the pre-service teachers completed 7 weeks of training, got teaching opportunities, did a research project, undertook observations of senior teachers' teaching practices, and received formal mentoring from their assigned school and college mentors. The participants were in their 8th semester in the ECE degree at the Higher Colleges of Technology in the UAE. They wrote their experiences and views about their action research in the form of reflections. These reflections used as the primary source of data for this study, provided an in-depth understanding of the action research process while tackling literacy development in the ECE context through innovative approaches including 21st century skills, creativity, and visual arts implementation. The objective of this study was therefore to assess the efficacy of the action research for pre-service teachers in enabling them to learn and implement 21st century skills and visual arts based innovative approaches in teaching literacy in this context, with from their own perspective, of course, through the action research process. To achieve this objective, the following research questions were established. How does action research help pre-service teachers or pre-service school teachers in implementing 21st century skills and visual arts-based innovative approaches in teaching literacy? And the second research question, how could the action research experience of pre-service teachers be improved, enabling them to implement 21st century skills and visual arts-based innovative approaches in teaching literacy? This study is based on the reflection of the pre-service teachers who had completed an action research project that involved training, research, observations, mentoring, and teaching in their real classrooms and authentic environment. The pre-service teachers were asked to share their views and reflections after completing their action research, while ensuring that the participants were from different sites with independent point of views about or regarding teaching literacy through innovative approaches. The study, therefore, employed multiple case-based action research design. Transcripts of teachers' reflections were imported into NVivo 12, and then initial codes and themes were identified in the light of study objectives and research questions. Okay, for the first research question, it was answered. Actually, the first research question is answered in two parts, two main parts, as you see from this figure. First, the goal was to look at how action research helps implement 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. The second is to explore the benefits of implementing 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. The first theme that emerged from the data analysis was the sensitization of the importance of 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. Teacher reflections show that there is a need to highlight the importance of visual arts. Secondly, teachers also pointed out the need to utilize 21st century skills in the ECE context. Second theme that emerged from teachers' reflections is adopting 21st century skills and visual arts in teaching practices. Analysis of the thoughts revealed that there is a need to foster the balance between theory and practice. Moreover, it also brings creativity in the teaching experience when teachers applied action research and ECE teaching by adopting 21st century skills and visual arts. Similarly, it also brings research-guided improvement in teaching practices. The third theme that emerged from the analysis of reflections is enhancing students' engagement of implementing 21st century skills and visual arts. 2 points also were raised. The first was to focus on unique students' requirements while teaching an ECE context. The second point was to enhance students' interest by integrating visual arts and 21st century skills.
Two major themes have emerged from the data analysis about the benefits of implementing 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. It improves students' cognitive skills, as teachers mentioned that students' thinking skills were significantly developed. Similarly, these activities also improve the writing skills of the students. Visual art and 21st century skills also develop the creativity of students. Interestingly, some teachers also mentioned that these activities and skills also stir up students' imagination. Following suggestions were drawn from the analysis of teacher reflection for improving the utility of action research and visual arts for literacy teaching. First of all, teachers should be provided with sufficient support and guidance. This could be done by ensuring the provision of resources. Another important point is to remove obstacles. Moreover, better teacher engagement is also suggested, and it could be initiated with self-assessment. Similarly, teachers should be engaged and involved in the learning process for students so that more guidance and support could be provided.
As a conclusion, the analysis of the pre-service teachers' reflections regarding the role of action research in supporting literacy revealed the need to realize the importance of 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. The need for teachers to adopt 21st century skills and visual arts in teaching practices during teaching placements of the pre-service teachers and developing students' engagement as well in this type of teaching and learning processes. Pre-service teachers also emphasize the benefits of implementing 21st century skills and visual arts for teaching literacy. This is highly regarded in our teaching or pre-service teaching programs. First, it supports the cognitive skills of students, like pre-service teachers mentioned in their reflections, that the students' thinking skills were improved significantly and also improved their writing skills and abilities. Visual arts and 21st century skills also supported the creativity of students. Teachers claimed that they should be provided with sufficient support and guidance to adopt 21st century skills and use visual arts by providing the necessary resources. Finally, teachers should be engaged and involved in the learning processes of the students so that more guidance and support could be provided for the benefit of our children. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us here today and listening to our presentations. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Vasinaru, who will be presenting a historical drama for the dissemination of government policies.
Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Manisa Vasinaru. I'm a full-time instructor at Untitled Chapter University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic. I hope that my presentation will be useful to you, and I plan to take about 8 to 10 minutes of your time. Generally, studies were not widespread in the past. The communication between leaders and the people used drama as a means of disseminating information, rules, practice, and requests, commenting, and resistance, because it can show a realistic image and clearly reach the audience mind. Historical drama show the story, experience, event of the person, group, and society that occur in history. The popularity of historical dramas is an interesting issue when considering the duration of the exhibition. It appears that exhibits often take place in the event of a crisis or change in the situation, which reflected the state of society at the time of the show creator, as well as the need of the audience arising at the time. However, the study of historical drama to disseminate the government policy, despite frequent exhibit but lack of information gathering, the available information is scattered. In addition, the aforementioned study lack a link between the factors involved, causing historical drama to be considered to only play a role in creating entertainment. Accordingly, researchers are interested in studying Thai historical drama and the development of historical drama for the dissemination of government policy in Thailand. The scope of the study focused on the Ratanakosin era because the exhibit happened continuously. There are many exciting opportunities in society. The result of this study will lead to an approach to creating historical drama to disseminate government policy and use it in other occasions, as well as being a further academic reference. My purpose of research article topic are: firstly, to study the historical drama in Thailand, and secondly, to study the development of historical drama for the dissemination of government policy in Thailand. Then, my research methodology is based on historical and qualitative research. There are 3 data collections. One is historical document, another is interviewing, and the other is observation. Firstly, I will review from historical document. Next, I will interview 2 groups of experts who are in the field of performing art, national artists, and lecturers. Then, I will observe live performing art, video, and social media related to performing art that mention about law in that period. After that, I will bring data to analysis and prepare the document and write presentation. Result and discussion. The result of the study show that historical drama is show of the important person story. Secondly, there are two types of performance, short story and long story. Performance presents realistic and functional story. Historical drama in Thailand, as far as evidence was found, it was assumed that it occurred in the ICTEMR era until the present. And the last one, development of historical drama to disseminate the government policy in Thailand during the Rattanakosin period, divided into three phases as follows. Phase. Concept of ICTEMR art and culture development. The second phase, concept of Western art and culture development. And the last one, third phase, concept of integrate art and culture development. Conclusion. Historical drama study to disseminate government policy, determine the educational scope in the Rattanakosin period. It was found that the leader used historical drama to be used as a tool for disseminating government policy because it gives a clear, realistic image and influence the persuasion of the person, group of or person. At the time, historical drama is a tool that leader and society use to reflect himself, the image that took place at that time, as well as for expression option both support and against. The being time historical theoretical exhibition vary according to the reader, public policy, and social condition in which they live. Therefore, if the country conflict to be often take place, historical drama, therefore leaders should pay attention to the management of education and historical drama to society of the development of human resource and the country. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Vasinarom to discuss on the Rajbat University education policy and image of Thai classical dances program of Swan Sunanda.
To my presentation, I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Manisa Vasinarom. I'm a full-time instructor at Sunanda Rajpat University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic. I hope that my presentation will be useful to you, and I plan to take about 8 to 10 minutes of the time. That can be used as a communication tool of a person and organization to show the identity of person or the image of the organization. Rajpat University educational policy has an important mission to provide education to both urban provincial communities. Thai Dance and Theatre Program of Sunanda is an institution under the supervision of Sunanda Rajpat University. Institution implement the educational policy in accordance with the policy of Rajpat University, along with the Palace related identity of Sunanda by applying the policy in course curriculum, researcher, art and culture preservation, knowledge development, and community service. As a result, the image of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta has been passed down continuously until the present. For the reason, the researcher was interested in study the educational policy of Rajapat University and the image of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta during 2004 to 2021 by studying from documents, interviews, and observation in order to create a guideline for developing the image of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta to be in accordance with the policy of Rajapat University, maintaining its identity as well as being a guideline for creating the image of Thai dance and theatre program of institutions affiliated with Rajapat University in the future. Thus, my purpose of research article topic is to study the relationship between educational policy of Rajapat University and the image of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta. Then my research methodology is based on historical and qualitative research. There are three data collection. One is historical document, another is interviewing, and the other is observation. Firstly, I will review from historical document. Next, I will interview two groups of experts who are in the field of performing art, professional artists and lecturers. I will observe live performing art, video and social media related to performing art that mentioned about Rajpath educational policy in that period. After that, I will bring data analysis and prepare the document and write presentation, result and discussion. The study of educational policy of Rajapat University and the image of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta were related in four aspects: format, content, meaning, and role. Format of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta is variety and specific. The content of Thai dance and theatre program of Susunta is diverse due to various potential of the faculty, staff, and students from all regions of country is an important element from the creation and development of academic knowledge and performance. The content can be divided into three characteristics: conservative, contemporary, and creative. The definition of meaning in the research is how to convey the meaning of the performance can be divided in 5 dimensions: teaching, research, knowledge development, academic service, and preservation of art and culture. It is found that the image or identity presentation in various dimensions is diverse in all areas. The role of Thai and theatre program of Susunta is corresponded to the educational policy of Rajapat University. Conclusion: the findings from the qualitative research show the relationship between the educational policy of Rajapat University and the image of Thai dance and theater program of Susunta, which corresponded to each other. The key factors are the personal, work, process, goals, and human resource management, which affect the quality and effectiveness that can be analyzed in all aspects, namely teaching, research, knowledge development, academic service, and preservation of art and culture. The application is mathematic and comprehensive in accordance with the policy of Rajpath University, incoming in the University of Community. The palace identity of Susunta also supports the dissemination of knowledge and development of commodity, along with the identity of the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Susunta University, with its academic practitioner of fluence in communication. Thank you.
Next, I invite Alexander Wang to discuss about the fine arts education in rural Thailand, a case study of the University of Phayao School of Architecture and Fine Art.
Hello, my name is Alex Wang. I'm here to present on fine arts education in rural Thailand, a case study of the Department of Art and Design, University of Phayao. So the impetus for this project has been more or less arts have been considered to be a part of urban centers for a long, long time now. They rely on a lot of urban infrastructure. You need galleries, museums, an engaged public, auction houses, collectors, all these sorts of kind of typical urban institutions to support a flourishing art scene. And what we're beginning to see these days is that contemporary art in particular, it's really not only made in urban centers, but it's kind of made with them. There's this symbiotic relationship where various stakeholders are collaborating together in kind of new forms of cultural production. And okay, so within the context of Thailand, we look at the history of this country a little bit, and Thailand's been really heavily industrializing since about the 1980s. However, a slight majority of Thai people are still kind of what we would consider rurally based. And what this tells me is that when people talk about kind of rural issues or rural Thailand, that's not something on the margins. That's actually right at the center of Thai society to an extent. We talked a little bit about contemporary art and the kind of new trends. One of these new trends is described as the social turn, right? And so now art, as opposed to in the previous era where perhaps you were a painter just working alone in your studio all day, artists these days are working much more collaboratively with much more participation of different stakeholders. It's a socially engaged practice right now. And artists are kind of expected to do something, right? Art is constructing new identities or stimulating kind of economies, but it's active. It's an active kind of art. And so what does that mean, or what could that look like in this context? University of Phayao is one of very few rurally based arts programs in Thailand, with a School of Architecture and Fine Art. Vast majority of these programs are going to be in urban centers, obviously. So the Department of Art and Design within SAFA is actually in quite a unique position, in my opinion. It's only been developed, was founded in 2012. And it is kind of a pioneer in previously uncharted waters at this point. So the main focus of this paper is departing from the notion that, okay, art is typically an urban phenomenon. Art these days is socially engaged. rural problems are in fact Thai problems. Rural people are the majority of Thailand at the moment. And the Department of Art and Design at UP is in a unique position. And no one's really come in and evaluated the aims, the methods, the objectives of the Department of Art and Design's curriculum within this rural context. So the research objectives, the first is to assess how members of the Department of Art and Design at the University of PL consider their position as fine arts educators within rural Thailand. And the second, to determine the aims and objectives of the department within this context. The paper presents qualitative research compiled through open-ended, in-depth interviews with 3 administrators in the School of Architecture and Fine Art. The interviewees were selected via purposive sampling, and 3 individuals met the criteria that were laid out. The first is the Dean of the School of Fine Arts and Architecture, School of Architecture and Fine Art, the Department Head of Art and Design, and the Vice Dean of Research and Academic Affairs. The results, the findings of the interviews have been kind of subdivided into 3 areas of focus. The first of which is the advantages and disadvantages of a rurally based arts program. The second, the goals and objectives of the program. And the third is focused on the curriculum design. So the advantages and disadvantages of a rurally based art program. What was interesting when I was doing the interviews here was that there wasn't a lot to be said about the advantages, but there were a lot of points made about the disadvantages. So clearly the interviewees had fixated on the negative aspects of it more. Some of the advantages, one commonly cited one was that rural communities have a closer connection with authenticity, with traditional culture, local knowledge, at least more effectively so than their urban counterparts that live in a more kind of homogenized, globalized, international urban kind of area. We also enjoy a lot of privilege being the only university within this province, access to resources and networks that would probably be more difficult to procure in a more competitive urban environment. And so we have a certain degree of autonomy here and independence. The disadvantages, a lot of them are probably pretty obvious. The rural location, it's difficult to attract qualified cutting edge educators here, as well as high quality students. We have funding issues that perhaps our urban counterparts have less of, right? Not as much to invest in developing our facilities, purchasing new equipment. And this is especially problematic in regards to digital technology, because our students are at risk of being left behind in a really rapidly changing technological world that we live in. The third, and in my opinion, the biggest disadvantage is that there's no infrastructure, and that means galleries, that means artists, studios, museums, sites of historical, cultural significance. There's no real working arts professionals around here, so it's difficult to connect them to our students, have networks developed, or allow our students to gain real world working experience. There's a lack of competition here, which breeds complacency, and et cetera. So we come to the goals and objectives of the program. All 3 interviewees were pretty much in disagreement about the primary objective being preparing our students for when they finish our program, they go out into the real world. We want them to be prepared either for jobs in the arts or to have developed within them skills that are transferable to other disciplines. The second point that everyone brought up was that we have a responsibility to engaging the community. The third is curriculum design. Original curriculum was designed in 2012. It's updated every 5 years. And the focus of the curriculum in many ways was to allow the students to explore a wide range of disciplines. And according to one interviewee, this is related directly to his opinion that the quality of students that matriculate to the University of Piau are a lower quality than a lot of the big name urban institutions would be able to attract. And therefore, they didn't have strong backgrounds, they didn't have wide knowledge bases. So this person wanted there to be a wide range of disciplines for these people to kind of experiment with and find their voice. We also saw that the initial curriculum here at the University of Piau was indirectly influenced by the curriculum by educators and by thinkers from Chiang Mai University. And overall, there was not evidence that the curriculum was tailored to serve a specifically rural context. So key aspects that were of the curriculum that were criticized. And I interviewed 3 different individuals, and some of the things that they said contradicted one another, or they would critique one another in certain ways. One critique was that the electives were too broad and that this lacked focus. And without focus, you could not go in deep into anything. Some other people thought that some of the electives were irrelevant to the rural context. Some professors felt that the TQF, the Thailand Quality Framework, as imposed by the Ministry of Education, brought with it limitations regarding the agency's own kind of discretion in developing their curriculum. And some professors were critical of the curriculum's ability to prepare our students for a competitive job market. And lastly, professors contradicted each other regarding how decisions are made within the department. Some people felt that it was a very democratic, consensus-driven kind of process, while other people felt it was very top-down with a person in charge who was making all decisions. So discussions. It was inconclusive in my research as to whether the curriculum is effective in achieving its previously stated objectives regarding both the primary objective of preparing our students and the secondary objective of engaging and empowering the local community. Both of these things pretty inconclusive. It could be said that individual professors at the University of Phayao have taken steps to contextualize their individual classes and curriculum within a rural context. But as an overarching unit that functions as a system, there was no evidence that it was contextualized, which in my estimation could be seen as a missed opportunity, as I believe the department occupies a very unique position at the forefront of university level rural arts education. So where we are right now, the facts are that 70% of our students in the Department of Art and Design hail themselves from rural places. The rural-urban divide regarding quality of education, that's well documented for various reasons. So what that appears to say is that many of our students are coming into higher education at already a disadvantage. It was also agreed upon by all of the interviewees that we couldn't and really shouldn't try to compete with the big name urban schools on that same kind of playing field. We lack the infrastructure, we lack the resources, we lack the history. So the only alternative then is that if we are to remain a successful program and develop and grow, is to develop our own identity. The curriculum currently there's a trade-off happening, breadth for depth. It's a wide range of things we offer, but you're not going to go very deep in any of them. So this is debatable in terms of how effective it is at preparing students for what these days are hyper-specialized job markets, where you really need to have a deep set of skills to be hireable. And it was also unclear about how we were envisioning community empowerment, how that was being achieved. Further research, it is my opinion that the Department of Art and Design could and perhaps should undergo a strategic planning process. And this would involve all the stakeholders, all the relevant stakeholders at multiple levels to come together and address the perceived shortcomings of the program and where we are now, where we want to go, and how do we get there. And ultimately, it is my opinion that the art program here should leverage this kind of unique position as a pioneering rurally based arts institution to construct a context-specific identity that is reflected in the curriculum with clear intentions and focuses, and that this kind of a strategic consideration could potentially prove beneficial to other rurally based arts educators or future generations. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Mr. Manoj Kumpanalai Saitith to discuss on the design and test of agrivoltaic system.
Good morning, my name is Manoj Kumpanalai Saitith. The title of my talk today is Design and Test of Agrivoltaic System. I am from Asian Development College for Community Economy and Technology, EDC, Chiang Mai Ratchapat University. I am a PhD candidate in Community Energy and Environment Program at EDC. In the past, I worked at Rajamangala University of Technology Lana Lampang. I'm interested in agrivoltaic system, and now I'm work the research on guidelines for agrivoltaic system feasibility analysis in ground-mounted photovoltaic power plant. Content that I present today including introduction, research methodology, results and discussion, conclusion. The promote of the electricity generation from solar panel is using natural resources, but they need more area for installation. That installation affecting on agricultural land and the forest in the future. Therefore, researchers try to develop the guideline for food and energy production in the same land at the same time. For example, Goldberger was the first proposed the concept and suggest that the structure are elevated by about 2 meters above the ground with the distance between the row by 6 meters. And the research in the past showed that the agrivoltaic system is designed for crop and energy production, but the most PV of Thailand or the world are designed for generate electricity only. The area under the solar panel had not been utilized. Therefore, this research into design and test of agrivoltaic system. Design and installation of the PV system. The PV system including the PV module, battery, charge controller, inverter, and load. Load is electric fan. And also install the meter on or sensor for collect the data. Setting up the plant plot. The plant plot size 7 square meter and planting the bok choy under the solar panel. The average of solar radiation is 385 watt per square meter. And on 10th of November, the highest of 500 watt per square meter. The temperature of module and ambient temperature. The temperature of PV module and ambient were 38 and 27 degrees Celsius respectively. The power generation of this system could generate the power at around 1.05 kilowatt per day. The growth and yield of bok choy that planting under the solar panel. The height of bok choy was 15 centimeters. The width and length of leaf were 4.5 centimeters and 11 centimeters respectively. The yield of plant is 48 grams per plant, and the total yield was 8.5 kilo per plot. Conclusion: the PV system could generate the power at around 1 kilowatt per day, or 31 kilowatt per month. In addition, 8 kilogram per plot of bok choy was obtained. The total value of both systems could make up $6.34 US dollar. And the land equivalent ratio of the system was 1.8, which was indicate that the agrivoltaic system could increase the value of the land to 80%. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ms. Ploin Kosripong, who will be presenting a model of community leadership development of local fishing villages in the central region.
สวัสดีค่ะ Model of Community Leadership Development of Local Fishing Village in the Central Region by Ploin Kosripong and Dr. Wanchai Panjan and Dr. Orathai Chuachalerm and Dr. Nora Sangsuk. Background and importance of the problem. 1. Changing current social conditions more purposes into the community discourse problem in right and force sources. 2. The problem of the use of fishing result between commercial and local fishing, especially process local fishing soon from outer commodity etc. 3. Some direct enthusiasm for community education or problem solving for some direct participation in the community or public awareness of working for the public as the security and penalty system may result in a lack of leadership. Objective 1. To study the element of community leadership of local fishing villages in the central region. 2. To create a model of community leadership development of local fishing villages in the central region. 3. To assess the development model of community leadership of local fishing villages in the central region. Research methodology. 1. Study development from mixed research. 2. Forming using data from series to element towards the process. 3. Evaluation of model case. 4. Data analysis. Research result according to Table 1. Existing factor in each element with principal complement technique and spinner by method and considering factor clothing value testing than 0.5 and eigenvalue more than 2 pounds. To find that there were 6 elements that could be used to decide committee leadership of local fishing villages up to 55 more 79%. Community leadership development model of the local fishing villages in the central region. 1. Behavior and management of community leaders to build working relationship. 2. Confidence building and trust. 3. Creativity and community problem conversation. 4. Human resource management, community management with fairness, transparency, honesty. 5. Creating a credible image of community leader. 6. management in accordance with the goal of the community. Research result. According to Table 3, the result of the assessment of the community leadership development model of local fishing villages in the central region as a was that it was appropriate and possible to use the mobile to develop community leadership of local fishing villages in the central region as the higher level. This includes the main event and sub-event that are successful and the possibility of applying the format to the most level as well. Conclusion. Community leadership development model of local fishing villages in the central region was appraised from the result solving six important elements. One, behavior and management of community leader to be working relationship. Two, confidence building and trust. Three, creativity and community problem solving capability. Four, human resource management, community management with fairness, transparency, conscience. Five, creating a credible image of community leader. And six, management in according with the goals of the community instrument you have focus and guideline will be applied to develop community leadership to better align with their role and duty. At the same time, community leadership development indicators have been set up to evaluate the estimate generated by the community leadership development of local fishing villages in the central region. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ahmed Kamal Muhammad Noor, who will be presenting the failure prognostic of turbofan engines with uncertainty quantification and explainable AI.
Hello, my name is Ahmad Kamal. Today, on behalf of all my co-authors, I will give presentation on our paper entitled Failure Prognostic of Turbofan Engines with Uncertainty Quantification and Explainable AI. I am a third-year postgraduate student in Mechanical Department of University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. The first co-author, Dr. Srinivasa Rao, is a lecturer in Mechanical Department of University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. And second co-author, Dr. Masdi Muhammad, is also a lecturer in Mechanical Department of University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. AI is becoming essential to human ecosystem. However, the opacity of certain deep learning model poses a legal barrier in its adoption for greater purposes. In another aspect, most deep learning studies are based on point estimate prediction with no measure of uncertainty, which is vital for decision making. Obviously, these work are not suitable for real-world application. This paper presents a remaining useful life estimation problem for turbofan engines, equipped with prognostic explainability and uncertainty quantification. A single input, multi-outputs probabilistic long short-term memory is employed to predict the remaining useful life distribution of the turbofans, and sharply additive explanation or SHAP approach is applied to explain the prognostic. The explainable probabilistic LSTM is thus able to express its confidence in predicting and explain the produced estimation. The performance of the proposed method is comparable to several other published work. A single input multi-outputs probabilistic LSTM is employed. For the first output layer, the model predicts a sequence of health index distribution corresponding to the complete health state of the studied turbofan engine. The layer is probabilistic, where it transforms the input to Gaussian distribution with variable standard deviation. For the second output layer, the model extracts only the health index point estimates, which is the mean of the first health index distribution from the sequence obtained before. This output corresponds to the initial health index or initial remaining useful life of the concerned turbofan, where the predictive performance of the model is based. The model is trained to minimize loss only based on the first output layer, as the model favors health index distribution sequence rather than point estimate. The hyperparameter of the model are optimized via Bayesian hyperparameter optimization. As for uncertainty quantification, the behavior of the rolling standard deviation plot of the health index distribution sequence is monitored. For explainability, Sharp library is used to explain locally the sequence prediction. The performance of the model is evaluated using root mean square error of the remaining useful life prediction and the ground truth remaining useful life, as well as a scoring function that gives better score for early remaining useful life prediction and penalize the late prediction. To demonstrate the ability of the model, the CMAPS Commercial Modular Aero Propulsion System Simulation Turbofan Run to Failure dataset is used. Dataset number 2 is employed, where it contains 260 training and 259 testing data. So in this dataset, each turbofan is associated with time series sequence comprising of time, 3 operating conditions, and 21 sensors measurements corresponding to speed, temperature, pressure, various ratios, and bleed enthalpy of the turbofan. As we can see, the root mean square error performance and scoring function results are comparable to published works. As seen in figure 1, the prediction for turbofan 1 is not accurate compared to the ground truth health index sequence. This is translated by the growing trend in the standard deviation plot presented by the line of best fit in figure 2, indicating that the model is increasingly not confident with its prediction. Additionally, successive strong oscillation in standard deviation can be seen in zoom 2 area in figure 2, corresponding to zoom 1 area in figure 1. This area, as shown in figure 1, relates to linear deterioration prediction. These extreme movements show that the model is very uncertain of its deterioration prediction. As for turbofan 2, the health index prediction is quite accurate compared to the ground truth health index as illustrated in figure 3. The model is confident in its prediction, and this is expressed in the standard deviation plot in figure 4. Here, the line of best fit trends is showing a decrease. Local explainability is presented for turbofan 2, as the model is more confident in this case compared to turbofan 1, as shown before. The sharp force plots are employed to visualize the local explainability. For turbofan 2, health index prediction started to deteriorate at cycle 57, corresponding to the predicted failure start point. We thus monitor the explanation before and after this point until the prediction stabilizes, indicating failure at cycle 80. From the force plot shown above, a pattern on feature influencing the prediction can be noted before and after the failure start point, which is cycle 57. Before the model predicts the start of degradation, various features can be seen influencing the healthy state of the turbofan. However, after cycle 57, similar pattern of features are repeatedly shown. These features are sensor 9, sensor 2, sensor 8, operating condition 1, operating condition 2, sensor 11, sensor 13, sensor 14, operating condition 3, and sensor 4. This apparition of these features gradually start from cycle 57. The red color features drag the prediction positively, while the blue color features influence the prediction negatively. Omitting the operating condition features, the description of the features influencing the failure state of the turbofan is presented. As we can see, physical fan speed, total temperature at LPC outlet, and physical core speed impact negatively on the prediction, while static pressure at HPC outlet, corrected fan speed, corrected core speed, and total temperature at LPT outlet impact positively the failure prediction. To conclude, in this paper, a probabilistic single-input multi-outputs LSTM with explainability that can express its prediction uncertainty is presented. The ability of this model is demonstrated in a turbofan engine's prognostic problem. Sharp model agnostic explainability approach is employed to explain the regression task, while probabilistic layer produce health index distribution prediction, characterizing the uncertainty. The model is thus able to express its prediction confidence and explains its sequential output. These indicators are very valuable as users depend on them for correct decision-making in real-world AI application. The performance of the model is also comparable to other known published work. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Noriza Mohammed Saad to present the relationship between COVID-19 pandemic and firms' performance towards unemployment across countries.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Noriza. Today, I would like to present my research titled Relationship between COVID-19 Pandemic and Firm Performance Towards Unemployment Across Countries. As the presentation outlines today, I will start with the introduction, followed by literature review, data and methodology, last part of discussion and conclusion. As an introduction, according to the WHO World Health Organization, by 10 March 2020, COVID-19 had led to more than 100,000 confirmed infections and more than 4,000 deaths in 110 countries. So, subsequent to the WHO declarations, the cumulative patterns of the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases was shown statistically by Worldometers website on the 2nd of March 2021, where there are 115 million confirmed cases with the 91 million more than that recovered cases and more than 2.5 million deaths in 221 countries. So figure 1 here shows about the total number as what I mentioned previous slides about the COVID-19 cases in the world from 22nd of January 2020 up to 2nd March 2021 with a total of 115 million. So the progress tab COVID-19 in Malaysia particularly started on 25th January 2020, start in January 2020, and COVID-19 pandemic was first identified to have a spread in Malaysia. Ministry of Health Malaysia confirmed that the number of COVID-19 is quite relatively low, but until in mid-March 2020, there are a large spike in cases. So after that, the Malaysian government announced about the Movement Control Order, MCO, and under this Movement Control Order, there are 6 restrictions have been imposed to all the Malaysians. Include closed border, include some of the workers need to work from home, and this might affect the certain business sector, especially for the hotel and for the airlines and others. So until when this pandemic was spread is still unpredictable, since it already over a year. So for the literature review, most of the literature review was cited with the latest 2020 due to this COVID is still new, and most of the study was cited about the macroeconomic variable effect towards the corporate performance of the company, especially in terms of their human capital development that lead to the unemployment rate happened. So for example, we can see here is Zakaria Firano and Filali Adab Fatin 2020 mentions that COVID-19 pandemic could affect all the world economics, and the reaction is to strengthen each country on the planet, even to varying degrees. So 2020 COVID-19 crisis have spurred research on firm corporate finance decisions and their macroeconomic relationship, especially towards, as what I mentioned, towards the unemployment rate by reducing wages or labor workers and so on. So with regards to the data and methodology, this study used secondary data whereby unemployment rate become dependent variables, and the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 and firm performance become independent variables, and macroeconomic factors like GDP growth, inflation rate, and interest rate is a control variables. So the study period is covered from January 15, 2020 up to January 15, 2021. So only 1 year study to capture the period of COVID-19 spreading cases. Therefore, the unbalanced panel data was detected by the STATA, and the regression model, we use the ordinary least square with the unemployment equal to alpha plus COVID-19 plus firm value plus economic variable as a control variable, and plus with the error term. So for the country, there are 7 countries was selected for this study with the number of the companies as represented by the frequency of the sample. We can see here Japan represent the highest sample, is almost 70% out of the total sample, with the 1,358 companies. But the lowest is represented by the Vietnam, only 3 that have the updated or available data up to 2020, followed by the Philippines, only 5 companies. Malaysia at Malaysia represent more than 12% from the sample size. So as a result and discussion from the statistical graph here, we can see that the number of COVID cases among the 7 countries, as what I mentioned, the highest COVID cases is from Philippines with more than 500,000 cases. Then followed by Japan, almost 500,000. Malaysia also quite high with 251,604 cases, and here we can see the tabulations of this that affect to the unemployment as a general. So next is tabulation of the unemployment rate across 7 countries. As we flash back about the number 4 represent the Philippines, indicate the highest number of COVID-19 cases, also represent the highest rate or percentage of the unemployment rate with the 10.43% as compared to the other countries. So with regards to the descriptive statistic result, we can see here the total number of observations out of 7 countries with the energy sectors is 1,949 companies with the average or mean value for the unemployment rate, for example, at 3.31%, with the minimum is 2% and the maximum is 10.43%, as represented by the Philippines country. With regards to the firm value, we can see here the average or mean is only 1 or 1.09%, and the minimum is 0.09%, and the maximum is 11.72%. We can see here there is a wide range of the performance level that we can predict that some of the sector is still active even though during COVID, as mentioned by the previous study. For example, on health companies, on the IT companies, on the postage companies or transportation delivery product and companies. But for the certain companies, they do not perform well. For example, the hotels company, due to the closed border and so on. For the airlines, companies also do not perform better. With COVID cases maximum more than 500,000 and minimum is 2091 in the sample of these 7 countries. With regards to the macroeconomic variable as represented by the GDP and interest rate, indicate negative in mean value, and also for the inflation, negative in the mean value. With respect to the normality test, skewness and kurtosis have been tested, and the data is normal, whereby the value is represent plus minus 0.5. So based on the pairwise correlation result, we can see here there are no multicollinearity issue from this IV, DV, and CV data, whereby all these data for the IV, DV, and CV show the value is less than 0.7, means that there is no multicollinearity issue here. The highest correlation result as represented by the unemployment rate with the COVID for the negative 0.69 means that less than 0.7. So next is multivariate regression result run for the ordinary least square, shows that firm value is insignificant as well as sector. Firm value is insignificant with the unemployment rate, but for the COVID-19 have a significant negative relationship towards the unemployment rate. Means that increase in COVID cases will decrease the level of percentage rate here. GDP represent a negative with the unemployment rate. Inflation and interest also significant with the different coefficient almost 0.1 different. As regards to the R square, it shows that 87.46% means that 87.46% of the explanatory three variables was explain the unemployment rate in these 7 countries. So as a conclusion, COVID-19 vaccine recently discovered hopefully can treat and eliminate the pandemic for spreading and recovery processes by mitigating the issue in increasing unemployment rate at the global level. So the finding of this study concludes that COVID-19 have a relationship with unemployment in 7 countries, especially Philippines, followed by Hong Kong and Malaysia. Since this study also considered firm value as a firm performance proxy, therefore the study provides a practical outcome to the government and stock market play. and stock market players in across countries. Thus, the study can provide a reference to stakeholders on the significant association between unemployment rate and COVID-19 pandemic spread and firm performance by considering different macroeconomic variables. So with that, I thank you to all of you for listening. Thank you.
Next, I invite Wanlaya Namtham to discuss on the Poi Sang Long Poi Kham Sang, the study of rite of passage in Thai man's life in Thai Yai community of Ban Pang Mu village, Mai Hong Son, Thailand and Thai Authon community of Ban Long.
Hello everyone, my name is Wanlaya Namtham. Today I am going to present my presentation on Poi Sang Long Poi Kham Sang, the study of rite of passage in Thai man's life in Thai Yai community of Ban Pang Mu village, Mae Hong Son, Thailand, and Thai Aiton community of Ban Lung Man Tai, Karbi Anglong district, Assam, India. Abstract of the study. Poi is the word in Thai, which means festival, celebration, and religious ceremony. This paper studies on Poi Sang Long of Thai Yai and Poi Kham Sang of Thai Aiton. Poi Sang Long and Poi Kham Sang is the Buddhist ceremony and life circle ceremony among the Thai boys who are ordained and become as novice monks. Participant observation and in-depth interview are the method of the study. These 2 points share same meaning and function. Firstly, Sang Long and Kham Sang are used to call novice monk and have the same cultural root. Secondly, Poi Sang Long and Poi Kham Sang share the same pattern of socialization. And lastly, these points reflect Thai ethnic identity through the process of the ritual. So Poi Sang Long and Poi Kham Sang are one of the important rituals in one Thai man's life as rite of the passage. Moreover, Poi Sang Long and Poi Kham Sang is the celebration of the ethnic identity among the Thai. Poi Sang Long of Thai Yai of Ban Pang Mu community, Mae Hong Son, Thailand. Poi Sang Long is a kind of ritual. Poi means festival and Sang Long means young boys who want to become novice for a short period of time, maybe 10 or 15 days. Poi Sang Long is counted as the greatest making merit among the Thais because it is a life circle ritual for Thai Yai man, which means this ritual is the making a good man process as the Buddhist successor. So the ritual and the process of the ritual is the first one, preparation and meeting. Second one, there are 3 days ritual started with the first day or one half or tonsure ritual or shaving ritual. In day 2, it's called one kam kak or kolu procession. The procession would walk around the town inviting others to share the merit. And then in the evening they would do Hong Kwan ritual. Hong Kwan ritual would arrange in the temple, and the last process is Kam Kak. At night, people would come and visit Sang Long's house if they get the invitation. In day 3, one Kam Sang. On this day, Jang Long or Sang Long would gain new status as a monk. Boy Kam Sang in Tai Aiton of Ban Lung Man Tai village, Assam. Tai Aiton believed that the ordination is the greatest making merit in one's life, and if a son in one family become Jiao Sang, the parent and his relative would feel so proud. The age of Kam Sang should be from 5 or 19 years old, and Jiao Ge's age should be above 20. There are 3 days of arrangement, same as Tai Yai's, but it is different. The first day, the boys would wear prince dress, but not in fully dress up, and walk around entire village on the foot. And in late morning itself, after that they would get the invitation on for the second lunch. Day, Kam Sangs have to pray Panchasila or Tai Aiton called Kam Sin Tom Dra, and again they have to wear royal dress, but today many people would love to carry them to walk around the village on their shoulders. In the morning itself and by the afternoon, they will have lunch in any house that they invite them. So in the evening, Kam Sang would change their prince dress into the white shirt and tung. Lastly, on Thursday, today is the important day for Kam Sang. Kam Sang would ride on the chariot or jail in Tai Aiton language. That jail was carried by men, and in the evening they would get offered the robe, and then they would change the dress as a monk. For the conclusion, the process of Sang Long or Boy Kam Sang is full of symbolic act of cultural reproduction, cultural orientation, and revival of Thai identity. If we see this transformation of Sang Long step by step, we can see that from the boy will change into the white dress, and then they would change into the prince dress as Sang Long or Jang Long or Kam Sang, and lastly they will change and then they will get the robe as and then they will dress up as a monk. The festival makes Sang Long see things in completely new way, that they are not an ordinary boy or man anymore. Through the ritual, becoming novice or monk in Buddhism reflects that they could make merit for their family. Beyond that, becoming as a Sang Long in Thai society is extremely high prestige status. Due to Buddhist belief, man should attend ordination ceremony to inherit the religion once in his lifetime. Socially, Boy Sang Long expresses cultural orientation. The process of Boy Sang Long and Boy Kam Sang created many space, for example, space of interaction, space of self as Thai boy. Cultural orientation has been conducted within the family first and then in the temple. The senior monks would teach Thai languages along with Thai culture.
Next, I invite Gladys T. Tumbali, who will be discussing on drivers of job engagement among full-time faculty from private university.
Good day, everyone. I am Gladys Tumbali, a full-time faculty from the University of St. Louis, one of the higher educational institutions in Northern Philippines. The paper is entitled Drivers of Engagement Among Full-Time Faculty from Private University. For the abstract, this study determined the drivers of engagement among full-time faculty members of University of St. Louis one of the private higher educational institutions in the northern Philippines. The descriptive survey method of research was employed using a validated questionnaire. The questionnaire was administered among 98 full-time faculty members in the university. Data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics. Findings of the study revealed that the five drivers of faculty engagement, which are administration and management, workplace and resources, compensation and benefits, interpersonal relationship, and achievement and recognition, are all important factors that drive faculty to engage themselves in their jobs. Furthermore, results showed that compensation and benefits was found to be the most significant driver of faculty engagement, followed by achievement and recognition, then administration and management. Meanwhile, workplace and resources as drivers of faculty engagement was found to be less important. Furthermore, results showed that the drivers of engagement among faculty members varied by department and by the highest educational attainment. For the introduction, organizations need people and people need organizations. The importance of inspiring and encouraging people to succeed has grown in importance in every company over time. Human resources have long been regarded as one of an organization's most valuable assets. As a higher educational institution in the northern Philippines, University of St. Louis must keep its teaching staff professional and dedicated to delivering the products and services needed by its stakeholders in order to achieve mission and excellence. As a result, management should be mindful of the position of its teaching staff in terms of job satisfaction. As a result, identifying the drivers of job engagement among faculty members would aid in providing a clearer image of the university's full-time teaching staff in order to retain qualified teachers and provide quality education to its clients, which is the aim of this research. For the research objectives and questions, specifically, it sought to achieve the following objectives. 1. Determine the profile of the respondents in terms of department, age, sex, civil status, highest educational attainment, and length of service. 2. Identify the drivers of job engagement along administration and management, workplace and resources, compensation and benefits, interpersonal relationships, and achievement and recognition. And 3. Determine if there is a significant difference on the drivers of engagement among faculty members when grouped according to their profile variables. For the methodology, the study used a descriptive survey research design to discover the factors that influence full-time faculty staff's job engagement. The research was carried out at the University of St. Louis, a private educational institution in the Philippines northern region. The study's respondents were full-time university faculty members for 2016 to 2017 academic year who are still working at the university today. The research took into account a total of 98 faculty members who replied to the survey. The questionnaire used in the analysis was adapted from Comia and Buenavieja's research in 2016. However, several changes were made to suit the needs of the current report. The questionnaire was divided into two parts. The first section included the respondents' profiles, and the second section used a 4-point Likert scale to identify the drivers of faculty involvement in terms of administration and management policies, workplace and resources, compensation and benefits, interpersonal relationships, and achievement and recognition. For the notes is strongly agree, 3 for agree, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree on a scale of 1 to 4. The tool was put through reliability testing as part of a pilot testing, and the test resulted in a score of 0.902. The profile of the respondents and the drivers of faculty engagement were described using descriptive statistics such as frequency, percentage, and mean. Meanwhile, ANOVA and independent sample t-tests were used to see whether there was a significant difference in the drivers of faculty involvement when they were grouped according to their profile variables. For the results, Table 1 presents the profile of the respondents. Table 2A presents drivers of faculty engagement by department. Table 2B shows drivers of faculty engagement by age. Table 2C presents drivers of faculty engagement by sex. Table 2D presents drivers of faculty engagement by civil status. Table 2E shows drivers of faculty engagement by highest educational attainment. And lastly, Table 2F presents drivers of faculty engagement by length of service. Conclusion and recommendations. Understanding the drivers of faculty engagement is very important in nurturing faculty engagement. In this study, the 5 drivers of faculty engagement, which are administration and management policies, workplace and resources, compensation and benefits, interpersonal relationship, and achievement and recognition, are all important factors that drive faculty engagement. Compensation and benefits is the strongest driver of faculty engagement, followed by achievement and recognition, and administration and management policies. The workplace and resources was found to be the least important driver among faculty. That's all, and thank you very much.
With this, we come to an end of the technical sessions. Next, I request to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Eastern Institute of Technology.
This is Dr. Tains Watikara, and thank you very much for everyone's effort in your articles, in your research and articles writing, and congratulations to everyone and this participating in this conference, and all the excellent quality papers are to be included in all the Scopus journals. So I feel personally it's part of the scholars in the group, and I feel very, very happy to be able to see such a huge audience, scholars so dedicated to their research, to your research, and with very excellent qualities articles. So once again, congratulations to everyone's effort, and thank you for this participating in this conference. This is the first international conference on the title Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. And I hope that the Institute Innovation, Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institutes of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, in collaborations with the MCIs and so on and so forth, will continue to operate these platforms and provide a platform for all of you to participate and to contribute, and so that we, the research scholars, has more papers, quality papers to as references, so that we can also improve our ideas on our research. So again, congratulations to every one of you for participating in this conference and for your dedications to your research and for the articles. Thank you very much. Well, and congratulations.
With this, we come to the end of first International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2021, organized by Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. I would like to thank all our organizing committee members, keynote speakers, session chairs, and all our participants who has made this event to a great success. Thank you all once again.